Like the psilocybin mushrooms, it displayed a network of information that seemed to make accessible the experiences and images of many worlds, but ayahuasca insisted that in some sense still unrevealed these were ultimately human worlds. Mushrooms and evolution, or perhaps tens of millennia, human beings have been utilizing hallucinogenic mushrooms to divine and to induce a shamanic ecstasy. I propose to show that the human/mushroom interaction is not a static symbiotic relationship, but rather a dynamic one through which at least one of the parties has been bootstrapped to higher and higher cultural levels. The impact of hallucinogenic plants on the evolution and emergence of human beings is a heretofore unexamined phenomenon, yet it promises to provide an understanding of not only primate evolution but also the emergence of the cultural forms unique to Homo sapiens. At Gome National Park in Tanzania, primatologists found that one particular species of leaf kept appearing undigested in chimpanzee dung. They found that every few days the chimps would vary from their usual pattern of eating wild fruit. Instead, they would walk for 20 minutes or longer to the site where a species of aspalaea was growing. They would repeatedly place their lips over an aspalaea leaf and hold it in their mouths. Chimps were seen to pluck a leaf, place it in their mouths, roll it around for a few moments, then swallow it whole. In this way as many as 30 small leaves might be eaten. Biochemist Eloy Rodriguez of the University of California, Irvine, isolated the active principle from the aspalaea, a reddish oil now named thyrubrinate. Working with the same substance, Neil Towers of the Mamienandid Eater in Eaus of Human Evoluti, the Archaic Revival 143, University of British Columbia, found that this compound can kill common bacteria in concentrations of less than 1 part per million. Herbarium records studied by Rodriguez and Towers, 1985, showed that African peoples used the same leaves to treat wounds and stomach aches. Of the 4 species of aspalaea native to Africa, the indigenous Peoples used only 3. The same 3 species were the ones utilized by the chimpanzees. These findings show clearly the way in which a beneficial plant, once discovered by an animal or a person, can be included in the diet and thus confer an adaptive advantage. The animal or person is no longer threatened by certain factors in the environment, such as diseases that may have previously set constraints on the lifespan of individuals or perhaps upon the growth of the population as a whole. This type of adaptive advantage is easily understood. Less easy to understand is the way in which plant hallucinogens might have provided similar yet different adaptive advantages. These compounds do not catalyze the immune system into higher states of activity, although this may be a secondary effect. Rather, they catalyze consciousness, that peculiar, self-reflecting ability that has reached its greatest apparent expression in human beings. One can hardly doubt that consciousness, like the ability to resist disease, confers an immense adaptive advantage on any individual who possesses it. Consciousness has been called the awareness of awareness, Gunter, 1966, and is characterized by novel connections among the various data of experience. Consciousness is like a super non-specific immune response. There is no evolutionary limit to how much consciousness can be acquired by a species. And there is no end to the degree of adaptive advantage the acquisition of consciousness will confer upon the individual or the species in which it resides. There is reason to question the scenario that physical anthropologists present us regarding the emergence of human consciousness out of binocular, bipedal primates. The amount of time allotted to this ontological transformation of animal organization is excessively brief. Evolution in higher animals takes a very long time to occur. For example, the biologist who studies the evolution of the early amphibians operates in time spans of rarely less than 1 million years and often speaks in terms of tens of millions of years. But the emergence of humans from the higher primates is something that has gone on in less than 1 million years. Physically, humans have apparently changed very little in the last million years. But the amazing proliferation of consciousness, of social institutions, of coding practices, of cultures, has come so quickly that it is difficult for modern evolutionary biologists to account for, i.e. most do not even attempt, and so a seseeti sira. At I-144 Terence McKenna, there is a hidden factor in the evolution of human beings that is neither a missing link nor a telos imparted from on high. I suggest that this hidden factor in the evolution of human beings, the factor that called human consciousness forth from a bipedal ape with binocular 6 Zion, involved a feedback loop with plant hallucinogens. This is not an idea that has been widely explored, though a very conservative form of this notion appears in R. Gordon Wasson's Soma, Divine Mushroom of Immortality. Wasson does not comment on the emergence of humanists out of the primates, but he does suggest hallucinogenic mushrooms as the causal agent in the appearance of spiritually aware human beings and the genesis of religion. Wasson feels that omnivorous foraging humans would have sooner or later encountered hallucinogenic mushrooms or other psychoactive plants in their environment. The strategy of these early human omnivores was to eat everything and to vomit whatever was unpalatable. Plants found to be edible by this method were then inculcated into their diet. The mushrooms would be especially noticeable because of their unusual form and color. The state of consciousness induced by the mushrooms or other hallucinogens would provide a reason for foraging humans to return repeatedly to those plants, in order to re-experience their bewitching novelty. This process would create what C. H. Waddington, 1961, called a CREOD, a pathway of developmental activity, in other words, a habit. Habituation to the experience was ensured simply because it was ecstatic. Ecstatic is a word unnecessary to define except operationally. An ecstatic experience is one that one wishes to have over and over again. It has been shown in experimental situations that if one creates a situation in which N,N-dimethyltryptamine, DMT, can be delivered to a monkey on demand, then a large number of monkeys exposed to that experimental apparatus will prefer the DMT over food and water. DMT was used in these experiments because it is a very short-acting, overt hallucinogen that occurs in many different plant species. Jacobs, 1984. Though we cannot analyze the laboratory monkey's state of mind, it is very clear that something in the experience impels them to return to the stimulus again and again. Wasson's idea that religion originated when an omnivorous proto-human encountered alkaloids in the environment was countered by Mircea Eliade, the most brilliant expositor of the anthropology of shamanism and the author of Shamanism, Archaic Techniques of Ecstasy. Eliade considers what he calls narcotic shamanism to be decadent. He feels that if one cannot achieve ecstasy without drugs, then one's culture is probably in a decadent phase. The use of the word narcotic, a term usually used for Sopan het Tripoli, describe this form of shamanism betrays the archaic revival 145 gen in a shamanistic culture that indicates its shamanism is authentic and alive. It is the late and decadent phase of shamanism that is characterized by elaborate rituals, ordeals, and reliance on pathological personalities. Where these latter phenomena are central, shamanism is well on its way to becoming simply religion. One view of plant hallucinogens is to see them as interspecies pheromones or exopheromones. Pheromones are chemical compounds exuded by an organism for the purpose of carrying messages between organisms of the same species. The meaning of the message is not intrinsic in the pheromone's chemical structure, but in evolutionarily established convention. Ants, for instance, produce a number of secretions with very specific meanings for other ants. However, these chemical languages are species-specific. The ant of one species cannot read the pheromones of another species. In fact, there is one known case where a pheromone means one thing to one ant species and yet bears a completely different meaning to another ant species, much in the same way that the English word no means yes in Greek. If hallucinogens are operating as exopheromones, then the dynamic symbiotic relationship between primate and hallucinogenic plant is actually a transfer of information from one species to another. The primate gains increased visual acuity and access to the transcendent other, while the benefits to the mushroom arise out of the primate domestication of previously wild cattle and hence the expansion of the niche occupied by the mushroom. Where plant hallucinogens do not occur, such processes cannot take place, but in the presence of hallucinogens a culture is slowly introduced to ever more novel information, sensory input, and behavior, and thus is bootstrapped to higher and higher states of self-reflection. It is reasonable to suggest that human language arose out of the synergy of primate organizational potential by plant hallucinogens. Indeed, this possibility was brilliantly anticipated by Henry Munn in his essay The Mushrooms of Language, 1973. Munn writes, "Language is an ecstatic activity of signification. Intoxicated by the mushrooms, the fluency, the ease, the aptness of expression one becomes capable of are such that one is astounded by the words that issue forth from the contact of the intention of articulation with the matter of experience. The spontaneity the mushrooms liberate is not only perceptual, but linguistic. For the shaman, it is as if existence were uttering itself through him." Other writers have sensed the importance of hallucinations as Katz Geolapides P.C. Eaton Lane OEE 146. Terence McKenna, 1977, makes the point that there may have been major shifts in human self-definition even in historical times. He proposes that through Homeric times people did not have the kind of interior psychic organization that we take for granted. What we call ego was for pre-Homeric people what they called a god. When danger threatened suddenly and unbidden, the god's voice was heard in the individual's mind, a kind of meta-program for survival called forth under great stress. This integrative psychic function was perceived by those experiencing it to be either the direct voice of a god, the direct voice of the leader of the society, the king, or the direct voice of the dead king, the king in the afterlife. Merchants and traders moving from one society to another brought the unwelcome news that the gods were saying different things in different places, and so cast early seeds of doubt. At some point people integrated, in the Jungian sense, this previously autonomous function, and each person became the god and reinterpreted the inner voice as the self or, as it was later called, the ego. Hallucinogenic plants may have been the catalysts for everything about us that distinguishes us from other primates, except perhaps the loss of body hair. All of the mental functions that we associate with humanness, including recall, projective imagination, language, naming, magical speech, dance, and a sense of religio may have emerged out of interaction with hallucinogenic plants. Our society more than others will find this theory difficult to accept, because we have made pharmacologically obtained ecstasy a taboo. Sexuality is a taboo for the same reason. Such things are consciously or unconsciously sensed to be entwined with the mysteries of where we came from and how we got to be the way we are. A theory of plant hallucinogens as central to the origin of mind suggests a scenario such as the following. We know that the Sahara was much wetter as recently as 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. The Roman historian Pliny referred to North Africa as Rome's breadbasket. The presumption is that over the last 150,000 years the Sahara has grown gradually drier, changing from a subtropical forest to grasslands and, recently, to desert. When the grasslands first appeared, the arboreal adaptation of the primates ill-served their continued survival. They left the trees and began to foray onto the grasslands. Their arboreally evolved repertoire of troop signals came under pressure to further expand. It has been suggested that it was the generation of hunting pack signaling such as OC curs in wolves and dogs that served as the basis for language. But another result of moving out of the trees and onto the grasslands was the likelihood of encountering the manure of ungulate herbivores, and in the same situation coprophilic, dung-loving, mushrooms. Several areas of PEE mushrooms are coprophilic. Amanita. The Archaic Revival 147. The far fewer number of plant species that characterizes grasslands in contrast with forests makes it highly likely that any grassland plant encountered would be tested for its food potential. The eminent geographer Carl Sohr, 1973, feels that there is no such thing as a natural grassland. He suggests that all grasslands are human artifacts resulting from burning. He bases this argument on the fact that all grassland species can be found present in the understory of the forests at the edge of the grasslands, but a very high percentage of the forest species are absent in the grasslands. From this he argues that the grasslands are so recent that they must be seen as concomitant with the rise of large human populations. The next step in the cultural evolution of the bipedal pack-hunting primates was the domestication of some of the browsing herbivores. With the animals and their manure came the mushrooms, and the human-mushroom relationship was further enhanced and deepened. Evidence for these speculations can be found in southern Algeria. There is an area called the Tassili Plateau, a curious geological formation. It is like a labyrinth, a vast badlands of stone escarpments that have been cut by the wind into many perpendicular narrow corridors, almost like an abandoned city. And in the Tassili there are rock paintings that date from the late Neolithic to as recently as 2,000 years ago. Here are the earliest known depictions of shamans in coincidence with large numbers of grazing animals, specifically, cattle, Lhot, 1959, Laju, 1963. The shamans, dancing and holding fistfuls of mushrooms, also have mushrooms sprouting out of their bodies. Similar images occur in pre-Columbian Peruvian textiles wherein the shaman is shown holding an object that has been identified as either a chopper or a mushroom. Chopping tools have been found that resemble the depicted object. Unlike the Peruvian images, with the Tassili frescoes the case is clear. Here we see dancing shamans with 6, 8, 10 mushrooms clutched in their hands and sprouting from their bodies. The herding peoples who produced the Tassili paintings moved out of Africa over a long period of time, perhaps from 20,000 to 5,000 years ago. Wherever they went, their pastoral lifestyle went with them. The Red Sea was landlocked at that time. The boot of Arabia was backed up against the African continent. The land bridge there was utilized by some of these African pastoralists to enter the Fertile Crescent and later Asia Minor, where they intermingled with populations already present and became well established by 12,000. This connection between the Tassili art and mushroom use was discovered and pointed out to me by Jeff Gaines, an ethnomycologist and art historian living in Boulder, Colorado. TT was he who recognized the implications of the Tassili images for the role of mushroom use in human prehistory. The Archaic revival 149 years ago. These pastoral people had a cult of cattle and a cult of the great goddess. The evidence for this comes from a number of sites in southern Anatolia, the best researched being Archaic, a site dated to 8 to 9000 BP. Archaic has only begun to be excavated and contains amazing shrines with cattle bas-reliefs and heads of the cattle covered with ochre designs, the very complex paintings of a very complicated civilization. Mellart, 1965, 1967. It is possible to see in the confluence of the cult of the great goddess and the cattle cult a recognition and an awareness of the mushroom as the third anthonic member of a kind of late Neolithic trinity. For the mushroom, seen to be as much a product of the cattle as milk, meat, and manure, was the pipeline to the presence of the goddess. Recently Riana Easler, in her important revisioning of history, The Chalice and the Blade, has advanced the important notion of partnership models of society being in competition and oppressed by dominator forms of social organization. These latter are hierarchical, paternalistic, materialistic, and male-dominated. Her position is that it is the tension between these two forms of social organization and the overexpression of the dominator model that is responsible for our alienation. I am in complete agreement with Easler's view. In fact, this essay asks a question that is an extension of her argument. What was the factor that maintained the equilibrium of the partnership societies of the late Neolithic, and what factor faded and in fading set the stage for the emergence of the evolutionarily maladaptive dominator model? I believe that it is the depth of the relationship of a human group to the gnosis of the vegetable mind, the Gaian collectivity of organic life, that determines the strength of the group's connection to the archetype of the goddess and hence to the partnership style of social organization. The last time that the mainstream of Western thought was refreshed by the gnosis of the vegetable mind was at the close of the Hellenistic era, when the Eleusinian mysteries were finally suppressed by enthusiastic Christian barbarians. Wasson et al., 1978. The late medieval church that conducted the great witch burnings was very concerned that all credit for episodes of magic and derangement should be given to the devil. Hence, the church suppressed knowledge of plants such as datura, deadly nightshade, and monkshood, and the role that they were playing in the nocturnal gatherings and activities of the practitioners of the craft. After all, we cannot have a devil who is such a diminished figure that he must rely on mere herbs to work his wiles. the devil must be a worthy foe of the Christos, and hence nearly co-equal. Dewar, 1985. My conclusion is that taking the next evolutionary step, the archaic revival, the rebirth of the goddess, and the ending of profane history are agendas that implicitly contain within themselves the 150 Terence McKenna of our re-involvement with and the emergence of the vegetable mind. That same mind that coaxed us into self-reflecting language now offers us the boundless landscapes of the imagination. Without such a relationship to psychedelic exopheromones regulating our symbiotic relationship with the plant kingdom, we stand outside of an understanding of planetary purpose. An understanding of planetary purpose may be the major contribution that we can make to the evolutionary process. Returning to the bosom of the planetary partnership means trading the point of view of the ego for the intuitional translinguistic understanding of the maternal matrix. The people of Archaic and other Mesopotamian peoples exist undisturbed in the ancient Middle East for a long time, practicing their mother goddess religion. Then, around 5 to 7,000 BP, a different kind of people with wheeled chariots, patriarchy, and a ritual involving horse sacrifice swept down from north of the Caspian Sea into Turkey and Anatolia, and what is now Iraq and Iran, encountering the pastoral, mushroom-using lowlanders. These invaders are the people that Wasson has suggested were the bearers of Soma. He felt that Soma, the intoxicating plant of the Vedic hymns, may have been the mushroom Amanita muscaria. A mushroom mystery cult was carried out of the forests of Central Asia by Aryan people who eventually settled in India. The problem with this hypothesis is that a muscaria is not a really able visionary hallucinogen. It has proven difficult to obtain a consistently ecstatic intoxication from Amanita muscaria. Much ink has been shed over this problem. Some have suggested that a muscaria must be pounded with milk curd in order to decarboxylate muscarine, the active toxin, into muscamol, the hallucinogenic constituent. Others have suggested that the amanita must be dried or roasted and aged before it is rendered non-toxic and effective. The fact of the matter is that muscamol is not a deep hallucinogen even when used as a pure compound. Wasson was on the right track, correctly recognizing the potential of Amanita muscaria to induce religious feeling and ecstasy, but he did not take into account the imagination and linguistic stimulation imparted by the input of African psilocybin-containing mushrooms into the evolution of Old World mycolatry. We know that at least one psilocybin mushroom, Psilocybe cubensis or Stropharia cubensis, is circumtropical in its distribution, occurring throughout the warm, wet tropics wherever cattle of the Bos indicus type are present. This raises a number of questions. Is P. cubensis exclusively a creature of the manure of Bos indicus, or can it occur in the manure of other cattle? How recently has it reached its various habitats? The first specimen of Psilocybe cubensis was collected by Earle in Cuba in 1906. Theory places the actual point of origin for the species. The Archaic Revival 151 NAKTHA has been dated to 15,000 BP, and there the bones of Bos indicus have been found coincident with human graves. Some of the bones have burnt out centers, indicating that they had been used as chillums to burn and presumably smoke vegetable material. Chillums of the non-NAKTHA type are used even today among yoga sadhus throughout India. Psilocybe cubensis is common in the non-NAKTHA area today. At what point, then, did P. cubensis enter the New World? In southern Mexico, coincident with the Mayan cultural area, natives use a number of psilocybin-containing mushrooms, Psilocybe mexicana, P. aztecorum, P. maztecorum, and others. These mushrooms constitute the Mexican mushroom complex discovered by Valentina and Gordon Wasson in the early 50s. Psilocybe cubensis also occurs in these areas, being especially prolific at Palenque. Palenque is the site of the ruins of one of the most exquisite cities of the Mayan climax. Many people have taken the mushrooms at Palenque and have had the impression that they were ingesting the sacred sacrament of the people who built this fabulous abandoned 7th century Mayan city, but this notion is disputed by modern botanists. We cannot be certain that P. cubensis was the mushroom sacrament of the Maya. Most orthodox botanists argue that P. cubensis entered the New World with the conquest, transported by the Spanish and their cattle. In the absence of a decipherment of the Mayan glyphs, it is not easy to imagine how such a matter could be proved or disproved. In my opinion, given the long viability of the spores and the generally prevailing winds at the equator, the circumtropical distribution of P. cubensis is probably a very old fact of the ecology of the planet. What seems reasonable to suggest is that the Indo-European people coming out of Central Asia contacted valley-dwelling, pastoral, partnership cultures and assimilated from them the cult of the coprophilic psilocybin-containing mushroom, carrying it eastward into India. The evidence is thin, but, on the other hand, the evidence has not been sought. After all, the current desert climate of the region encompassing Iraq, Iran, southern Turkey, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia makes this a very unlikely place to look for archaeological evidence of a mushroom cult. However, Robert Graves' Food for Centaurs discusses how a taboo use ally indicates an earlier historical involvement with the forbidden item in the inventory of the culture. And mushrooms, which are hardly to be found in the contemporary environment where these religions are practiced, are very taboo in the substratum of primitive Zoroastrianism, Mandaeanism, and the undifferentiated cult religions that preceded them. Mandaeanism specifically forbids the eating of mushrooms, according to Wasson, Hoffman, and Ruck, 1978. In The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross, John Allegro, concentrating on post-exilic Judaism in Palestine, makes a controversial case that can be aiacid po2 152 Terence McKenna be judged only by Sumerian philologists. He posits that there are mushroom words, phrases, and symbols that can be traced through Akkadian into Old Akkadian, back into Sumerian, and that mushrooms were used very early in this area. My own approach has been to work forward from the Vedas. The Vedas are hymns that the Indo-European people composed somewhere along their millennia-long peregrinations to India. The ninth mandala of the Rig Veda especially goes into great detail about Soma and states that Soma stands above the gods. Soma is the supreme entity. Soma is the moon, Soma is masculine. Here we have a rare phenomenon, a male lunar deity. The connection between the feminine and the moon is so deep and obvious that a lunar male deity stands out, making its traditional history in the region easy to trace. I re-examined the mythologies of the Near East, trying to find a lunar god that would prove that this idea had been imported to India from the West. I found that the Sumerian civilization's northernmost outpost was a city called Haran, a city traditionally associated with the beginning of astrology. Invented in Haran, astrology spread to China, later to Egypt and throughout the ancient world. The patron deity of the city of Haran was a moon god, Sin, or Nannar. Sin was male and wears a cap that looks like a mushroom. No other deity in that pantheon has this headgear. I found 3 examples of Sin or Nannar on cylinder seals, and in each case the headgear was prominent. In one instance the accompanying text by a 19th century scholar mentions that this headgear was in fact the identifier for the god, Maspero, 1894. Why was the Aryan deity connected with the mushroom perceived as male? Though this is a problem for folklorists and mythologists, certain points are obvious. German folklore has always associated the moon with the masculine, and the mushroom will take the projection of masculinity or femininity with equal ease. It is obviously connected to the moon, it has a lustrous, silvery appearance in certain forms, and it seems to appear at night when the moon rules the heavens. On the other hand, one can shift the point of view and suddenly see the mushroom as masculine, it is solar in color, phallic in appearance, and imparts a great energy. The mushroom is actually an androgynous shape-shifting deity that can take various forms relative to the predisposition of the culture encountering it. One can almost say that it is a mirror of cultural expectations. That is why for the Indo-Europeans it took on a masculine quality and why in other situations it seems to have a very lunar quality. Either way, it is a hallucinogen that is not wild, that is associated with the domestication of animals and with human culture. This association with domesticated animals implicates the mushrooms in the cultural development of the Indo-Europeans, the people who wrote the Vedas. Thors of a breakthrough the Archaic revival 153 trees, no holy mountains. They transcended geography in their notion of deity. They built a fire, and where the fire was kindled the center of the universe came to rest. They had discovered the transcendence of time and space. A sacramental plant hallucinogen that is linked to the dung of domesticated animals means that the sacrament is as nomadic as the people and animals that provide its favored milieu. There are a number of problems with this theory, one of which is the lack of confirmation in India of the presence of Psilocybe cubensis or other psilocybin-containing mushrooms. Amanita muscaria is also rare in India. I predict, however, that a careful search of the flora of India will reveal P. cubensis as an indigenous component of the biome of the subcontinent. And I maintain that the desertification of the entire area from North Africa to the Tar region around Delhi has distorted our conception of what occurred in the prehistoric evolution of religious ontology when these civilizations were in their infancy and the area was much wetter. It is my suggestion that the mushroom religion is actually the generic religion of human beings and that all later adumbrations of religion stem from the cult of ritual ingestion of mushrooms to induce ecstasy. A rethinking of the role that hallucinogenic plants and fungi have played in the promotion of human emergence from the substrata of primate organization can help to lay the basis for a new appreciation of the unique confluence of factors responsible and necessary for the evolution of human beings. The widely felt intuition of the presence of the other as a female companion to the human navigation of history can, I believe, be traced back to the immersion in the vegetable mind that provided the ritual context in which human consciousness emerged into the light of self-awareness, self-reflection, and self-articulation, the light of the great goddess. Gods, The Search for the Original Tree of Knowledge, New York, discussion of the relationship between hallucinogenic mush new dimensions interview T. The search for self-knowledge has occupied humanity for millennia, assuming many different guises. In our modern technical information culture, the deeper meaning is often overlooked as we race helter-skelter toward an unknown end. Questions of values, ethics, and personal meaning are repressed under the holy banner of practicality and living in the real world. John Naisbitt, the author of Megatrends, points out that we are drowning in information but starved for knowledge. And yet, at the same time, one researcher has estimated that 80% of the public is involved in some aspect of self-fulfillment. Another paradox to ponder, since both may be true. The quest for liberation is a journey through paradox, and perhaps by noticing how other cultures and social milieus have incorporated the search, we can learn more about our own. We live in exciting times, in which the external reality we perceive is catalyzing a renewed momentum toward exploring our internal reality. Our guest today, Terence McKenna, is one of those cultural point writers who commands our attention, not so much for the answers he has found, but rather because of the questions he poses. He is the co-author, with his brother Dennis, of The Invisible Landscape, Mind, Hallucinogens, and the I Ching, and generally functions as a freelance writer, reading and researching. My name is Michael Toms. I'll be your host for the next hour. Terence, welcome. Michael Toms interviewed me for his New Dimensions radio show sometime in 1985. What follows is an edited transcript. ROHEAE The Archaic Revival 157 TM, thank you very much, it's a pleasure to be here. TMT, well, do you think we're in a state of transition? Are we moving from one culture to another? TM, we are certainly in a state of transition, we have arrived at nothing less than the end of history. However, it is not something to be alarmed about. I imagine it's simply the normal situation that prevails when a species is preparing to depart for the stars. MT, do you think we're preparing to depart for the stars? TM, on the scale of 100 or 1,000 years, I think it's an unavoidable conclusion. That span of time in geological terms is hardly the wink of an eye. In fact, from that perspective, all of human history appears as a preparation for human transcendence of planetary existence. MT, do we want to get away from the planet? TM, I think you have to take the view that certainly the planet is the cradle of mankind, but, inevitably, one cannot remain in the cradle forever. The human imagination, in conjunction with technology, has become a force so potent that it really can no longer be unleashed on the surface of the planet with safety. The human imagination has gained such an immense power that the only environment that is friendly to it is the vacuum of deep space. It is there that we can erect the architect-and-IC dreams that drive us to produce a Los Angeles or a Tokyo, and do it on a scale and in such a way that it will be fulfilling rather than degrading. So, yes, I think we cannot move forward in understanding without accepting as a consequence that we have to leave the planet. We are no longer the bipedal monkeys we once were. We have become almost a new force in nature. I think of language and cybernetics as an amalgam of computers and human brains and societal structures that has such an enormous forward momentum that the only place where it can express itself without destroying itself is, as James Joyce says, up and empty. So long, long ago, in a faraway galaxy, a Star Wars-style society may be in our future? As opposed to our past? It's in our present, I think. Our future is probably almost unimaginable. I think the transformation that leaving the planet will bring will also involve a transformation of our consciousness. We are Sala Saeey 158 Terence McKenna not going as 1950s style human beings, we are going to have to transform our minds before we are going to be able to leave the planet with any amount of grace. This is where I think the psychedelics come in, because they are anticipations of the future. They seem to channel information that is not available by the laws of normal causality, so the experience is really that of a prophetic dimension, a glimpse of the potential of the far centuries of the future through these compounds. No cultural shift of this magnitude can be unambiguous. The very idea that as a species we would leave the earth behind us must be as rending an idea as that a child would leave its childhood home. Obviously, it's a turning away from something that, once left behind, can never be recaptured. However, this is the nature of going forward into being, a series of self-transformations, a sense of level shifting. And we now simply happen to have reached the moment of ascent to a new level that is linked to leaving the planetary surface physically and to reconnecting with the contents of the unconscious collectivity of our minds. These two things will be done simultaneously. This is what the last half of the 20th century, it seems to me, is all about. By and large, psychedelics have really not been accepted into the mainstream. Do you see a change in that? Not particularly. They hold a certain fascination for a persistent minority, and in that way they do their catalytic work upon society, which is to introduce new ideas and to release a certain kind of creative energy into society. I certainly would not like to see a return to the psychedelic hysterias of the 1960s. I think it's fine that these things are now the subject of interest of a much smaller group of people, but perhaps a group of people with a greater commitment, a better idea of exactly what these things are. It's really the same people, it's just a smaller group of them, and they have accumulated experience over the past 20 years, though I certainly don't think all psychedelic frontiers are conquered. One of the subjects that I write and speak about is a phenomenon many people experience with the psilocybin family of hallucinogens that has not been included in the standard model of psychedelic substances. I am referring to the logos-like phenomenon of an interior voice that seems to be almost a superhuman agency, a kind of genius loci. One can see this an alien intelligence, an entity so beyond the normal structure of the ego that if it is not an extraterrestrial it might as well be. Its bizarreness and its distance from ordinary expectations about reality is so great that if flying saucers arrived here tomorrow from the Pleiades it would make this mystery no less compelling in comparison. It amuses me that the Aescientificam die Ida das Igme Sarin Fos Chirits the Archaic Revival 159 restri all intelligence and defined it as they care to define it and have dedicated radio telescopes to search the galaxy for signals. The world's largest radio telescope is at Arecibo in Puerto Rico, and within the shadow of that installation, psychedelic mushrooms grow in the fields and the cows graze quietly in the sunshine. It's a marvelous interpenetration of the near and the far away. I believe that the place to search for extraterrestrials is in the psychic dimension, and there the problem is not the absence of communication but an abundance of signals that must be sifted through, because the fact of the matter is that shamans and mystics and seers have been hearing voices and talking to gods and demons since Paleolithic times and probably before. We shouldn't rule out this approach to communication. It seems to me far more likely that an advanced civilization would communicate interdimensionally and telepathically, and the amounts of time available for an intelligent species to have evolved these kinds of communication are vast. I think that it's very interesting then that the tryptamines, psilocybin and DMT, at effective doses, very reliably trigger what could only be described as contact-like phenomena, not only the interior voice in the head, but also the classical flying saucer motifs of the whirling disc, the lens-shaped object, the alien approach. This seems to be something hardwired into the human psyche, and I would like to find out why. I think it's a very odd fact of human psychology, and I don't buy any of the current theories, ranging from that nothing at all is happening to that this is, in fact, a species from a world around another star that is getting in touch with us. I think this alien intelligence is something so bizarre that it actually masquerades as an extraterrestrial so as not to alarm us by the true implications of what it is. MT, your statement implies that it's something external to ourselves, and I wonder about that. TM, this dualism of the interior and the exterior may have to be overcome. It obviously transcends the individual. But I suspect it is something like an overmind of the species and that the highest form of human organization is not realized in the democratic individual. It is realized in a dimension none of us has ever penetrated the mind of the species. It is the hand at the tiller of history. It is no government, no religious group, but actually what we call the human unconscious, however, it is not unconscious, and it is not simply a cybernetic repository of myth and memory. It is an organized entity of some sort, and though human history is its signature on the primates, it is very different from the primates. It is like a creature of pure information. It is made of __ language. It releases ideas into the flowing stream of history to boost the _ primates toward higher and higher levels of self-reflection. We have *ID Sonia Opay 160 Terence McKenna now reached the point where the masks are beginning to fall away and we are discovering that there is an angel within the monkey, struggling to get free. This is what the historical crisis is all about. I am very optimistic. I see it as a necessary chaos that will lead to a new and more attractive order. MT, Terence, you were talking about extraordinary realities, and it occurs to me that there is an enormous amount of prejudice against the psychedelics and the use of hallucinogenic substances, almost as if there's an inordinate fear to open up the closet that these substances reveal. What about that prejudice? How is it going to be resolved? What is the resolution of that? TM, I think it's more complicated than a prejudice. It's a prejudice born of respect, because most people sense that these compounds probably actually do what their adherents claim they do. It's possible to see the whole human growth movement of the 1970s as a wish to continue the inward quest without having to put yourself on the line the way you had to when you took 250 gamma of LSD. I think all these other methods are efficacious, but I think it's the sheer power of hallucinogens that puts people off. You either love them or you hate them, and that's because they dissolve worldviews. If you like the experience of having your entire ontological structure disappear out from under you, if you think that's a thrill, you'll probably love psychedelics. On the other hand, for some people that's the most horrible thing they can possibly imagine. They navigate reality through various forms of faith, whereas with the psychedelics the doors of perception are cleansed and you see very, very deeply. I spent time in India and I always visited the local sadhus of great reputation. I met many people who possessed what I call wise old man wisdom, but wise old man wisdom is a kind of Tao of how to live. It has nothing to say about the dimensions that the psychedelics reveal. For that you have to go places where hallucinogenic shamanism is practiced, specifically the Amazon basin, and there you discover that beyond the wisdom of simply how to live in ordinary reality there is a gnosis of how to navigate in extraordinary reality. This reality is so extraordinary that we cannot approach what these people are doing with any degree of smugness, because the frank fact of the matter is that we have no more viable theory of what mind is than they. The beliefs of a Wichita shaman and the beliefs of a Princeton phenomenologist have an equal chance of being correct, and there are no arbiters of who is right. Here is something we have not assimilated. We have been to the moon, we have charted the depths of the Ovesen SND6EE have a underscoring edge of reality is mind, and that mind is the primary substratum of the Archaic revival 167. The contradictions flow together. The kind of prejudice leveled against psychedelics attended psychoanalysis during the 20s and 30s when it was thought to be superfluous or some kind of fad. Psychedelics touch a very sensitive nerve. They touch the issue of the nature of humans, and some people are uncomfortable with this. MT, what is the value of exploring extraordinary realities? TM, I believe it's the same value that attends the exploration of ordinary realities. There's an alchemical saying that one should read the oldest books, climb the highest mountains, and visit the broadest deserts. I think that being imposes some kind of obligation to find out what's going on, and since all primary information about what is going on comes through the senses, any plant or any compound that alters that sensory input has to be looked at very carefully. I've often made the point that, chemically speaking, you can take a molecule that is completely inactive as a psychedelic, reposition a single atom on one of its rings, and suddenly it's a powerful psychedelic. Now it seems to me that this is a perfect proof of the interpenetration of matter and mind. The movement of a single atom from one known position to another known position changes an experience from nothing to overwhelming. This means that mind and matter, at the quantum mechanical level, are all spun together. This means in a sense that the term extraordinary reality is not correct if it implies a division of category from ordinary reality. It is simply that there is more and more and more of reality, and some of it is inside our heads and some of it is deployed out through three-dimensional Newtonian space. MT, I think most of us just simply accept the everyday reality as the only one. You're talking about journeys into nether regions far beyond most people's conception or desire. TM, I think there's a shamanic temperament that is characterized by a craving for knowledge in the Greek sense of gnosis. In other words, knowledge not of the sort where one subscribes to Scientific American and it validates what you believe, but cosmologies constructed out of immediate experiences that are always found to be applicable. You see, I don't believe that the world is made of quarks or electromagnetic waves, or stars, or planets, or any of these things. I believe the world is made of language and that this is the primary fact that has been overlooked. The construction of the flying saucer is not so much a dilemma of hardware as it is a poetic challenge. People find it very hard to imagine exactly what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is that the lead J. Parry W. A. Javi IF Boggs 162 Terence McKenna being. We in the West have had it the wrong way around for over a millennium, but once this is clearly understood, using what we have learned in our little excursion through three-dimensional space and matter, we will create a new vision of humanity that will be a fusion of the East and the West. MT, you suggest that the world is made of language, yet I think of these extraordinary realities that are totally beyond any language that we use in any ordinary sense. TM, yes, they are beyond ordinary language. I always think of Philo-Judaeus writing on the Logos. He posed to himself the question, what would be a more perfect Logos, and then he answered, saying it would be a Logos that is not heard but beheld. And he imagined a form of communication where the ears would not be the primary receptors, but the eyes would be. A language where meaning was not constructed through a dictionary of spoken words, but where three-dimensional objects were actually generated with a kind of hyper-language so that there was perfect understanding between people. This may sound bizarre in ordinary reality, but these forms of synesthesia and synesthesic glossolalia are commonplace in psychedelic states. MT, Terence, could you identify Philo for us and tell us who he was? TM, he was an Alexandrian Jew of the 2nd century who made it his business to travel around the Hellenistic world discussing all the major cults and religious and cosmogonic theories of his day. So he's a major source of Hellenistic data for us. MT, how would you relate to Socrates' view of the world? TM, I think that it's hard not to be a Platonist, but it's something that perhaps we should struggle against, or at least struggle to modify. I think of myself as sort of a Whiteheadian Platonist. Certainly the central Platonic notion, that of the ideas archetypal forms that stand outside of time, is one that is confirmed by the psychedelic experience. The Neoplatonists, the school of Plotinus and Porphyry, are psychedelic philosophers. Their idea of an ascending hierarchy of increasingly more rarefied states is a sophisticated presentation of the shamanic cosmology that one experientially discovers when one is involved with psychedelics. MT, we residentialite the Archaic Revival 163 akin to psychedelics. Essentially, Western civilization is based on a culture that had at its core an experience and a ritual that used psychedelics. TM, yes. For over 2,000 years everyone who was anyone in the ancient world made the pilgrimage to Eleusis and had this experience that Gordon Wasson and Carl Ruck have argued very convincingly was a hallucinogenic intoxication produced by ergot. But of course, as soon as the Church solidified its power, it closed these Platonic academies and moved against so-called pagan and heretical knowledge. Not only the Platonists but all the Gnostic sects and mystery schools were repressed. I like to think that this repression ended in a very odd way when in 1953 Gordon Wasson and his wife, Valentina, discovered the psilocybin mushroom cult in the village of Huautla de Jimenez. It was as if Eros, who had been martyred in the Old World, was found sleeping in the mountains of Mexico and resurrected. The experience of the mushroom is very much the experience of a genus loci, a god on the Grecian model, not the god who hung the stars in heaven, but a local god, a pre-Christian, bacchanalian nature power that is very alien and yet resonates with our expectations of what that experience would be like. MT, interesting that the mushroom is a symbol in our culture of death and destruction, the symbol of the nuclear explosion. TM, yes, my brother has made the point, asking, what mushroom is it that grows at the end of history? Is it the mushroom of Fermi and Oppenheimer and Teller, or is it the mushroom of Wasson and Albert Hoffman and Humphrey Osmond? MT, somehow I think the latter is safer. TM, it may not only be safer, it may open the way to escape from the former. It's like a pun of physics that the force of liberation and the force of destruction could take the same form. It's what alchemists call the coincidentia oppositorum. MT, it seems an amazing synchronicity. I was interested in talking with Andy Weil, the author of The Natural Mind, about the fact that a new genus of psilocybin-containing mushrooms is appearing that has never been seen before. It's almost as if they're appearing now for a reason. TM, it's amazing how many new species have been discovered since people have bent their attention to hallucinogenic mushrooms. 164 Terence McKenna. There have been psilocybin mushrooms reported from England and France, localities where, so far as we know, there is no cultural history of usage at all. However, it's interesting that cultural usage seems to come very early in human history. Hallucinogens are hardly welcome in agricultural societies. I think it was Weston Labar who made the point that once one learns how to grow plants, one's gods shift from the ecstat, i.e. gods of the hallucinogens, to the corn god or the food god, and life is no longer about divining the hunt and the weather through the ecstatic use of hallucinogens. Rather, it becomes about being able to get up every morning and go to work and hoe the crop. You mentioned earlier the prejudice against hallucinogens. I think cultural suppression of hallucinogens reaches back to the beginning of agriculture, when there was competition among plant gods that exemplified lifestyles that were alien to each other. MT, is psilocybin illegal? TM, yes, it's a Schedule I drug. It was placed on the list at the same time as LSD, even though the issue was presented to the public in terms of LSD being made illegal. Actually, at that time a number of compounds were made illegal, yet there was never any public debate. All psychedelics were viewed the same way, and LSD was used as the mod L. Actually, these compounds vary widely. There is a spectrum of psychedelic effects, and certain compounds trigger some of them. But, yes, psilocybin is illegal. MT, are the mushrooms illegal? TM, the mushrooms also are illegal, as they contain psilocybin. MT, you recall Andy Weil saying that he walked along a downtown Seattle residential street picking up psilocybin mushrooms from the front yards of residential homes. TM, English law took the view that it was preposterous to try to outlaw a naturally occurring plant. They took the position that only the chemical was illegal, which think is a very wise position. But I notice that Canada recently chose the American interpretation over the British one. MT, the kind of knowledge and the kind of information you're putting forward is not generally available. It's not the kind of information and knowledge that one would find in the typical academic anthropology curriculum, yet it seems to be a knowledge that is ever expanding. Oh yes, Iwitsi sir, the Archaic Revival 165 somehow it's outside of the cultural institutional entities. Number 1, why do you think that is the case? Of course there's a logical answer to that one, but what do you see as the future of this kind of information and knowledge? TM, I think in a sense it signals the rebirth of the institution of shamanism in the context of modern society. Anthropologists have always made the point about shamans that they were very important social catalysts in their groups, but they were always peripheral to them, peripheral to the political power and, actually, usually physically peripheral, living some distance from the villages. I think the electronic shaman, the person who pursues the exploration of these spaces, exists to return to tell the rest of us about it. Hopefully we are now coming into a period of maturity as a species. We can no longer have forbidden areas of the human mind or mindless cultural machinery. We have taken upon ourselves the acquisition of so much power that we must now understand what we are. We cannot travel much further with definitions of humanity inherited from the Judeo-Christian tradition. We need to truly explore the problem of consciousness, because as human beings gain power they are becoming the defining factor on the planet. The questions that loom are, is man good, and then, if the answer is yes, what is man good for? The shamans will point the way because they are visionaries, poets, cultural architects, forecasters, all these roles that we understand in more conventional terms rolled into one and raised to the nth power. They are cultural models for the rest of us. It has always been true that the shaman has access to a superhuman dimension and a superhuman condition and thereby affirms the potential for transcendence in all people. The shaman is an exemplar, if you will, and I see the new attention that's being given to these things signaling a sense on the part of society that we need to return to these models. This is why, for instance, in the ___Star Wars phenomenon Skywalker, the name of a major character, is a direct translation of the word shaman out of the Tungusic, which is where Siberian shamanism comes from. So these heroes that are being instilled in the heart of the culture are shamanic heroes. They control a force that is bigger than everybody and holds the galaxy together. This is few, as a matter of fact. As we explore how true this is, the limitations of previous worldview will be exposed for all to see. I think it was _8. S. Haldane who said, "The world may not only be stranger than we pose, it may be stranger than we can suppose." MT, I think that the character Yoda is a shamanic type character. TM, very much so. 166 Terence McKenna Mount, as we talk about shamans and shamanism, again that brings up cross-cultural currents. Do you see shamanism taking on a new form? TM, I believe, along with Gordon Wasson and others, but in distinction to Mircea Eliade, who is a major writer on shamanism, that it is hallucinogenic shamanism that is primary. Where shamanic techniques are used to the exclusion of hallucinogenic plant ingestion, the shamanism tends to be vitiated. It is more like a ritual enactment of what real shamanism is. The shamanism that is coming to be within people in our culture who feel comfortable with psychedelic plants and who, by going into those spaces and then returning with works of art or poetic accounts or scientific ideas, are actually changing the face of the culture. I connect the psychedelic dimension to the dimension of inspiration and dream, and I think history has always progressed by the bubbling up of ideas from these nether dimensions into the minds of receptive men and women. It is simply that now, with the hallucinogens, we actually have a tool to push the button. We are no longer dependent upon whatever factors previously controlled the angryzion of novelty into human history. We have taken that function to ourselves, and this will intensify and accelerate the cultural crisis toward its ultimate resolution. So as we continue to move toward the further exploration of these spaces, we can expect social change as a result of personal change. Tremendous social change. In fact, what is happening is a tendency toward what I call turning the body inside out. Through our media and cybernetics, we are actually approaching the point where consciousness can be experienced in a state of disconnection from the body. We have changed. We are no longer bipedal monkeys. We are instead a kind of cybernetic coral reef of organic components and inorganic technological components. We have become a force that takes unorganized raw material and excretes technical objects. We have transcended the normal definitions of humans. We are like an enormous collective organism with our data banks, our forecasting agencies, and our computer networks, and the many levels at which we are connected into the universe. Our self-image is changing. The monkey has been all but left behind and, shortly, will be left behind. Again, I take the flying saucer to be an image of the future state of humanity. It is a kind of Milan transformation of the human I. The Archaic Revival 167, where the soul is exteriorized as the apotheosis of technology. It is that eschatological event that is casting enormous shadows backward through time over the historical landscape. That is the siren singing at the end of time, calling all humanity across the last 100 millennia toward it. Calling us out of the trees and into history, and through the series of multileveled cultural transitions to the point where the thing within the monkeys, the creature of pure language and pure imagination whose aspirations are entirely titanic in terms of self-transformation, that thing is now emerging, and it will emerge as humanity leaves the planet. It's not something quantized and clearly defined. Nevertheless, it is what the next 50 or so years will be about. At the end of it, the species will be off-planet and transformed and fully wired from the depths to the heights. Are we talking about another version of the Christian death, resurrection, ascension into heaven? Except that it is coming into history. What is happening is that the paradise promised the soul is actually going to enter into history. Technological man took the apocalyptic aspirations of Christianity so seriously that we are going to realize them. It has become the guiding image of what we want to be. I'm reminded of the poem by William Butler Yeats, Sailing to Byzantium, where he speaks of the artifice of eternity and says, "Once out of nature I shall never take my bodily form from any natural thing, but such a form as Grecian goldsmiths make of hammered gold and gold enameling to keep a drowsy emperor awake, or set upon a golden bough to sing to lords and ladies of Byzantium of what is past, or passing, or to come." This is the image of the human body become an indestructible cybernetic object, yet within that indestructible cybernetic object there is a holographic transform of the body that is released into the dream. It is an image of the human transformed and released into a hyperspace of information, where one is a thing of eternal circuitry but one appears to be walking along an unspoiled beach in paradise. We are going to find the power to realize our deepest cultural aspirations. This is why we must find out what our deepest cultural aspirations are. 168 Terence McKenna Mount, what about the idea that these spaces that we've been talking about that you've been illuminating are spaces that can be achieved without the use of psychedelics? I scoured India, and my humble, personal opinion is that it is highly unlikely. I've always approached people of spiritual accomplishment with the question, what can you show me? Wise old man wisdom is one thing, but the hallucinogen-using shaman of the Amazon seems to be able to go far beyond that. There may be physical techniques for duplicating this, but the efficacy and the dependability of the hallucinogen seems to me to make them the obvious choice. Only a series of cultural taboos would cause one to engineer around hallucinogenic shamanism. It is the obvious path to transcendence. People must face the fact that, at one level, we are chemical machines. That doesn't mean we are that at every level, but it does mean that there is a chemical level where we can intervene to change the pictures that are coming in and going out at higher levels. MT, you're not suggesting that people should do this by themselves. TM, take hallucinogens. Well, I don't know about taking them by themselves, probably not, although I always prefer to. What I am suggesting is that hallucinogens be taken in a situation of minimum sensory input. Lying down in darkness with eyes closed cannot be surpassed. People want music, they want to walk around in nature and all these things. Nature and music are beautiful in their own right, they are the adumbrations of the psychedelic experience that we deal with in ordinary reality. In confrontation with the deep psychedelic experience, these things are hardly more than impediments. Very interesting things are happening in the utter blackness behind your eyelids while lying still in silent darkness, and that is where the mystery comes from and goes to. MT, my question had to do with use or non-use of a guide. J don't think people should do this without a guide unless they feel confident from long experience that they don't need a guide. MT, Terence, it's been fascinating. I think we could probably go on for another few hours if we had time. The Archaic Revival 169 TM, it's a pleasure to talk with you about this. I like to have these ideas get out. I think it's important that we discuss all this in a way that is only now becoming possible because of the situation in the 1960s. Now we need to shed all that and look back and look forward and try to make a mature judgment for our culture based on the facts of the matter. MT, thank you for being with us, Terence. TM, thank you. The Voynich manuscript. The Voynich manuscript has been called the most mysterious manuscript in the world. Dating at least to 1586, the manuscript is written in a language of which no other example is known to exist. It is an alphabetic script, but of an alphabet variously reckoned to have from 19 to 28 letters, none of which bear any relationship to any English or European letter system. The manuscript is small, 7 by 10 inches, but thick, nearly 170 pages. It is closely written in a free-running hand and copiously illustrated with bizarre line drawings that have been watercolored, drawings of plants, drawings of little naked ladies appearing to take showers in a strange system of plumbing, variously identified as organs of the body or a primitive set of fountains, and astrological drawings or what have been interpreted as astrological drawings. Since the Voynich manuscript is at the Bain Eck Rare Book Room at Yale, it is accessible to any serious scholar. The most mysterious manuscript, edited by Robert Brumbaugh, reproduces a number of the folios from the manuscript that readily convey the weirdness of it all. It is quite unearthly and does not fit into the context of late medieval alchemical manuscripts or late medieval manuscripts of any other kind. The known facts about the manuscript are few. Historically, it first appears in 1586 at the court of Rudolph II of Bohemia, who was one of the most eccentric European monarchs of that or any other period. Rudolph collected dwarfs and had a regiment of giants in his army. Portions of this article appeared as a book review in Gnosis, No. 7, Spring 1988. The Archaic Revival 173 was surrounded by astrologers, and he was fascinated by games and codes and music. He was typical of the occult-oriented, Protestant noblemen of this period and epitomized the liberated Northern European prince. He was a patron of alchemy and supported the printing of alchemical literature. The Rosicrucian conspiracy, about which I will say more later, was being quietly fomented during this same period. To Rudolph's court came an unknown person who sold this manuscript to the king for 300 gold ducats, which, translated into modern monetary units, is about $14,000. This is an astonishing amount of money to have paid for a manuscript at that time, which indicates that the emperor must have been highly impressed by it. Accompanying the manuscript was a letter that stated that it was the work of the Englishman Roger Bacon, who flourished in the 13th century and who was a noted pre-Copernican astronomer. Prague, where Emperor Rudolf held his court, was a hotbed of alchemists who esteemed the reputation of Roger Bacon. Only 2 years before the appearance of the Voynich manuscript, John Dee, the great English navigator, astrologer, magician, intelligence agent, and occultist, had lectured in Prague on Bacon. John Dee had an unexpectedly long stay in Prague because his companion, Edward Kelly, had publicly claimed to be able to perform the alchemical opus, and the emperor more or less placed the pair under house arrest and asked them to perform the opus for him as a favor for his generous patronage. When they were unable to produce, Dee was able to talk his way out of it, since it was Kelly who had made the major claims. Kelly was detained and actually died when the slate roofing on a high parapet of the castle slid underneath his feet one moonlit night during a frantic bid for freedom, making him one of alchemy's rare martyrs. I shall demonstrate directly why the relationship between Dee, Kelly, and Rudolf has direct bearing on the mystery of the Voynich manuscript, for it is my opinion that Dee was involved in its sale. Today the Voynich manuscript is still accompanied by the letter that attributes it to Roger Bacon. Rudolf's best astrologers and cryptographers could make nothing out of the manuscript. It entered a vast collection of weird artifacts and curiosities that Rudolf had gathered together from all over the world that were dispersed to diverse people after his death. The Voynich manuscript, because it contained botanical lust rations, passed to his botanist, a man named Marcisi. He kept it for 20 years, then it passed to an unnamed party who had it for another 20 years, bringing its history up to the 1620s. It then passed to Athanasius Kircher, who was one of the great polymaths of the mid-17th century. He was a Catholic intellectual and alchemist, and the first to systematically study artificial languages. We know of letters 174 Terence McKenna of his to various people asking about the Voynich manuscript, written before he obtained it. He was even sent small portions of it, reproduced, that he struggled over. But once he actually had the manuscript in his possession, his diaries are silent about it. 5 years after he acquired it, he published a universal study of artificial languages, which nowhere mentions the Voynich manuscript. Kircher decided to become a Jesuit in about 1660 and had to give away all of his worldly goods. He gave his library to a Jesuit seminary south of Rome, and among his books was the Voynich manuscript. It sat on a shelf in the seminary for over 250 years, until Alfred Voynich, a New York rare book dealer, bought the entire library on a trip to Europe in 1912. When Voynich got the library back to New York and sorted through it, he found among all the easily catalogued late Renaissance Italian theological material a peculiar, totally anomalous book. Even as late as the period from which we have the first historical record of the Voynich manuscript, the 1580s, the store of images in the European mind was very limited. There were only 10 or 15 herbals in circulation among the educated people of Europe at that time, and none of the Voynich images can be directly traced to any of these previously printed or circulated sources. Yet the biological sections of the Voynich manuscript contain over 120 drawings of plants. Likewise, the script itself has no antecedents, and it spawned no imitators. Codes from the early 16th century onward in Europe were all derived from the Stenographica of Johannes Trithemius, Bishop of Sponheim, an alchemist who wrote on the encipherment of secret messages. He had a limited number of methods, and no military, alchemical, religious, or political code was composed by any other means throughout a period that lasted well into the 17th century. Yet the Voynich manuscript does not appear to have any relationship to the codes derivative of Johannes Trithemius, Bishop of Sponheim. T shall now offer an explanation of why I think that John Dee is the obvious candidate for being the purveyor, if not the author, of the Voynich manuscript. First of all, Trithemius's book, the Stenographica, didn't circulate as a printed book until the 1580s, but it circulated in manuscript from about 1530 onward. When Dee visited the continent as a fairly young man, he recorded in his diary that he spent 3 days hand-copying the relevant chapters of a manuscript copy of the Stenographica that he was shown in Paris, so from very early in his intellectual life he was in possession of the Trethemian code-making machinery. The next important event in his life with regard to the Voynich manuscript, and one of the most puzzling events in the whole history of science, took place on an afternoon in July 1582. While in his study at Mortlake, John Dee was distracted by a brilliant light outside his window, the Archaic Revival 175 Tao, and stepped outside to receive from a creature he described as the angel Gabriel a polished lens of New World obsidian, which he described in his diary thenceforward as the shoe stone. He was able, by meditating on this stone, to induce visions and dialogues with spirits, but this ability seemed to fade in the months after he received the stone until a strange personage came into his life in the spring of 1584. This was Edward Kelly. Kelly was a much younger man than Dee, and Dee was married to a much younger woman, and Kelly was of the rascal type. In one account, he is even described as being earless, having had his ears removed for some petty crime in the provinces. He arrived at Dee's place in Mortlake, pop-eyed and breathless, with a wild story about how he had fallen asleep in a ransacked tomb in a monastery in Wales. When he awakened, he found beneath him in the tomb a vial of red powder that was the transformative elixir, and a book in an undecipherable language that he called the Gospel of St. Dunstable. Kelly claimed that he had been told in the village nearby that this book was in ciphered Welsh. We /ally hear no more in anybody's diaries of the Gospel of St. Dunstable. However, Arthur Dee, the son of John Dee, writing some 30 years later and reminiscing about his father, said that from the time John Dee met Kelly he spent a great deal of time trying to unravel a book covered all over with hieroglyphics. Perhaps this is the Gospel of St. Dunstable, and perhaps the Gospel of St. Dunstable and the Voynich manuscript are one and the same. In any case, Kelly's entree to Dee was the undecipherable manuscript and the alchemical potion. Kelly quickly learned from his conversations with Dee the story of the shoe stone, and together they set up a séance during which Kelly proved himself to be a very adept seer of the stone. From the very first instance, he could describe vast theatrical undertakings and speak all the parts of the characters. The shoe stone is in the British Museum, where one can see it today. John Dee's meeting with Edward Kelly began a new period in Dee's diaries. They were published in 1658 by Merrick K. Saban as a true and faithful relation, etc. In the series of entries that span the next 10 years, there are recorded hundreds of spirit conversations, including the delivery to Dee and Kelly of an angelic language called Enochian, composed of non-English letters, but which computer analysis has recently shown to have a curious grammatical relationship to English. Over 4,000 words are known in Enochian, transmitted by the ghostly apparitions that Kelly channeled to Dee. Some of the messages were theol or political in nature and came to the two as they traveled about Europe visiting such places as the court of Rudolph. They were respon for spreading the fame of the alchemist Roger Bacon, which laid the 176 Terence McKenna public relations groundwork for sale of the Voynich manuscript at a high premium. The manuscript, which would have been written in the 13th century if it were by Roger Bacon, definitely shows all the physical signs of a 16th century origin. I estimate it was written sometime around 1540, indicating that Kelly obtained it somewhere. If Kelly wrote it himself, it would have to have been done later, as late as the early 1580s. If Dee actually wrote it, then it should be possible to determine this by comparing it to his other writings. The several groups that have studied the Voynich manuscript have not been familiar with the large amounts of encrypted material in John Dee's diaries. There are over 92 pages of strings of numbers and letters. If the method of encryption utilized by Dee could be related in some way to the encoding of the Voynich material, the problem of its authorship would be solved. During the height of his creativity, Dee wrote a strange book called the Hieroglyphic Monad, Monas Hieroglyphicam, containing 36 quasi-geometric theorems. This book hints at some kind of mystical doctrine yet remains utterly obscure. In the early 1580s it circulated in manuscript form, and it was printed a few years later. In 1604, and again in 1608, the primary Rosicrucian documents, the Fama and the Confessio, were anonymously circulated in Europe. They came out of nowhere, broadsheets distributed in the middle of the night from street corners. They said, "We are a secret society and who we are ye may not know, but if you're ready you'll be contacted and asked to join." Robert Flood, the heir of the D tradition in English occultism and science, practically put out an advertisement saying, "If I am not good enough, nobody's good enough. Why haven't you people contacted me?" The fact is that the Rosicrucians, meaning the authors of the Fama and the Confessio, never contacted anybody. Their claim was basically fraudulent, that the tomb of Christian Rosencrantz, a great knight who had gone on the last crusade in the 14th century, had been discovered. This was rather like harking back to Roger Bacon, invoking a mythical personage who had lived 2 centuries previously. Inside the tomb there were said to have been alchemical books with a quasi-political overtone, definitely favoring the court of Frederick V, the Elector Palatine. All this was disseminated as gospel in a kind of alchemical Protestant revival. Curiously, these texts, the Fama and the Confessio, had many doctrinal similarities to Dee's hieroglyphic monad, so that it appears that Dee's earlier work was used as the model for the Rosicrucian broadsheets by their authors. Though these authors were unnamed, I suspect the Bohemian alchemist Johannes Andrea and fellow alchemist Michael Mayer were old enough to have been involved in Dee's earlier visits to Prague and to have been at the peak of Barney the Archaic Revival 177 their intellectual powers when the episode of the Winter King and Queen occurred in 1620 and briefly brought Frederick the Elector and his wife to Prague as alchemical rulers. Dee died an old and broken-hearted man under the reign of James I in 1608, many years after the sale of the Voynich manuscript. Dee had been the court astrologer of Elizabeth, a friend of Sir Philip Sidney, and the most educated man in England until James came to power. James had a horror of the whole magical side of the Elizabethan court. He didn't want astrologers around him. He was a rationalist, and his anti-Catholicism extended to a mistrust of the entire occult tradition. Previously I mentioned that when Rudolph died and his court fell into disarray, the Voynich manuscript passed to his botanist. The old emperor was dying at a great age, and was unquestionably mad as a damned hatter. Meanwhile, to the west of Prague, in Heidelberg, Frederick the Elector wed Elizabeth, the daughter of Dee's nemesis, James I of England. Frederick was everything a Protestant alchemical prince could hope to be: young, brilliant, scheming, and totally in command of his lords. Frederick took the king's decision to give his daughter's hand in marriage as tacit approval for Frederick's plan to establish a Protestant alchemical kingdom in Central Europe. Actually, James, being the plotting conservative that he was, had a far more Machiavellian purpose in wedding his daughter to Frederick. He also had it in his mind to wed one of his sons to a Spanish Catholic Habsburg princess and was trying to steer a neutral course. When he realized that Frederick and Elizabeth had gone off to their court in Heidelberg to patronize alchemists and astrologers like Michael Mayer, Gerhard Dorn, and Johannes Andrea, James was much alarmed, but by that time it was too late to reverse his decision and he realized that Frederick was a wild card. When Rudolph finally did die, the princes of the Northern League gathered to choose his successor by secret ballot. Frederick won, and so in the late fall of 1619 he and Elizabeth transferred their court to Prague and ruled for one winter, until May of 1620. To provide historical context, recall that the Mayflower was setting sail that same year. By May, the Habsburgs had mounted an army and were able to crush the Winter Kingdom. In a sense, that incident can be seen as the opening shot of the 30 Years' War. One of the young French soldiers in the Habsburg army laying siege to the city was the 19-year-old René Descartes, who, under the influence of a dream he would have only a few months later, would mature into the great proponent of modern French materie_alism. Michael Mayer, one of the last great synthesizers of the late medieval alchemical vision, died in the siege of the city. Frederick was killed and Elizabeth fled into exile in The Hague for many years. The 178 Terence McKenna Voynich manuscript was forgotten. Modern times overtook Europe, and the secret of the manuscript drifted further and further into the past. The hope of establishing an alchemical political union in Central Europe was, in the context of what followed, the 30 Years' War and modern times, a channel where the river of history chose not to run. It was a path not taken, but had things turned out differently, for instance had the King of England been behind the Union wholeheartedly, events might have unraveled somewhat differently. My reconstruction of the unknown part of the story is this: when Dee and Kelly were entertaining Emperor Rudolph with tales of the alchemical prowess of Roger Bacon, they had the Voynich manuscript in mind. Either they wrote it or they had it with them. If they had it with them, the story becomes more interesting, because then perhaps they are not its authors. If they are its authors, then it merely reveals the grammatical deep structure of the deranged minds of two Elizabethan magicians and would explain to some degree why it has defied decipherment. If Dee and Kelly didn't write it, if they only had it in their possession, then the mystery continues. Where did they get it and what was it? It is true that Dee was under the patronage of the Earl of Northumberland, who, when Henry VIII broke with Rome, sacked English monasteries that had large repositories of Roger Bacon Materia.Ld's library at Mortlake was known to have 53 Baconian manuscripts, of which only 41 have survived into modern times. They now reside at the Bodleian Library at Oxford and at the British Museum. In the truly compendious A True and Faithful Relation, etc., Dee recorded the day-by-day seances with spirits as he and Kelly travelled all over Europe. In the very month that the emperor paid the 300 gold ducats for a manuscript, Dee recorded in his diary that he and Kelly received 300 gold ducats from a mysterious source. Some biographers have taken the position that Dee didn't believe in magic at all, and that he only posed as an occultist to conceal the fact that he was an intelligence agent for the British Crown. According to this interpretation, he was visiting the courts of Europe as an astrologer, necromancer, and alchemist, while actually encrypting very succinct military, strategic, and diplomatic information into letters, which he then sent home. Because he could cast the finest horoscope in Europe, he had an entree into the lives of nobility. Doubtless the truth lies somewhere in between. He was an agent of the British Crown, but he was also the finest flower of the medieval mind. He was used by Shakespeare as the model for Prospero in The Tempest, and was the model for Dr. Faustus in Christopher Marlowe's play of the same name. Smiley face, the Archaic Revival 179. Many careers have floundered on the basis of alleged decipherments of the Voynich manuscript. Some scholars have come forward with very bold claims. In the 1920s, William Romain Newbold, a classics scholar, a medievalist, and by all accounts a very brilliant man, announced that he had a complete decipherment of the Voynich manuscript. He claimed that the key was tiny shorthand strokes that were components of each letter in the manuscript, and he maintained that by staring through a magnifying loupe one could see that, encoded into each character, were the distorted remains of a Roman shorthand system that had been lost for 600 years. He produced astonishing decipherments of Roger Bacon-related material. His decoded passages dealt with student uprisings at Oxford at Christmas time in 1291, when riots between the Blackfriars and the town would not have been uncommon. The problem with all of this was that no one else could extract the same plain text using Professor Newbold's method. It involved so many choices from pools of letters at every given point along the way that one could demonstrate that hundreds of different messages could be extracted from the same passages. Newbold died a broken man, disgraced, his career shattered. He had gone too far, and the Voynich manuscript had claimed its first victim. The next person to propose a decipherment of the Voynich manuscript was Robert S. Brumbaugh, also of Yale University, and his decipherment is, in some ways, almost as puzzling as the encryption. He would have us believe that the Voynich manuscript says things like liquid Syrian matter, liquid matter, plus Syrian Sicilian, plus Syrian salt European Swedish Sicilian plus Syrian, plus Russian Asian Sicilian salt, liquid liquid Asian Italian Syrian salt, liquid Sicilian Italian plus Sicilian, plus salt, and so on. When his method was examined by others attempting to reproduce the same plain text, they got nowhere, and his effort has not been taken seriously. Another effort at decipherment, which is minor, perhaps, in comparison to the other two, but which provides an interesting anecdote, was by a man named Strong at the University of California at San Diego. He claimed decipherment of certain of the labels of the Voynich manuscript's illustrations. When Paul Lee formed a working group to look into the manuscript, Dr. Strong was one of the people they wanted to interview, and a member of the group who is a friend of mine, Ralph Abraham, a mathematician at the University of California at Santa Cruz, had photostats made of certain folios of the Voynich manuscript. He sent these folios along with very detailed letters to Strong with questions such as, "It is alleged that on folio 9b you translated a certain word as uterus. Here is a photostat of folio 9b, please circle the word you translated." Strong's secretary wrote Ralph back saying that Strong was very 180 Terence McKenna old, in his 90s, and he didn't feel he could compose a letter to address all these questions, but that if Ralph would come to San Diego he would satisfy him completely. That was a Thursday. Ralph got a reservation to fly down on the following Monday. Sunday night the secretary called to say that Dr. Strong had died of a heart attack that evening. The Voynich manuscript has bedeviled people's careers, and people who have claimed to understand it have died with the secret untransmitted to the rest of us. The United States government intelligence community has spent a fair bit of time looking into the Voynich manuscript, simply because it is unheard of that a 16th century manuscript should resist decipherment by modern methods. The single most interesting writing about the Voynich manuscript is a Department of Commerce publication called The Voynich Manuscript, An Elegant Enigma, by Mary D'Ampirio. It is a collation of everything known about the manuscript, commissioned by the United States government. Many interesting facts have been established, and there is hope that the manuscript may eventually be deciphered. Computer analysis of the handwriting shows that two hands are involved. Does this mean it was written by D and Kelly? If so, can we get a better idea of their role in its creation by comparing the handwriting in the manuscript with that of D and Kelly? D'Ampirio discusses many magical alphabets, many different forms of shorthand and specialized note-keeping scripts that were current in Europe throughout the Middle Ages. None of them look particularly like the Voynich script. Ralph Abraham made a suggestion that the Voynich script had some relation to early Brahmanic number systems. He thought perhaps that it was a string of numbers that would have to be decoded and the resulting string further deciphered to extract the literal message. One possibility is that we moderns simply overrate the sophistication of our code-breaking machinery. Perhaps there are simple ways of encoding material that simply have not occurred to the CIA, and when the Voynich code is finally broken, the solution will prove trivial, but unexpected in some way. For instance, Ralph made the suggestion to me that grids with holes cut in them might have been used. When such a grid was laid over a page, it separated the message parts of the text from the nonsensical noise. If the grid changes from page to page and is completely irrational in the way that it changes, then no computer program imaginable could separate the plain text from the noise. A recursive formula could not deduce an ever-changing variable based on whim, and this would preclude any machine-oriented effort to decipher the manuscript. This grid method is well known, need. EPSAEE. OS hiding hashtag the Archaic Revival 184 message, embedding it in great amounts of garbled material. It would have appealed to the alchemical imagination of D or Kelly or any of their educated occult contemporaries. If this notion is the key, it may mean that somewhere there exist either the grids or the instructions for building them. In the summation of her book, D'Ampirio suggests ideas for further research. The Voynich manuscript has never been physically analyzed, which would settle once and for all at least the century of its origin. The libraries of the world should be searched for other examples of Voynich script. After all, are we really sure that there's no other extant example of this strange writing? Computer analysis, the approach of the Santa Cruz group, could settle on a standard alphabet for the manuscript and then catalog every character, the number of times it occurs, and in what combinations it occurs with other characters. From this data a preliminary grammar might be deduced. None of the illustrations have ever been satisfactorily interpreted. What are called the astrological illustrations are only nominally astrological. They seem to have stars and circles in them, but otherwise they are not particularly referent to the sky. The so-called pharmaceutical secession, which depicts little canisters and strange little naked women bathing in curious, convoluted plumbing, could be anything an obscure form of Central German hydrotherapy, or the doodlings of a deranged imagination. When you only have one of something, it is quite difficult to place it in the correct context of cultural history, especially since there was a lot of secrecy in this period, faking of manuscripts and spurious attributions, use of secret cover languages, communication in secret codes, plotting of secret societies. If my analysis of the Voynich manuscript as the product of D. and Kelly has seemed too facile, let me assure my reader that it is, and that not all the facts are covered by this theory. What fascinates me most about the Voynich manuscript, above and beyond a historical puzzle and above and beyond how interesting it would be to know what it actually says, is the idea of an unreadable book. It is a kind of Borgesian concept that there must be, somewhere, an unreadable book, and perhaps this is it. The unreadable book hints at the idea that the world is information. We have cognizance of the world by ordering all the information we come upon in relation to information that we have already accumulated through patterns. An unreadable book in a non-English script, with no dictionary attached, is very puzzling. We become like linguistic oysters, we secrete around it, we insist it into our metaphysic. But we don't know what it says, which always carries with it the possibility that it says something that would unhinge our conceptions of things or that its real message is its unreadability. It points to the otherness of the nature of information, and is what is called instructie befa reaciatet cseaeet vide 182 Terence McKenna Duralism a limit text. Certainly the Voynich manuscript is the limit text of Western occultism. It is truly an occult book, one that no one can read. It is a making literal of the mythical book in H.P. Lovecraft's work The Necronomicon, the writings of the mad Arab, Alhazred. In fact, Colin Wilson, in his book The Philosopher's Stone, connects the Voynich manuscript to the Necronomicon and the shoe stone used for scrying by D with the Philosopher's Stone. Oh, and there the matter rested until 1987, and might have rested forever but for the questing curiosity of one man. Enter Dr. Leo Levitov, author of Solution of the Voynich manuscript, a man who claims a complete understanding of the dynamics of Voynich and translation of the manuscript. He gives us the good news in his subtitle, A Liturgical Manual for the Endura Rite of the Kathari Heresy, the Cult of Isis. Levitov's thesis is that the Voynich is nothing less than the only surviving primary document of the great heresy that arose in Italy and flourished in Languedoc until ruthlessly exterminated by the Albigensian Crusade in the 1230s. Very little is known about the beliefs of the Catharite faith, and all the knowledge we do have of it is second-hand, obtained from the records of the Inquisition, whose task was the destruction of Cathar Society. Levitov's translation, if substantiated, would throw new light on the puzzling rise and extermination of the greatest heretical challenge that the Roman Church ever faced. There are a number of problems with Levitov's notions, but there are also triumphs. He makes several startling claims that he supports very well. The little women in the baths who puzzled so many are for Levitov a Cathar sacrament, the endura, or death by venesection, cutting a vein in order to bleed to death in a warm bath. The plant drawings that refuse to resolve themselves into botanically identifiable species are no problem for Levitov. Actually, there is not a single so-called botanical illustration that does not contain some Kathari symbol or Isis symbol. The astrological drawings are likewise easy to deal with. The innumerable stars are representative of the stars in Isis' mantle. Levitov's strong hand is translation. He asserts that the reason it has been so difficult to decipher the Voynich manuscript is that it is not encrypted at all, but merely written in a special script, and is an adaptation of a polyglot oral tongue into a literary language which would be understandable to people who did not understand Latin and to whom this language could be read. Specifically, a highly polyglot form of medieval Flemish with a large number of Old French and Old High German loan words. Good. So now we know. The Archaic Revival 183 where there is danger for Leviathan is in the contents of the translated material. Leviathan freely admits that he is convinced from his translation that Catharism is a religion of Isis, a religion of the great goddess. Apparently he is alone in this belief, although A.E. Waite says in his discussion of the Cathars and the Holy Grail, 1961, the Grail mythos is like the veil of Isis, which no man can raise rather than tolerate the suggestion that these nightmare faiths are behind it. Save for Waite's lucky turn of phrase, no commentator, ancient or modern, has ever breathed a word concerning Isis in connection with the Cathars. At one point the Cathars became a focus of latter-day occultists, but not even their literature mentioned Isis. Leviathan is almost casual in his presentation of his work, questioning at one point whether now that he has figured out how to translate the manuscript, it is worth actually doing. A complete translation of the more than 200 pages waits in the wings, a long, arduous, and possibly unrewarding task. For Leviathan the problem seemed to be one of solving the language problem, but larger problems are now raised if in fact the Voynich is to be seen as a primary source showing the Cathars to be not Adal as we have come to think of them. Students of Gnosticism, paganism, and the goddess will all have to digest this new slant on the role of the Cathars. As for what the manuscript actually says, it is a gloomy and tepitative work, made partly so by Leviathan's decision to present it in a rather raw state, as its sense requires scholarly interpretation. At its most lyrical the translation is quite interesting. The person who is knowledgeable about aid, knows there is only one way to treat agonizing pain. He treats each one by putting them through the endura. It is the one way that helps death. Not everyone knows how to assist the one with pain. The one who is with death, and does not die will have pain. But those who have such pain of death, need his help. He understands the need. He is also aware that the person who needs help does not know that he needs it. We all know that every one of them needs help and each of us will be available to help. The passage refers to the Cathar sacrament for the dying, a form of euthanasia in which pious Cathars were helped to die by specially trained Archaic. Leviathan mentions extensive personal research into the Cathar Ma'urgel, but cites none of it. I cannot tell if he was aware of H. J. Warner's Albigensian heresy or W. L. Wakefield's heresy, crusade, and opposition in southern France. He states that the Vuiric manuscript is the primary Catharite document in existence. However, A.E. Waite in IATI Cheyenne NSEL FB 184 Terence McKenna his Holy Grail mentions, there is fortunately one fragmentary record of Albigensian belief which has survived. I refer to the Cathar Ritual of Lions which is now well known, having been published in 1898 by Mr. F. C. Coney Beer. Waite goes on to mention that part of the Lions Codex contains certain prayers for the dying. The codex is in the Langue d'Oc. Does it resemble the Voynich material? We are not told. If Leviathan is right, we moderns simply overrated the sophistication of our code-breaking machinery and overlooked the possibility that the manuscript was not in code at all. Leviathan fails to mention the physical manuscript. Yet it seems obvious that one of the first steps that should be taken would be to attempt to confirm the 13th century origin date for the manuscript. If the manuscript was written before 1250, then it is older than was claimed by even the adherents of the Roger Bacon theory of its authorship. Surely it should be possible to determine whether the manuscript was written in the 13th or the 16th century. If it was a product of the 13th century, then my own efforts to see the hand of John Dee in its composition are immediately rendered futile, although it is still quite possible that Dee was involved in the manuscript's finding its way to Rudolph's court. Until Leviathan, most scholars have been confident in placing the origin of the manuscript in the early 15th century. Therefore, Leo Levitov is to be congratulated. He has made a persuasive case and remained modest doing it. Now we need to hear from the experts, the medievalists, linguists, and scholars of heresy, for it will be through the consensus and judgment of the community of scholars that Levitov's claim to have translated the world's most mysterious manuscript will stand or fall. Wasson's literary precursors. Here can be no doubt that the modern era of ethnomycology begins with the work of Gordon and Valentina Wasson. The late Mr. Wasson is the Abraham of the reborn awareness in Western civilization of the presence of the shamanically empowering mushroom. Yet, like all great innovative thinkers, the Wassons had their precursors. Before the Wassons there were those who had stumbled onto an awareness of the visionary potential of fungi. Their experiences, their findings, did not become a cause célèbre or an academic discipline. Many simply chose to keep secret what they had discovered, a sensible response to Western society's long-standing bias against these mushrooms, which was reinforced by frightening reports of mushroom intoxication that never acknowledged anything salutary about the experience. A good example, set down in Science, September 18, 1914, is by A. E. Merrill of Yale University. Merrill described the hallucinogenic effects of an accidental ingestion of Panaeolus papilionaceus from Oxford County, Maine. Although the identification of the mushroom may have been in error, the effects described are very likely due to psilocybin. Robert Graves has offered a summary of the incident in his Food for Centaurs. Mr. W. gathered about a pound of Panaeolus papilionaceus mushrooms, and fried them in butter for himself and his niece. The immediate effect was that both felt a bit tipsy, and soon their surroundings seemed to take on bright colors, in which a vivid green predominated. Next, both XBBRRRPPPOE. A shortened version of this essay first appeared in The Divine Mushroom Seeker, a Festschrift for Gordon Wessiam's Posse by Tom E. published by Dioscorides Press, 1990. And 7. The Archaic Revival 187 wrenched an irresistible impulse to run and jump, which they did hilariously, laughing almost to the point of hysteria at the witty remarks they exchanged. When they left the house to take a walk, they lost all sense of time. A long period seemed short, and contrariwise, the same with distances. Wallpaper patterns appeared to creep and crawl about, though at first remaining two-dimensional, then began to grow out toward him from the walls with uncanny motions. He looked at a bunch of large red roses, all of one kind, which lay on the table, and at another on a writing desk. At once the room seemed to fill with roses of various red colors and many sizes in lavish bunches, wreaths, and chains. Feeling a sudden rush of blood to his head, he lay down. Then followed an illusion of countless hideous faces of every sort and extending in multitudes over endless distances, all grimacing at him rapidly and horribly, and colored like fireworks, intense reds, purples, greens, and yellows. 1960, pages 277-78. It would be difficult indeed for any voluntary user of hallucinogenic fungi to openly defend such effects as desirable, even for artistic inspiration. Instead, the inclination was for the mushroom cognoscenti to keep silent. Yet some, it appears, found a way to safely publicize their personal familiarity with psychoactive mushrooms, by disguising it as literary fiction. It is useful for us now, in the expanded intellectual arena that ethnomycology has created for itself, to examine those brave futurists of the past who anticipated what Gordon Wasson made explicit, that is, the presence of an awesome spiritual power resident in the visionary fungi, resident in psilocybin. The Wassons acknowledged a few of these literary precursors in mushrooms, Russia and history. One was Lewis Carroll, whose 1865 masterpiece Alice's Adventures in Wonderland includes an interesting scene in which Alice eats pieces of a mushroom that causes her to alternately shrink and grow. The Wassons observed, all of Alice's subsequent distortions, softened by the loving irony of Lewis Carroll's imagination, retain the flavor of mushroomic hallucinations. Is there not something uncanny about the injection of this mushroom into Alice's story? What led the quiet Oxford Don to hit on a device so felicitous, but at the same time sinister for the initiated readers, when he launched his maiden on her way? Did he dredge up this curious specimen of wondrous and even fearsome lore from some deep well of half-conscious folk knowledge? 1957, pages 194 to 195, the possibility that Carroll may have drawn on a personal experience with Pachisi re seance is not acknowledged ieic, a 188 Terence McKenna Wassons. Instead they proceed to develop convincingly their thesis that he got his inspiration from a different source, Mordecai Cook's plain and easy account of British fungi, 1862. This book included what the Wassons call horrifying accounts of the Amanita-eating Korjaks of Siberia, who, upon eating this mushroom, Amanita muscaria, experienced erroneous impressions of size and distance among other psychoactive effects. Interestingly, the Wassons ignored a significant piece of evidence that strengthens the case for their thesis considerably. It is found in the beginning of the scene in which Alice encounters the magical mushroom. There was a large mushroom growing near her, about the same height as herself, and, when she had looked under it, and on both sides of it, and behind it, it occurred to her that she might as well look and see what was on the top of it. She stretched herself up on tiptoe, and peeped over the edge of the mushroom, and her eyes immediately met those of a large blue caterpillar, that was sitting on the top, with its arms folded, quietly smoking a long hookah, and taking not the smallest notice of her or of anything else. Carroll, 1960, p. 66, at the time the Wassons wrote Mushrooms, Russia and History they did not know of another, more relevant book by Mordecai Cook, The Seven Sisters of Sleep, 1852, which discuss 7 major varieties of psychoactive substances. Included among them are both Amanita muscaria and cannabis, united by Carroll in one striking image of a hookah-smoking caterpillar perched on a mushroom with magical properties. Also in Mushrooms, Russia and History, the Wassons acknowledged an interesting psychoactive mushroom story written by H. G. Wells in the late 19th century. The Purple Pileus tells the ostensibly fictional tale of one Mr. Coombs, a meek, henpecked man who tries to kill himself by eating what he thinks to be a poisonous mushroom he finds in the forest. This mushroom, writes Wells, is a peculiarly poisonous-looking purple, slimy, shiny, and emitting a sour odor, 1966, pages 191 to 200. When broken by Coombs, its creamy white inner flesh changes like magic in the space of 10 seconds to a yellowish-green color. Its taste is so pungent he almost spits it out. Within minutes, his pulse starts to race and he feels a tingling sensation in his fingertips and toes. Then, before he can pick more purple pili from a cluster he sees in the DGHs, Ian's The Archaic Revival 189 hours, transforming him into a veritable lion. He rushes home, gaily singing and dancing, to confront his wife. His eyes as he enters the house are described as unnaturally large and bright. After frightening off his wife's boyfriend and earning her lasting respect, he falls into a deep and healing sleep. The Wassons make it clear, in their analysis of Wells's story, that Coombs had not eaten Amanita muscaria. Instead, they conclude, Wells had filled out the necessities of a given plot by inventing the needed mushroom, 1957, pages 50 to 51. They do not suggest, and apparently never considered, that Wells's Purple Pileus may have been a thinly disguised psilocybe mushroom. Like psilocybe, it changes color when broken, has a markedly pungent taste when eaten fresh, often grows in clusters, quickly causes profound psychological and somatic effects, including dilation of the pupils, and induces deep sleep as an after effect. Also worth noting is that Wasson later, in 1978, made much of a psychoactive fungus's purple color in The Road to Eleusis, unveiling the secret of the mysteries, where he and co-authors Albert Hoffman and Carl A. P. Ruck argued convincingly that the sacramental drink imbibed at Eleusis contained the psychoactive fungus Claviceps purpurea. According to them, the purple color of the vestments of the priests who conducted the mysteries was identical to, and therefore emblematic of, this fungus, which grows throughout Europe. Could Wells have been personally familiar with the effects of psilocybe, claviceps, or some other species of hallucinogenic mushroom? Certain others of his stories seem to resonate with insights that may well have been derived from such experience. In the Platter story, for example, the title character finds himself transported to an eerie, hallucinatory otherworld with a green sun, where the left and right side of his body are transposed. The green illumination is consistent with the previously cited experience of Graves' Mr. W., whose surroundings seemed to take on bright colors, in which a vivid green predominated when he ate what were reported to be Panaeolus papilionaceus mushrooms. The transposition of Plattner's body reminds one of Alice's adventures through the looking glass. Since mirrors cause a similar transposition, modern theories are that hallucinogens shift emphasis from left to right brain thinking. Of equal interest, this other world coexists with ours and is accessible to us when our perceptions are enhanced. It seems quite possible, wrote Wells, that people with unusually keen eyesight may occasionally catch a glimpse of this strange other world about us. 1966, pages 141 to 157. Another Wells story, The New Accelerator, tells of Aman who takes a drug that speeds his metabolism to such a degree that the world around him appears to be standing still. The impression stopping the world is another effect that occurs with hallucinogens. Wells compares it instead to the effect of nitrous oxide. UI 190. Terence McKenna know that blank non-existence into which one drops when one has taken gas, says his protagonist. For an indefinite interval it was like that, pages 165 to 176. The possibility that Wells experienced psychoactive substances is therefore compelling. An even stronger case can be made for Wells's contemporary John Uri Lloyd, who almost certainly had personal awareness of the psychoactivity of psilocybin-containing mushrooms. The first publication date of his cryptodiscourse on psilocybin, AudioBook, is 1895, nearly 60 years before the Watsons' first trip to Huautla. There is ample evidence, both circumstantial and prima facie, that Lloyd had experienced intoxication by psilocybin. Lloyd was a fin de siècle character, both a competent pharmaceutical chemist and a man with a passion for occult literature and speculation. According to Neil Wilgass, author of the introduction to both later editions of AudioBook, 1976, 1978, Lloyd was born in West Bloomfield, New York, on April 19, 1849, the eldest son of a civil engineer and a descendant of Governor John Webster of Massachusetts. His family moved to Kentucky and then to Cincinnati. It was there, at the age of 15, that John Uri Lloyd began to learn the drug trade. He became the laboratory manager of a drug firm and later became a partner in the company. Lloyd and his brothers published a quarterly journal, Drugs and Medicines of North America. Later he was to participate in the establishment of the Lloyd Library of Botany and Pharmacy. To this day, in the field of phytochemistry, the preeminence of the journal Lloydia is a testament to the Lloyd brothers' passion for pharmacology and pharmacognosy. John Uri's brother, Curtis Gates Lloyd, is described by one source as one of the leading fungi botanists of his time. C.G. Lloyd made extensive collections of fungi in the Gulf states and the Deep South. There can be little doubt that if a mushroom species such as Stropharia cubensis was present then in those places with even a fraction of the frequency that it is encountered today, then Curtis Gates Lloyd would have collected and been familiar with it. Lloyd's specimen collections deposited with the Smithsonian number several thousands. Perhaps an examination of those collections would yield specimens of psychoactive fungi and field notes concerning them. In any case, it seems clear that John Uri Lloyd's bizarre Hollow Earth novel AudioBook was for him a kind of labyrinth at whose center he wished to place the apotheosis that he had personally experienced in his have listed all known editions of Lloyd's AudioBook in the bibliography to this book. The introduction by Neil Wilgass, titled The Pharmaceutical Alchemist, that accompanies both later editions is scholarly and informative and discusses the psychedelic interests of Lloyd. The Archaic Revival 191 own peregrinations in the realm of gigantic fungi. For 41 pages, From page 235 to page 276 in the 1895, privately printed author's edition, Lloyd raves. He gives us not only his encounter with the anagrammatic mother goddess Edidorpa, she is Aphrodite backward, but a theory of time that bears the unmistakable imprint of the mushroom philosophy. At the end of 7 chapters devoted to a classic psychopompic initiation via visionary fungi, Lloyd places a footnote that lets the cat out of the bag. If, in the course of experimentation, a chemist should strike upon a compound that in traces only would subject his mind and drive his pen to record such seemingly extravagant ideas as are found in the hallucinations herein pictured, or to frame word sentences foreign to normal conditions, and beyond his natural ability, and yet could he not know the end of such a drug, would it not be his duty to bury the discovery from others, to cover from mankind the existence of such a noxious fruit of the chemist's or pharmaceutist's art? To sip once or twice of such a potent liquid, and then to write lines that tell the story of its power may do no harm to an individual on his guard, but mankind in common should never possess such a penetrating essence. Introduce such an intoxicant, and start it to ferment in humanity's blood, and it may spread from soul to soul, until, before the world is advised of its possible results, the ever-increasing potency will gain such headway as to destroy, or debase, our civilization, and even to exterminate mankind. 1895, p. 276, and what are the extravagant ideas and hallucinations of which John Uri Lloyd wishes to speak? At the close of chapter 23, the hero of Edidorpa is told to drink the juice of a peculiar fungus. Our hero's guide minces no words, he spoke the single word, drink, and I did as directed. The following 3 chapters are a virtual monologue on the methods of intoxication known to humanity worldwide and throughout history. The horror of inebriation and addiction is graphically depicted and reaches a climax in chapter 39, among the drunkards. If these chapters are the obligatory hell experience of 19th century drug reportage, then chapter 40 is the paradisiacal apotheosis. It is also the climax of the book and contains the incident in which the hero confronts Edidorpa. Indeed, J. Augustus Knapp's beautiful etching of her is EED into this chapter. Her appearance and retinue sets off a cascade of, and psychedelic, Victorian prose. Could any man from the data of my past experiences have predicted such a scene? Never before had the semblance of a woman appeared, never before had an intimation been given that the gentle sex existed in Ia. * 192 Terence McKenna. These silent chambers. Now, from the grotesque figures and horrible cries of the former occupants of this same cavern, the scene had changed to a conception of the beautiful and artistic, such as a poetic spirit might evolve in an extravagant dream of higher fairyland. One glanced above, the great hall was clothed in brilliant colors, the bare rocks had disappeared, the dome of that vast arch, reaching to an immeasurable height, was decorated in all the colors of the rainbow. Flags and streamers fluttered in breezes that also moved the garments of the angelic throng about me, but which I could not sense. The band of spirits or fairy forms reached the rock at my feet, but I did not know how long a time they consumed in doing this. It may have been a second, and it may have been an eternity. Neither did I care. A single moment of existence such as I experienced, seemed worth an age of any other pleasure. 1895, p. 253, the appearance of the goddess is quickly followed by re-establishment of the theme of suffering and terror as the hero imagines himself lost and wandering for days in an arid wasteland, at first tormented by the sun, later frozen by its absence. As this hallucination fades, the eye scene dissolved, the enveloped frozen form of myself faded from view, the sand shrunk into nothingness, and with my natural body, and in normal condition, I found myself back in the earth cavern, on my knees, beside the curious inverted fungus, of which fruit I had eaten in obedience to my guide's directions. 1895, p. 270, at the beginning of chapter 42 the hero argues with his guide concerning the nature of what he has just experienced. The psychopomp speaks first, You ate of the narcotic fungus, you have been intoxicated. They've not, I retorted. I have been through your accursed caverns and into hell beyond. I have been consumed by eternal damnation in the journey, have experienced a heaven of delight, and also an eternity of misery. Upon the contrary, the time that has passed since you drank the liquid contents of that fungus fruit has only been that which permitted you to fall upon your knees. You swallowed the liquor when I handed you the shell cup, you dropped upon your knees and then instantly awoke. See, he said, Reagent Irene Catscnsol Etter A. The Archaic Revival 193 been annihilated. Under the influence of this potent earth-bred narcotoi intoxicant, your dream began inside of eternity, you did not pass into it. LS 1895, pages 272 to 273, by these passages are more than sufficient to convince the open if minded reader that John Uri Lloyd, 19th century savant, pharmacist, occultist, and author, had discovered the consciousness-expanding properties of psilocybin mushrooms, experienced them, and then decided to suppress his discovery. Given Lloyd's obvious ambiguity toward the visionary state, evinced by his diatribes against intoxication, and his Jove of wordplay, evinced by his reversing the letters in the name Aphrodite to create the title of his masterpiece, I am emboldened to put forth evidence that argues that Lloyd had a particular species of mush, Rana Hercurtis, facing page 116 in the author's 1895 edition is a magnificent full-page illustration of the hero and his guide making their way through a forest of enormous mushrooms. The caption reads, "One was in a forest of colossal fungi." While examining this illustration and thinking about the letter reversal used to form the book's title, it occurred to me that perhaps the clue to the identity of the intoxicant that Lloyd was so certain to suppress might be hidden anagrammatically in the captions of the full-page illustrations. If such were the case, came the unbidden thought, then the following full-page illustration may have a caption that can be manipulated to give the name of the secret source of the intoxicant. That illustration, opposite page 130, again shows hero and guide, this time examining the face of a stony cliff of a crystalline mineral. The cap_shin reads, "Monstrous cubical crystals." Anagrammatic manipulation is unnecessary. Out of the caption the letter groups STRO cub jump out at anyone with any interest in ethnomycology. Stropharia cubensis is the species most likely to have been known to the botanical Lloyds. Does this mean that the mystery has been solved? That all the pieces neatly fall into place? Quite the contrary. Stropharia cubensis was supposedly not named until its discovery in Cuba by the botanist Earl in 1906. 9 years after the first publication of Editorpa. Are we dealing with an instance of prophetic vision, or an landishly improbable coincidence? Or would research show that the Lloyd brothers knew the work of Earl, knew even the name he would eventually propose for a new species of mushroom flourishing in the ES of the American South and the Caribbean islands? It is the kind that haunts research into the world of mycolatry, the kind of the Archaic Revival 198. Wasson's interest in Lloyd is a matter of record, though he never, to my knowledge, wrote about him in his books. There is a file at the Valentina and Gordon Wasson Ethnomycological Collection at Harvard's Botanical Museum where Wasson saved newspaper clippings, jetters, notes, and other information for a second edition of Mushrooms, Russia and History that never materialized. In this file is a letter from a Mr. Bernard Lentz dated May 16, 1957, recommending that Wasson read Editorpa. A copy of Wasson's reply, dated June 4, 1957, is also on file. It reads in part, "I shall try to look the matter up, when I have time." John Uri Lloyd, a well-known name. Years later, in his foreword to a bookseller's catalog, Wasson, 1979, wrote the following: "There is one item in it, the catalog, that interests me especially, Editorfa, Aphrodite spelled backwards, by J. U. Lloyd, a strange novel, or better a fantasy, first published in 1895, a novel that Michael Horowitz, the cataloger, rightly says was a psychoactive mushroom tale. Where did Lloyd's ideas come from? He must have read carefully Captain John G. Bork's Scatologic Rights of All Nations, published in 1891, that immense and amazing collection of scatological materials. Lloyd's mushrooms are clearly not Amanita muscaria. Did he possess a copy of that rarest of all entheogenic books, by the famous English mycologist M.C. Cook, The Seven Sisters of Sleep, a book that Cook never referred to in his later mycological writings? Here is indeed a manual of psychoactive drugs, published almost 120 years ago. Nor was it included in the bibliography of his writings published on his death. How did Lloyd hit on this mushroom fantasy? Is there latent in our society a memory of mushroom use, long ago, a subliminal memory that crops out in Lloyd's tale, also in Alice in Wonderland? The suggestive shapes and delicate changing colors of mushrooms, their sudden appearance and disappearance, the endless diversity in their odors, one for each species, all support a mushroom J mythology that is backed up, when one knows about it, by the calm-impelling entheogenic potency residing in some of them. 1979, p. 6, again, as with Carroll and Wells, Wasson failed to admit the possibility that Lloyd's insights were based on personal experience. But there did he rule it out. The matter thus remains to be resolved by a new Euro-narration of ethnomycologists or literary archaeologists. Finally, we turn to a work of the 20th century overlooked by Wasson. In the May 1915 issue of the Irish Ecclestical Record, a piece A.P. paired, written by an A. Newman, titled Monsieur Among the OMMS. This piece purports to be a non-fiction recollection of a person known to the author. Monsieur Among the Mushrooms was 196. Terence McKenna reprinted in 1917, one piece among many, in a book titled Unknown Immortals in the Northern City of Success by one Herbert Moore Pym, A.P. apparently a minor essayist and journalist of the time. Pym in his preface thanks the editors of the Irish Ecclestical Record for permission to reprint Monsieur, so we can be confident that Pym is A. Newman. While the mushrooms described in Monsieur are not overtly psychoactive, except, perhaps, as a fetish, the story is relevant to our discussion for being, 1. The record of a person with an appreciation of mushrooms on a cosmic scale, and, 2. The earliest known instance of a modern cult of mushroom users. Pym says in his preface, the original of Monsieur Among the Mushrooms is alive and prosperous. He is a perfectly amazing person, a man of considerable fortune, who has, I believe, been detained in an asylum on several occasions. He conducts a large business during the daytime, but he may be discovered at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, pouring forth a stream of brilliance, and holding men in the cold street against their will. His brain works with such rapidity that he has constructed a language of his own, by means of which only the absolutely essential thought is presented to the hearer. I have seen calm men whipped into fury when they found themselves simply swept off their feet in argument with my model. In Monsieur I have drawn him exactly as he exists, save in the matter of the physical description. Apart from that fact, there is nothing exaggerated, and the debate between Monsieur and the members of the committee is almost as true as a description of such a debate could be. There you see my model and his method, 1917, p. 604, Monsieur Among the Mushrooms is a recollection of a remarkable personality, we might say an obsessed personality, who has been committed to an asylum because of his unusual ideas concerning fungi. In the piece, Monsieur argues that he is sane before the release committee of the asylum in which he resides. But before that, Pym informs us of the remarkable philosophy and history of his model, as he calls him. Here it was that Monsieur learned how the mushroom might be persuaded to grow, and here it was that for many days he toiled unobserved, appropriately attired in black, with a light heart and a somewhat lightened purse. And in those first, fresh, active days he found time in the bibliography to this work. I have included citations for both instances in which Monsieur Among the Mushrooms was printed, since both are obscure and difficult to obtain. The 1915 version has extensive footnotes, which were dropped from the 1917 reprinting. Special deep thanks to Michael Horowitz of Flashback Books in Petaluma, California for calling my attention to the work of Herbert Moore Pym. 2 Pel RRAA at the Archaic Revival 197. Even to press his theory upon others as a physic to be received in small measures, while the giver retains something, if it even be the bottle. And so it came that, in a little while, there arose a respectful company of believers. How great, indeed, Monsieur would exclaim, is the mushroom, it has claimed the round world for its habitation, and when man rears his cities of stone it demands of him that even in the heart of cities it shall be given space to express itself in silence. There was the world itself to be considered. For presently it put its claw into its own stomach, where Monsieur and his disciples were digesting wisdom, and demanded to know the reason for an aesthetic appreciation of a commodity interesting only for its commercial value. 1915, p. 588, needless to say, a hearing was held, its conclusions foregone, and who can forget the genial and superior smile which rested upon the faces of his judges? The mushroom was the all-powerful exception. Just so. Who could doubt it? But for such as believed in it there had been made complete provision. But how, exclaimed Monsieur, shall one make progress in my investigation? He was assured with gentleness that, even though placed extramuros, he should have every facility, ample scope, and that, above all, he might hope to be well again. But to what end? He interrupted. In order, it was explained to him, that you may be in harmony with the majority. But the majority here are mushrooms. Man, their toy, is nowhere. It is he who is extramuros. 1915, p. 590, a virtual prisoner, Monsieur spends his days in the asylum conating the irony of his situation and ultimately hatches a plan of his asylum musings revolve around only one theme, with his knowledge of the mushroom he was all-powerful. Behind the material which witnessed to a supremely strong exception, there was the energy of mind that drove and guided, swept aside and conquered. And in the mushroom itself there was unity without contact. The mushroom 198 Terence McKenna fungus of the hair. There was that which, by its shape, clearly proved the existence of the brain. There was a form which made certain that the egg was the origin of that which it contained. There was the manifestation of that which generates. And there was a growth which appertained to the lower animals. There were many things besides, the star-like eyes, from which the sun and moon derived their radiance, the great masses of body and limb, the fingers and the features, the mouth that devoured. There was the warrior from whose wounds blood could flow. There was that which indicated the cellular structure of the human body, and indeed of all living things. And yet all this was incalculably strong, and all this was inexplicably united. 1915, p. 592, eventually Monsieur effects a daring, mushroom-assisted escape. Then we are told in a footnote, he lived for some time under the protection of the keeper of a plant nursery, who had become so enthusiastic a believer in the doctrine of the mushroom that he painted his glass houses with a black light excluding fluid, and cultivated the mushroom reverently. A primitive worship had already developed when Monsieur was restored to his followers. I have reason to believe that he prepared to encourage this, and, in some respects to modify it. But the world interfered. There is a journal before me which records frequent attacks upon the glass houses, and there are references to search parties from the asylum. I am enabled to trace the purchase of a sailing ship by the keeper of the plant nursery, and the embarkation of Monsieur and his followers upon this ship, the hold of which contained mushroom spore bricks. After that I have no reliable evidence. 1915, p. 605, aside from the early date of its composition, what makes Monsieur among the mushrooms so interesting is that it purports to be a factual account of a group of people, informed as to the transformative power of the mushroom and united around a leader and a set of cult practices. It is difficult to believe that Pym would have given such a central philosophical role to mushrooms had he not been aware of the six-cyanary experience imparted by psilocybin-containing species. Perhaps Pym had read AudioBook. The book was very popular in its time, having influenced no less a personage than Howard Phillips Lovecraft, the inventor of cosmic horror science fiction and the Cthulhu mythos. Lovecraft makes reference to Edidorpa in material contained in his selected letters and marginalia, noting for instance that his visit to the endless caverns in Virginia made him think above all else, of that strange old novel Cis es Panio Rei Omalosis. Equals of the Archaic Revival 199. Ultimately we are left with a number of unanswered questions. Who was the mysterious Monsieur and where and how did he discover the psychoactive properties of mushrooms? Was Monsieur actually Herbert Moore Pym himself? Are there other written records concerning this remarkable career? Into what asylum was Monsieur placed? What journals did Pym refer to as describing the attacks on the glass houses of Monsieur's benefactor? And finally, what became of Monsieur, his writings, and his disciples? All fascinating questions, answers to which would serve to illuminate the real status of awareness of psilocybin in the pre-Wasson era. Oh, finally we come to the notion of those precursors of Wasson who were his peers. For no one's thought grows in a world devoid of its self-reflections. The most apparent initiatory influence on Gordon Wasson in the matter of mushrooms was certainly his wife, partner, and co-discoverer Valentina. Suddenly, before I knew it, my bride threw down my hand roughly and ran up into the forest, with cries of ecstasy. She had seen toadstools growing, many kinds of toadstools. She had not seen the like since Russia, since 1917. She was in a delirium of excitement and began gathering them right and left in her shirt. From the path I called to her, admonished her not to gather them. They were toadstools, I said, they were poisonous. I acted the perfect Anglo-Saxon oaf confronting a wood nymph I had never before laid eyes on. Wasson et al., 1986, p. 17, I. Valentina and Gordon Wasson were influenced in the direction of ____ their mushroom studies by Robert Graves, quoted above. Graves discusses Wasson in a number of essays published together as Difficult Questions, Easy Answers. In one of these, The Two Births of Dionysus, Graves writes, Wasson began his career as a journalist without any university education, which may account for the preservation of his genius, became a Wall Street reporter, was taken over by J.P. Morgan & Co. as their press agent, and soon elevated to vice president when his extraordinary understanding of business became apparent. Similarly with his second profession, he began as an amateur mycologist and has since become the Ignal ton precedent for this was set by William James when he published a descript on severe attacks of melancholia attributed to someone else in Varieties of 200. Terence McKenna, edged founder of the huge, immensely important new science, ethnomycology. Whenever I pick up strange news of mushrooms, as often happens, I send it to him for filing. It had been a chance bit of information that I passed on to him in the early 50s that prompted him to investigate the mushroom oracles of Mexico. 1964, pages 108-9, Robert Graves' writings on mushrooms, poetry, and mythology deserve a wider audience. His thought runs in a parallel stream to that of Wasson, and each illuminates the other. Graves' food for centaurs and difficult questions, easy answers are rich with thought and imagery directed toward understanding the psychedelic experience. Graves' last sentence above is fascinating. It had been a chance bit of information that I passed on to him in the early 50s that prompted him to investigate the mushroom oracles of Mexico. Graves is casu ally referring to the pivotal incident in the re-emergence of Western civilization's discovery of visionary ecstasy through psilocybin. One can only wonder just where Robert Graves had picked up this chance bit of information. Quite by coincidence I ran across a passage in an unlikely source that may shed light on this. In discussing Sufi techniques of wordplay, Idris Shah in his book The Sufis makes the following comments: the Arabic word for a hallucinogenic fungus is from the root ghrb. Words derived from the ghre root indicate a knowledge of the strange influence of hallucinogenic fungi. 1964, p. 129, Shah goes on to quote from the Sufi ecstatic mast calendar. After analyzing the text, Shah concludes, the usages of these words, though not incorrect, are so unusual, because there is so often a conventional word more apt in such a context, that there is absolutely no doubt that a message is being conveyed to the effect that chemical hallucinogens derived from fungi provide an undeniable but counterfeit experience. 1964, p. 129, in the world of ethnomycology, the news of an Arabic or Sufi mushroom cult, ancient or modern, would be of great interest. Shah denies the possibility that Sufis used mushrooms, but his very denial is the first time I have heard such a thing suggested. The gentleman doth protest too much. Something in this reminded me of a passage in Graves' essay The Two Births of Dionysus mentioned above, wherein he explicitly mentions his own awareness of stropharia. 5. The Archaic Revival 201. 3. M. Wasson with his Russian wife, had made me aware that sticks for small sick mushroom growing on cow dung, possesses much the same properties, and whispered news comes to me that this was still used for sacred purposes in India where it grew on the dung of sacred cows. RLA, 1964, p. 107, d. It appears to me that Graves learned about mushrooms from Idris. Indeed, the introduction to Shah's book, The Sufis, is written by Art Graves. At one point Graves writes, I wrote to Idris Shah and he lied, 1964, p. 13, in another place he remarks, speaking of an Idris Shah Said has explained its symbolism to me, 1964, p. 15. Idris Shah Said happens to be in the senior male line of descent the Prophet Muhammad and to have inherited the secret mysteries the caliphs, his ancestors. He is, in fact, a grand sheikh of the Sufi. Here then is the place to leave this scholarly reminiscence, having earnestly but light-heartedly that our beloved Valentina and Wasson, when they went to Mexico in search of magic mush NS, may have been acting on a hint dropped to an Irish poet by a grandson of Mohammed. The Wassons thereby gave meaning to otherwise premature and incomprehensible discoveries of John Uri-Oid and Herbert Moore Pym. And more than all that, they thereby psilocybin to the modern world. Critique Interview B. It's a pleasure to be here with you again, Terence. We'd like to begin by asking you to tell us how you became interested in shamanism and the exploration of consciousness. TM, I discovered shamanism through an interest in Tibetan folk religion. Bonpo, the pre-Buddhist religion of Tibet, is a kind of shamanism. In going from the particular to the general with that concern, I studied shamanism as a general phenomenon. It all started out as an art historical interest in the pre-Buddhist iconography of Thangkas. DB, this was how long ago? TM, this was in '67, when I was just a sophomore in college. And the interest in altered states of consciousness came simply from, I don't know whether I was a precocious kid or what, but I was very early into the New York literary scene, and even though I lived in a small town in Colorado, I subscribed to the Village Voice and the Evergreen Review, where I encountered propaganda about LSD, mescaline, and all these experiments that the late beatniks were involved in. Then I read The Doors of Perception and Heaven and Hell, and it just rolled from there. That was what really put me over. I respected Huxley as a novelist, and I was slowly reading everything he'd ever written, and when I got to this interview by David J. Brown and Rebecca McClellan appeared in Critique, summer 1989. CN to Sacred Fire. Sigring YS, The Archaic Revival 205 Doors of Perception. One said to myself, there's something going on here for sure. DB, recently you personally addressed close to 2,000 people at the John Anson Ford Theater in Los Angeles. To what do you attribute your increasing popularity, and what role do you see yourself playing in the social sphere? TM, well, without being cynical, the main thing I attribute to my increasing popularity is better public relations. As far as what role I'll play, I don't know. I mean, I assume that anyone who has anything constructive to say about our relationship to chemical substances, natural and synthetic, is going to have a role to play, because this drug issue is going to loom larger and larger on the social agenda until we get some resolution of it, and by resolution I don't mean suppression or just saying no. I anticipate a new open-mindedness born of desperation on the part of the establishment. Drugs are part of the human experience, and ________ we have got to create a more sophisticated way of dealing with them than exhortations to abstinence, because that has failed. RM, you have said that the term New Age trivializes the significance of the next phase in human evolution and have referred instead to the emergence of an archaic revival. How do you differentiate between these two expressions? TM, the New Age is essentially humanistic psychology 80s style, with the addition of neo-shamanism, channeling, crystal and herbal healing, and this sort of thing. The archaic revival is a much larger, more global phenomenon that assumes that we are recovering the social forms of the late Neolithic, and the archaic revival reaches far back in the 20th century to Freud, to surrealism, to abstract _Zionism, even to a phenomenon like National Socialism, which is a _tiv force. But the stress on ritual, on organized activity, on race/ancestor _consciousness, these are themes that have been worked out throughout the entire 20th century, and the archaic revival is an expression of that. RM, in the book you wrote with your brother Dennis, The Invisible Landscape, and in recent lectures and workshops, you've spoken of a new model of time and your efforts to model the evolution of novelty based on the ancient Oriental system of divination, the I Ching. Can you briefly explain how you developed this model, and how an individual can utilize this system to modulate their own perspective on the NA of time? 206 Terence McKenna TM, it's not easily explained. If I were to give an extremely brief resume of it, would say that the new view of time is that time is holographic, fractal, and moves toward a definitive conclusion, rather than the historical model of time, which is open-ended, trendlessly fluctuating, and in practical terms endless. What's being proposed is a spiral model of history that sees history as a process actually leading toward a conclusion. But the details of it are fairly complex. DB, according to your time wave model, novelty reaches its peak expression and history appears to come to a close in the year 2012. Can you explain what you mean by this, and what the global or evolutionary implications are of what you refer to as the end of time? TM, what I mean is this: the theory describes time with what are called novelty waves. Because waves have wavelengths, one must assign an endpoint to the novelty wave, so the end of time is nothing more than the point on the historical continuum that is assigned as the endpoint of the novelty wave. Novelty is something that has been slowly maximized through the life of the universe, something that reaches infinite density, or infinite contraction at the point from which the wave is generated. Trying to imagine what time would be like near the temporal singularity is difficult because we are far from it, in another domain of physical law. There need to be more facts in play before we will be able to correctly envisage the end of time, but what we can say concerning the singularity is this: it is the obviation of life in three-dimensional space. Everything that is familiar comes to an end, everything that can be described in Euclidean space is superseded by modes of being that require a more complicated description than is currently available. DB, from your writings I have gleaned that you subscribe to the notion that psilocybin mushrooms are a species of high intelligence, that they arrived on this planet as spores that migrated through outer space and are attempting to establish a symbiotic relationship with human beings. In a more holistic perspective, how do you see this notion fitting into the context of Francis Crick's theory of directed panspermia, the hypothesis that all life on this planet and its directed evolution has been seeded, or perhaps fertilized, by spores designed by a higher intelligence? TM, as I understand the Crick theory of panspermia, it's a theory of how life spread through the universe. What I was suggesting, and I don't believe it as strongly as you imply, but I entertain it as a possibility. CELIIAP come bear in the Archaic Revival 207 Ermia theory of Crick and Pannampirima. In fact, I think that theory probably be vindicated. In 100 years, if people do biology will think it quite silly that people once thought that spores could be blown from one star system to another by light pressure. As far as role of the psilocybin mushroom, or its relationship to us and to intelligence, this is something that we need to consider. It really isn't I'm fant that I claim that it's an extraterrestrial, What we need is a body people claiming this, or a body of people denying it, because what we're talking about is the experience of the mushroom. Few people are positioned to judge its extraterrestrial potential, because few people in orthodox sciences have ever experienced the full spectrum of psychedelic effects that is unleashed. One cannot find out whether or there's an extraterrestrial intelligence inside the mushroom unless is willing to take the mushroom. DB, you have a unique theory about the role that psilocybin mushrooms play in the process of human evolution. Can you tell us about this? TM, whether the mushrooms came from outer space or not, the use of psychedelic substances in the diet of early human beings aided a number of changes in our evolutionary situation. When a person takes small amounts of psilocybin, their visual acuity improves. They can actually see slightly better, and this means that animals allowing Ben into their food chain would have increased hunting success, which means increased food supply, which means increased reproductive success, which is the name of the game in evolution. It is the organ that manages to propagate itself numerically that is successful. The IE of psilocybin in the diet of early pack hunting primates caused any individuals that were ingesting the psilocybin to have increased 6-EL acuity. At slightly higher doses of psilocybin there is sexual arousal, erection, and everything that goes with arousal of the central nervous system. Again, a factor that would increase reproductive success is ORT. DB, isn't it true that psilocybin inhibits orgasm? TM, no. I've never heard that. Not at the doses I'm talking. At a psychedelic dose it might, but at just slightly above the you feel it dose, it acts as a stimulant. Sexual arousal means paying, and it means jumpiness, it indicates a certain energy level in the or, and then, of course at still higher doses psilocybin Inc. at 208 Terence McKenna cite, sexual interest and imagination. And the three of these going together produce language using primates. Psilocybin may have synergized the emergence of higher forms of psychic organization out of primitive proto-human animals. It can be seen as a kind of evolutionary enzyme, or evolutionary catalyst. DB, during your shamanistic voyages how do you differentiate between the literal and the metaphorical I/thou dialogue that appears to occur in certain states of consciousness? In other words, how do you differentiate between the possibility that you are communicating with otherworldly independently existing entities and the possibility that you are communicating with isolated unconscious neuron clusters in your own brain? TM, it's very hard to differentiate it. How can I make that same distinction right now? How do I know I'm talking to you? It's just provisional. I assume that you are ordinary enough that I don't question that you're there, but if you had two heads, I would question whether you were there. I would investigate to see if you were really what you appear to be. It's very hard to tell what this I/thou relationship is about, because it's very difficult to define the I part of it, let alone the thou part of it. Haven't found a way to tell, to trick it, as it were, into showing whether it is an extraterrestrial or the backside of my own head. DB, but normally the way we can tell is we receive mutual verification from other people, and we get information from many senses. You can touch me. You can see me. You can hear me. TM, well this is simply a voice, you know, so it's the issue of the mysterious telephone call. If you're awakened in the middle of the night by a telephone call, and you pick up the phone, and someone says hello, it would not be your first inclination to ask is anybody there, because they just said hello. That establishes that somebody is there, but you can't see them, maybe they aren't there, maybe you've been called by a machine. I've been called by machines. You pick up the phone and it says hello, this is Sears, and we're calling to tell you that your order 16,312 is ready for pickup, and you say oh, thank you. Don't mention it. No, so this issue of identifying the other with certainty is tricky, even in ordinary intercourse. RM, there is a lot of current interest in the ancient art of sound technology. In a recent article you said St. Zachariah states of conscious palms able to create OI of visual resonance and manipulate the archaic revival 209 topological manifold using sound vibrations. Can you tell us more about this technique, its ethnic origins, and its potential applications. TM, yes, it has to do with shamanism that is based on the use of DMT in plants. DMT is a neurotransmitter that, when ingested and load to come to rest in unusually large amounts in the synapses of the brain, allows one to see sound, so that one can use the voice to produce not musical compositions, but pictorial and visual compositions. This, to underscore my mind, indicates that we're on the cusp of some kind of evolutionary transition in the language forming area, so that we are going to go from a language that is heard to a language that is seen, through a shift in four-pent processing. The language will still be made of sound, but it will be, said as the carrier of the visual impression. This is actually being done by shamans in the Amazon. The songs they sing sound as they do in order to look a certain way. They are not musical compositions as we're used to thinking of them. They are pictorial art that is caused by D.B. Terence. You're recognized by many as one of the great explorers of the 20th century. You've trekked through the Amazonian jungles and soared through the uncharted regions of the brain, but perhaps your ultimate voyages lie in the future, when humanity has tiered space technology and time travel. What possibilities for travel in these two areas do you foresee, and how do you think these new tech knowledges will affect the future evolution of the human species? TM, some question. I suppose most people believe space travel is right around the corner. I certainly hope so. I think we should all learn Russian in anticipation of it, because apparently the US government is incapable of sustaining a space program. The time travel question is more interesting. Possibly the world is experiencing a compression of technological novelty that is going to lead to developments that are very much like what we would imagine time travel to be. We may be closing in on the ability to transmit information forward into the future, and to create an informational domain of communication between various points in time. How this will be done is difficult to imagine, but things fractal mathematics, superconductivity, and nanotechnology offer new and novel approaches to realizing these old dreams. We shouldn't mean time travel is impossible simply because it hasn't been done. There's plenty of latitude in the laws of quantum physics to allow for information through time in various ways. Apparently you can information through time, as long as you don't move it through 210 Terence McKenna dB. Why is that? TM, I haven't the faintest idea. What am I, Einstein? DB, well, Terence, now I'm wondering what you think the ultimate goal of human evolution is? TM, oh, a good party. DB, have you ever had any experiences with lucid dreaming, the process by which one can become aware and conscious within a dream that one is dreaming, and if so, how do they compare with your other shamanic experiences? TM, I really haven't had experiences with lucid dreaming. It's one of those things that I'm very interested in. I'm sort of skeptical of it. I hope it's true, because what a wonderful thing that would be. DB, you've never had one? TM, I've had lucid dreams, but I have no technique for repeating them on demand. The dream state is possibly anticipating this cultural frontier that we're moving toward. We are approaching something very much like eternal dreaming, going into the imagination, and staying there, and that would be like a lucid dream that knew no end. But what a tight, simple solution. One of the things that interests me about dreams is this: I have dreams in which I smoke DMT, and it works. To me that's extremely interesting, because it seems to imply that one does not have to smoke DMT to have the experience. You only have to convince your brain that you have done this, and it then delivers this staggering altered state. DB, wow. TM, how many people who have had DMT dream occasionally of smoking it and have it happen? Do people who have never had DMT ever have that kind of an experience in a dream? I bet not. I bet you have to have done it in life to have established the knowledge of its existence, and the image of how it's possible, but then this thing can happen to you without any chemical intervention. It is more powerful than any yoga, So taking control of the dream state would certainly be an advantageous thing and carry us a great distance toward the kind of cultural transformation that we're talking about. How exactly to do it, I'm not sure. The Archaic Revival 211 __ psychedelics, the near-death experience, the lucid dreaming, the meditational reveries, all of these things are pieces of a puzzle about how to create a new cultural dimension that we can all live in a little more sanely than we're living in these dimensions. TDB, do you have any thoughts on what happens to human consciousness after biological death? TM, I've thought about it. When I think about it, I feel like I'm on my own. The Logos doesn't want to help here. The Logos has nothing to say to me on the subject of biological death. What I imagine happens is that for the self, time begins to flow backward, even before death. The act of dying is the act of reliving an entire life, and at the end of the dying process, consciousness divides into the consciousness of one's parents and one's children, and then it moves through these modalities, and then divides again. It's moving forward into the future through the PEO_PLE who come after you, and backward into the past through your ANSES__tours. The further away from the moment of death it is, the faster it moves, so that after a period of time, the Tibetans say 42 days, one is connected to everything that ever lived, and the previous ego-pointed existence is allowed to dissolve, return to the ocean, the morphogenate IC field, or the one of Plotinus, you choose your term. A person is a focused illusion of being, and death occurs when the illusion of being is no longer sustained. Then everything flows out, and away from the disequilibrium state that is life. It is a state of disequilibrium, yet it is tained for decades, but finally, like all disequilibrium states, it must yield to the second law of thermodynamics, and at that point it runs down, its specific character disappears into the general character of the world around it. It has returned then to the void/plenum. DB, what if you don't have children? TM, well, then you flow backward into the past, into your parents, and their parents, and their parents, and eventually all life, and back into the primal protozoa. It's very interesting that in the celebration of the Eleusinian mysteries, when they took the sacrament, what the God said was, procreate, procreate. It is uncanny the way history is determined by who sleeps with whom, who gets born, what lines are drawn forward, what tendencies are accelerated. Most people experience what they call magic only in the dimension of mate seeking, and this is where Euroven the dullest people have astonishing coincidences, and unbelievable things go on. It's almost as though hidden strings were being pulled. There's an esoteric tradition that the genes, the matings, are where it's 212 Terence McKenna all being run from. It is how I think a super extraterrestrial would intervene. It wouldn't intervene at all, it would make us who it wanted us to be by controlling synchronicity and coincidence around mate choosing. R.M. Rupert Sheldrake has recently refined the theory of the morphogenetic field, a non-material organizing collective memory field that affects all biological systems. This field can be envisioned as a hyperspatial information reservoir that brims and spills over into a much larger region of influence when critical mass is reached, a point referred to as morphic resonance. Do you think this morphic resonance could be regarded as a possible explanation for the phenomena of spirits and other metaphysical entities, and can the method of evoking beings from the spirit world be simply a case of cracking the morphic code? TM, that sounds right. It's something like that. If what you're trying to get at is, do I think morphogenetic fields are a good thing, or do they exist? Yes, I think some kind of theory like that is clearly becoming necessary, and that the next great step to be taken in the intellectual conquest of nature, if you will, is a theory about how out of the class of possible things, some things actually happen. RM, do you think it could be related to the phenomena of spirits? TM, spirits are the presence of the past, specifically expressed. When you go to ruins like Angkor Wat, or Tikal, the presence is there. You have to be pretty dull to not see how it was, where the market stalls were, the people and their animals, and the trade goods. It's quite weird. We're only conventionally bound in the present by our linguistic assumptions, but if we can still our linguistic machinery, the mind spreads out into time and behaves in very unconventional ways. DB, how do you view the increasing waves of designer psychedelics and brain enhancement machines in the context of Rupert Sheldrake's theory of morphogenetic fields? TM, well, I'm hopeful but somewhat suspicious. I think psychedelics should come from the natural world and be used tested by shamanically oriented cultures, then they have a very deep morphogenetic field, because they've been used thousands and thousands of years in magical contexts. A drug produced in the laboratory and suddenly distributed worldwide simply amplifies the global noise present in the historical crisis. And then there's the very practical consideration that one cannot predict the long-term effects of a drug produced in a lab. The Archaic Revival 213_oratory. Hashish, morning glories, and mushrooms have been used for vast stretches of time without detrimental social consequences. We know that. As far as the technological question is concerned, brain machines and all, I wish them luck. I'm willing to test anything that some body will send me, but I'm skeptical. I think it's somehow like the speech-operated typewriter. It will recede ahead of us. The problems will be found to have been far more complex than first supposed. DB, it's interesting the way you anticipate each question. The redevelopment of fractal images seems to imply that visions and hallucinations can be broken down into a precise mathematical code. With this in mind, do you think the abilities of the human imagination can be replicated in a supercomputer? DTM, yes. Saying that the components of hallucinations can be broken down and duplicated by mathematical code isn't taking anything away from them. Reality can be taken apart and reduplicated with this same mathematical code. That's what makes the fractal idea so powerful. One can type in half a page of code and on the screen get river_systems, mountain ranges, deserts, ferns, coral reefs, all being generated out of half a page of computer coding. This seems to imply that we are finally discovering really powerful mathematical rules that stand behind visual appearances. And yes, I think supercomputers, computer graph ICS, and simulated environments, this is very promising stuff. When the worlds being run by machines, we'll all be at the movies. Oh boy. RM, or making movies. TM, or being movies. RM, it seems that human language is evolving at a much slower than is the ability of human consciousness to navigate more complex and more profound levels of reality. How do you see language developing and evolving so as to become a more sensitive transceiving device for sharing conscious experience? TM, actually, consciousness can't evolve any faster than language. The rate at which language evolves determines how fast consciousness evolves, otherwise you're just lost in what Wittgenstein called the unspeakable. You can feel it, but you can't speak of it, so it's entirely private reality. Notice how we have very few words for emoji love you, I hate you, and then basically we run a dial between love you a lot, I hate you a lot. Psi 214 Terence McKenna RM, how do you feel? Fine. TM, yes, how do you feel? Fine, and yet we have thousands and thousands of words about rugs and widgets and this and that, so we need to create a much richer language of emotion. There are times, and this would be a great study for somebody to do, there have been periods in English when there were emotions that don't exist anymore, because the words have been lost. This is getting very close to this business of how reality is made by language. Can we recover a lost emotion by creating a word for it? There are colors that don't exist anymore because the words have been lost. I'm thinking of the word jacinth. This is a certain kind of orange. Once you know the word jacinth, you always can recognize it, but if you don't have it, all you can say is it's a little darker orange than something else. We've never tried to consciously evolve our language, we've just let it evolve, but now we have this level of awareness, and this level of cultural need where we really must plan where the new words should be generated. There are areas where words should be gotten rid of that empower political wrong thinking. The propagandists for the fascists already understand this. They understand that if you make something unsayable, you've made it unthinkable. So it doesn't plague you anymore. So planned evolution of language is the way to speed it toward expressing the frontier of consciousness. DB, I've thought at times that what you view as a symbiosis forming between humans and psychoactive plants may in fact be the plants taking over control of our lives and commanding us to do their bidding. Have you any thoughts on this? TM, well, symbiosis is not parasitism. Symbiosis is a situation of mutual benefit to both parties, so we have to presume that the plants are getting as much out of this as we are. What we're getting is information from another spiritual level. They are giving us their point of view. What we're giving them is care, and feeding, and propagation, and survival, so they give us their very different point of view. We in turn respond by making the way easier for them in the physical world. And this seems a reasonable trade-off. Obviously they have difficulty in the physical world. Plants don't move around much. You talk about Tao, a plant has the Tao. It doesn't even chop wood and carry water. RM, future predictions are often based upon the study of previous patterns and trends that are then extended like the contours of a map to extrapolate the shape of things to come. The future can also be seen as an ongoing dynamic creative interaction between the past and OAAA-B. The Archaic Revival 215e present. The current interpretation of past events actively serves to violate these future patterns and trends. Have you been able to reconcile these two perspectives so that humanity is able to learn from its experiences without being bound by the habits of history? TM, the two are antithetical. You must not be bound by the bits of history if you want to learn from your experience. It was Ludwig von Bertalanffy, the inventor of general systems theory, who the famous statement that people are not machines, but in all situations where they are given the opportunity, they will act like machines, so you have to keep disturbing them, because they always settle into a routine. So historical patterns are largely cyclical, but not really. There is ultimately a highest level of the pattern, which does repeat, and that's the part that is responsible for the advance into novelty. RM, the part that doesn't repeat. The positive futurists to fall into two groups. Some visualize the future as becoming progressively brighter every day and think that global illumination will occur as a result of this progression. Others envision a period of actual evolution, a dark age through which human consciousness must ISS before more advanced stages are reached. Which scenario do you as being the most likely to emerge, and why do you hold this view? TM, I guess I'm a soft dark ager. Think there will be a mild age. I don't think it will be anything like the dark ages that lasted AD years. I think it will last more like 5 years and will be a time of economic retraction, religious fundamentalism, retreat into closed Maimonides by certain segments of the society, feudal warfare among inner states, resource scarcity, and this sort of thing. But I think it will weigh in the late 90s to the global future that we're all yearning for, and then there will be basically a 15-year period where all these things are drawn together with progressively greater and greater sophistication, much in the way that modern science and philosophies have been with greater and greater sophistication in a single direction since Renaissance. Sometime around the end of 2012 all of this will be ed down into a kind of alchemical distillation of the historical experiment that will be a doorway into the life of the imagination. RM, Rupert Sheldrake's morphic resonance, Ralph Abraham's theory, and your time wave model all appear to contain complex patterns that operate on Sinala's ESSES store in Formatio 216 Terence McKenna water in a tiered fountain. Have you worked these theories into an all-encompassing meta-theory of how the universe functions and operates? TM, no, but we're working on it. Well, it is true that the three of us, and I would add Frank Barr in there, who is less well known but has a piece of the puzzle as well, we're all complementary. Rupert's theory is, at this point, a hypothesis. There are no equations, there's no predictive machinery, it's a way of speaking about experimental approaches. My time wave theory is like an extremely formal and specific example of what he's talking about in a general way. And then what Ralph's doing is providing a bridge from the kind of things Rupert and I are doing back into the frontier branch of ordinary mathematics called dynamic modeling. And Frank is an expert in the repetition of fractal process. He can show you the same thing happening on many levels, in many different expressions. So one have named us compressionists, or psychedelic compressionists. Compressionism holds that the world is growing more and more complex, compressed, knitted together, and therefore holographically complete at every point, and that's basically where the four of us stand, I think, but from different points of view. DB, can you tell us about botanical dimensions, and any current projects that you're working on? TM, Botanical Dimensions is a non-profit foundation that attempts to rescue plants with a history of shamanic and human usage in the warm tropics, and rescue the information about how they're used, store the information in computers, and move the plants to a 19-acre site in Hawaii, in a rainforest belt that reasonably replicates the Amazon situation. There we are keeping them toward the day when someone will want to do serious research on them. As a non-profit foundation, we solicit donations, publish a newsletter, support a number of collectors in the field, and carry on this work, which nobody else is really doing. There's a lot of rainforest conservation going on, but very little effort to conserve the folk knowledge of native peoples. Amazonian people are going off to sawmills and learning to repair outboard motors, and this whole body of knowledge about plants is going to be lost in the next generation. We're saving it, and saving the plants in a botanical garden in Hawaii. I.e. plan/planet. Our present global crisis is more profound than any previous historical crises, hence our solutions must be equally drastic. I propose that we should adopt the plant as the organizational model for life in the 21st century, just as the computer seems to be the dominant mental/social model of the late 20th century, and the steam engine was the guiding image of the 19th century. This means reaching back in time to models that were successful 15,000 to 20,000 years ago. When this is done, it becomes possible to see plants as food, shelter, clothing, and sources of education and religion. The process begins by declaring legitimate what we have denied for so long. Let us declare nature to be legitimate. All plants should be declared legal, and all animals for that matter. The notion of illegal plants and animals is obnoxious and ridiculous. Re-establishing channels of direct communication with the planetary other, the mind behind nature, through the use of hallucinogenic plants is the last best hope for dissolving the steep walls of cultural inflexibility that appear to be channeling us toward true ruin. We need a new set of lenses to see our way in the world. When the medieval world shifted its worldview, secularized European society sought salvation in the revivifying of classical Greek and Roman approaches to law. Philos the ci appeared tnit issue oea, the ex dire no the archaic revival 219 us further back into time in a search for models and answers. The solution to much of modern malaise, including chemical dependencies and repressed psychoses and neuroses, is direct exposure to the authentic dimensions of risk represented by the experience of psychedelic plants. The pro-psychedelic plant position is clearly an anti-drug position. Drug dependencies are the result of habitual, on-exam_int, and obsessive behavior. These are precisely the tendencies in our psychological makeup that the psychedelics mitigate. The plant hallucinogens dissolve habits and hold motivations up to inspection by a wider, less egocentric, and more grounded point of view within the visual. It is foolish to suggest that there is no risk, but it is equally uninformed to suggest that the risk is not worth taking. What is needed is experiential validation of a new guiding image, an overarching metaphor able to serve as the basis for a new model of society and the individual. The plant-human relationship has always been the foundation of our individual and group existence in the world. What I call the archaic revival is the process of reawakening awareness of traditional attitudes toward nature, including plants, and our relationship to them. The _archaic revival spells the eventual breakup of the pattern of male dominance and hierarchy based on animal organization, something that can _hot be changed overnight by a sudden shift in collective awareness. Rather it will follow naturally upon the gradual recognition that the overarching theme that directs the archaic revival is the idea/ideal of a vegetation goddess, the earth herself, as the much ballyhooed Gaia, a fact well documented by 19th century anthropologists, most know tably Fraser, but recently given a new respectability by Ryan A. Easler, Marriage Imbutus, James Mellart, and others. The closer a human group is to the gnosis of the vegetable mind, the Gaian collectivity of organic life, the closer their connection to the archetype of the goddess, and hence to the partnership style of chale organization. The last time that the mainstream of Western thought was refreshed by the gnosis of the vegetable mind was at the close of the Hellenistic era, before the mystery religions were finally suppressed by enthusiastic Christian barbarians. My conclusion is that taking the next evolutionary step toward the archaic revival, the rebirth of the goddess, and the ending of nears inces the notion of our Rain Peak L220 Terence McKenna boundless landscapes of the imagination. Without such a relationship to psychedelic exopheromones regulating our symbiotic relationship with the plant kingdom, we stand outside of an understanding of planetary purpose. And an understanding of planetary purpose may be the major contribution that we can make to the evolutionary process. Returning to the bosom of the planetary partnership means trading the point of view of the history-created ego for a more maternal and intuitional style. The widely felt intuition of the presence of the other as a female companion to the human navigation of history can, I believe, be traced back to the immersion in the vegetable mind, which provided the ritual context in which human consciousness emerged into the light of self-awareness, self-reflection, and self-articulation, the light of the great goddess. What does it mean to accept the solutions of vegetable forms of life as metaphors for the conduct of the affairs of the human world? Two important changes would follow from adopting this assumption, **the feminizing of culture. Culture would be feminized on a level that has yet to be fully explored. Green consciousness means recognizing that the real division between the masculine and the feminine is not a division between men and women, but rather a division between ourselves as conscious animals, omnivorous, land-clearing war makers, supreme expression of the yang, and the circumglobal mantle of vegetation, the ancient metastable yin element that constitutes by far the major portion of the biomass of the living earth. Sent an inward search for values. Inwardness is the characteristic feature of the vegetable rather than the animal approach to existence. The animals move, migrate, and swarm, while plants hold fast. Plants live in a dimension characterized by the solid state, the fixed, and the enduring. If there is movement in the consciousness of plants, then it must be the movement of spirit and attention in the domain of the vegetal imagination. Perhaps this is what the reconnection to the vegetal goddess through psychedelic plants, the archaic revival, actually points toward, that the life of the spirit is the life that gains access to the visionary realms resident in magical plant teachers. This is the truth that shamans have always known and practiced. Awareness of the green side of mind was called Viriditas by the 12th century visionary Hildegard von Bingen. O Anupasadin, capable of offering hope of a path out of the St. provide a real-world agenda. Address the Archaic Revival 221. There are several domains in which the rise of awareness of Viriditas might help stave off Armageddon, detoxification of the natural environment. The process of detoxifying is naturally carried out by the combined action of the atmosphere, biological matrix, and the oceans. This planet-wide process was able to take care of even urban industrial waste, until modern industrial technology became a truly global phenomenon. Planting species of datura, plants once a part of the religious rites of the Indians of southern California, and other plants that leach heavy metals from the earth and ester them in their cellular tissue are examples of a natural process that could help clean up our environment. Recognizing the many ways in which the biological matrix of the earth functions to avert toxification, recognizing that nature is working to sustain life, might go a long way toward building a political consensus to actively participate in saving the same life. OQ connectedness and symbiosis. Like plants, we need to maximize the qualities of connectedness and symbiosis. Plant-based approaches to modeling the world include awareness of the fractal and branching nature of community action. A tree-like network of symbiotic relationships can now replace the model of evolution that we inherited from the 19th century. The earlier model, that of the tooth and claw struggle for tense, with the survivor taking the hindmost, is a model based on VE observation of animal behavior. Yet it was cheerfully extended into the realm of plants to explain the evolutionary interactions thought to cause speciation in the botanical world. Later, more sophisticated observers, C.H. Waddington and Eric Yantz, found not the war in nature that Darwinists reported but rather a situation in which it was not competitive ability but ability to maximize cooperation with other species that most directly contributed to an organism's being able to function and endure as a member of a biome. Plants interact with each other through the tangled mat of roots that connects them all to the source of EIR nutrition and to each other. The matted floor of a tropical rainforest is an environment of chemical diversity, the topology approaches that of brain tissue in complexity. Within the network of interconnected roots, complex chemical signals are constantly being transmitted and received. 222 Terence McKenna of these cooperative strategies. For example, mycorrhizal fungi live in symbiosis on the outside of plant roots and gently balance and buffer the mineral-laden water that is moving through them to the roots of their host. Whole system fine-tuning. If the phenomena associated with biological harmony and resonance could be understood, then such large-scale systems as global banking or global food production and distribution could be more properly managed. The Gaian biologists, Lovelock, Margulies, and others, have argued persuasively that the entire planet has been self-organized by microbial and planktonic life into a metastable regime favorable to biology and maintained there for over 2 billion years. Plant-based Gaia has kept a balance throughout time and space, and this in spite of the repeated bombardment of the Earth by asteroidal material sufficient to severely disrupt the planetary equilibrium. We can only admire, and we should seek to imitate such a Tao-like sense of the planet's multidimensional homeostatic balance. But how? I suggest we look at plants more deeply, more closely, and with a more open mind than we have done before. Recycling. Like plants, we need to recycle. On a cosmic scale we are no more mobile than plants. Until this point in history we have modeled our more successful economic systems on animal predation. Animals can potentially move on to another resource when they exhaust the one at hand. Since they can move to new food sources, they potentially have unlimited resources. Plants are fixed. They cannot easily move to richer nutrients or leave an area if they foul or deplete it. They must recycle well. The fostering of a plant-based ethic that emulates the way in which the botanical world uses and replaces resources is a sine qua non for planetary survival. All capitalistic models presuppose unlimited exploitable resources and labor pools, yet neither should now be assumed. I do not know the methods, but I suggest that we start turning to the plant world to discover the right questions to ask. Photovoltaic power. Appreciation of photovoltaic power is part of the shift toward an appreciation of the elegance of the solid state that plants possess. Plants practice photosynthetic solutions to the problems TSRR and I. The Archaic Revival 223 of power acquisition. Compared to the water or animal-turned wheels, which are the metaphors for power production in the human world, the solid-state quantum molecular miracle that involves dropping a photon of sunlight into a molecular device that will kick out an electron capable of energetically participating in the life of a cell seems like extravagant science fiction. Yet this is, in fact, the principle upon which photosynthesis operates. While the first solid-state devices arrived on the human cultural frontier in the late 1940s, solid-state engineering had been the preferred design approach of plants for some 2,000 million years. High-efficiency photovoltaics could today meet the daily needs of most people for electricity, it is the running of basic industries on solar energy that has proved difficult. Perhaps this is nature's way of telling us that we aspire to too much manufacturing. Oh, a global atmosphere-based energy economy. The approach of veg_tational life to energy production is called photosynthesis. This process could be modeled by the creation of a global economy based on using solar energy to obtain hydrogen from seawater. Solar electricity could supply most electricity needs, but the smelting of aluminum and steel and other energy-intensive industrial processes make demands that photovoltaic electricity is unlikely to be able to meet. However, there is a solution. Plants split atmospheric carbon dioxide to release energy and oxygen as byproducts. A similar but different process could use solar electricity to split water to obtain hydrogen. This hydrogen could be COL_lect and concentrated for later distribution. Plants have been very successful at finding elegant solutions based on material present at hand. A hydrogen economy would emulate this same reliance on inexhaustible and recyclable materials. The notion is a simple one really. It has long been realized by peers that hydrogen is the ideal resource to fuel a global economy. Hydrogen is clean. When burned it recombines with the water it was chemically derived from. Hydrogen is plentiful, 1/3 of all water is hydrogen. And all existing technologies internal combustion engines, coal oil and nuclear-fired generators could be retrofitted to run on hydrogen, thus we are not talking about having to scrap the current standing crop of existing power production and distribution systems. Hydrogen could be cracked from seawater at a remote island location and then moved by the already existing technology that is used for the ocean transport of liquid natural gas from its production points to Mar_Ket. The objection that hydrogen is highly explosive and that proven technologies for handling it do not exist has largely been met by the 2 AOE equals 224 Terence McKenna LNG industry and its excellent safety record. Hydrogen accidents could be extremely destructive, but they would be ordinary explosions, local, non-toxic, and without release of radioactivity. Like plant life itself, the hydrogen economy would be non-polluting and self-sustaining. Burned hydrogen recombines with oxygen to again become water. An international effort of extraordinary scope would be necessary to begin to move toward a proof-of-concept demonstration of the feasibility of a hydrogen economy. Granted, there are many possible problems with such a scheme. But no plan for the production of energy sufficient to meet the needs of the 21st century is going to be without difficulties. Nanotechnology. The era of molecular mechanism promises the most radical of the green visions, since it proposes that human-engineered quasi-biological cells and organelles take over the manufacturing of products and culture. Nanotechnology takes seriously the notion that manufacturing techniques and methods of manipulating matter on the microphysical scale can affect the design process of the human scale world. In the nanotech world, dwellings and machines can be grown, and everything that is manufactured is closer to flesh than stone. The distinction between living and non-living and organic and artificial is blurred in the electronic coral reef of human-machine symbiosis contemplated by the savants of nanotechnology. Preservation of biological diversity. The life on this planet and the chemical diversity that it represents is likely to be the only source of biologically evolved compounds until the day that we discover another planet as teeming with life as our own. Yet we are destroying the living diversity of our world at an appalling rate. This must be stopped, not only through the preservation of ecosystems but also through the preservation of information about those ecosystems that has been accumulated over thousands of years by the people who live adjacent to them. It is impossible to underestimate the importance for human health of preservation of folk knowledge concerning healing plants. All the major healing drugs that have changed history have come from living plants and fungi. Quinine made conquest of the tropics possible. Penicillin and birth control pills remade the social fabric of the 20th century. All three of these are plant-derived pharmaceuticals. My partner Kat and I work in this area by managing botanical dimensions, a botany phi AR, Iowa. The Archaic Revival 225 Pardon I in Hawaii that seeks to preserve the plants utilized in AM and shamanism, one of many such systems of knowledge that are fast disappearing. The measures outlined above would tend to promote what might be called a sense of Gaian holism, that is, a sense of the unity and balne of nature and of our own human position within that dynamic and evolving balance. It is a plant-based view. This return to a perspective self and ego that places them within the larger context of planetary and evolution is the essence of the Archaic Revival. Marshall Lujan was correct to see that planetary human culture, the global will, would be tribal in character. The next great step toward a planetary SM is the partial merging of the technologically transformed human high with the archaic matrix of vegetable intelligence that is I hesitate to call this dawning awareness religious, yet that is it surely is. And it will involve a full exploration of the dimensions led by plant hallucinogens, especially those structurally related to transmitters already present and functioning in the human brain. A full exploration of the plant hallucinogens will probe the most ARIC and sensitive level of the drama of the emergence of consciousness, was in the plant-human symbiotic relationships that characterized ARIC society and religion that the numinous mystery was originally experienced. And this experience is no less mysterious for us today, in light of the general assumption that we have replaced the simple awe of ancestors with philosophical and epistemic tools of the utmost soation and analytical power. Our choice as a planetary culture is a PLE1, go green or die. Virtual reality and electronic highs, or on becoming virtual octopi, oaking like a cross between a Taichi master, a Navy frogman, and the Terminator, a man harnessed to electronic leads and fitted with a strange piece of headgear slowly turns and gestures. The pointing hand and the ballet of sign language, combined with an air of intense concentration, give the unmistakable impression that the person is far, far away from the brightly lit San Francisco Bay Area laboratory in which he stands. You might almost say that he seems as if he were in another world. And you would be right. Before you stands a true astronaut of inner space, a researcher who is in the processes of going where few have gone before. But look quickly, what is today the visionary dream of the techie few will very soon be reality for the rest of us. Virtual reality, that is. Is it mechanistic multimedia masturbation or a doorway swinging open on the flower-strewn fields of the romantic imagination? A tool for discovery and navigation in new aesthetic domains, or the final trivializing of the drive to be mindlessly entertained? These are the questions that I asked myself one morning recently as I drove toward a rendezvous with one of the mavens of virtual reality, the redoubtable Eric Gullickson of Autodesk. Then of Autodesk, currently a free agent. For as I was to learn later that day, not even virtual reality is immune to corporate change and upheaval. Gullickson and his associate Patrice Gelband. This piece appeared in Magical Blend, number 26, winter 1990, and was among the Archaic Revival 229 now virtual guns for hire. The status of Autodesk's future committee to research and development in virtual reality is undecided. Corporate intrigues aside, worlds are being created by such PIOS in the virtual reality, VR, field as Jaron Lanier and the Autodesk JAL design team Gullickson headed. It was logical that Autodesk ID be a leader in the VR field, for their AutoCAD software has much of its appeal on the idea that the user can actually walk and in a high-resolution three-dimensional simulation of two-dimensional blueprints. Pursuit of this idea grew naturally into the idea of computer-generated worlds. And Lanier and VTL, his corporation, been the persistent leaders in the field of body and hand imaging, the VR. The magical gloves and body stockings that are the keys into virtual reality remain Lanier's speciality. What is virtual reality? It is a technology currently under development by NASA and private companies in the San Francisco Bay Area ID on the East Coast. It began with the modest intent of simulating the experience of flying high-performance fighter aircraft under combat con. Think of it this way, you are the Defense Department. Would turn over a fighter plane costing upward of $100 million to some apple-cheeked hayseed so he can learn to fly it? If you the cost of one plane on simulation and thereby prevent even one, you are saving a lot of money and possibly human lives. And $1 million buys a lot of simulation. What I saw at Autodesk was considerably more modest than the FIDE government efforts. Gullickson estimated that the whole VRADIS could be recreated for around $50,000. Chicken D in the world of high-tech research and development. The fifth floor was a sparsely furnished office approximately 15 by 20 feet, a humongous high-resolution color monitor and a quite ordinary computer workstation. Introduced around, I was asked if I had any questions. Figuring I had done my homework, I suggested we cut to the SE. The glove, wonderfully redolent with all the associations that are ed by black silk gloves everywhere, was slipped onto my hand. I found it difficult to visualize the motion sensors that one knew were ed onto the back of the gloves on top of each flex point. They appeared to be small blue beads. The whole thing fitted smoothly. I was to close and open my hand while the software sensed and entered flex values of my particular hand. Next came the helmet, looking like NCY overweight scuba mask. Once on, it put a Sony Watchman color in about an inch from each eye. A slight discontinuity between screens created the Janaremian of three-dimensional 230 Terence McKenna space in front of me was what appeared to be a foreshortened spaghetti fork. This, I was told, was the virtual image of the glove I was wearing. Sure enough, wiggle thumb, leftmost tongue of spaghetti fork wiggles. No Roger Rabbit appeared, but as I pondered the mechanics of the glove I burst noiselessly and effortlessly through a wall and into a burnt sienna space that seemed to, and probably did, extend to infinity. Eric explained about pointing. I had been pointing without realizing it. Pointing is how you get around in VR, or cyberspace, as the true believe ERS call it. When you point at something you move toward it. When you open your hand the motion ceases. It is that simple. The eye goes where the finger points, and the image of your gloved hand comes along and can be used to pick up, by intersecting, objects in the VR. After a few moments the lag time in the refreshing of the images, the weightlessness, the newly insubstantial nature of objects, and the newfound power of my right index finger were all familiar enough to me that I could slowly make my way around the office without moving through walls and objects or taking off through the ceiling or the floor. In short, I got it. Talking with Eric and his associate mathematician, Patrice Gelband, I had the eerie feeling that this might be what it would have been like to stop by the Wright brothers' bicycle shop to shoot the breeze with Wilbur and Orville about the latest ideas concerning lift ratios of airfoils. These folks are onto something. They know it, and I will wager that soon the whole world will know it. We are on the brink of another leap in evolution, folks. It is only a short step from fighter simulations to simulations of architectural models that you can literally fly the client into, and it is only a slightly longer step from a 3D blueprint of an imaginary office to the simulation of the Taj Mahal on a moonlight-flooded summer night in virtual reality. If all this sounds too far out to be true, or like a rehash of Philip K. Dick's novel A God Named Jones, then that is just the universe's way of telling you that you haven't been keeping up. Remember the feelies in Aldous Huxley's science fiction dystopia Brave New World? Everyone went to the feelies and held onto a knob on each side of the velvet cushioned seat and was conveyed away to the latest risque and ribald fantasy that the schlockmeisters of future pop culture had prepared for public consumption. Of course we have had the operational equivalent of the feelies since at least the introduction of television. And the effect of HAVing vast narcotized masses of people hooked on a drug whose content is culturally sanctioned and institutionally controlled is certainly debatable. The creeping shit for brains disease that seems to have become endemic in America has been blamed ADL-BAAOD. However, on one level television and now virtual reality, the archaic revival 231 cal or behavioral characteristics. Let's face it, the world is a complicated place. If millions of people choose to retreat into an electronically reinforced state of semi-infantilism, it may end up making the total system ultimately easier to pilot into safe harbor. Virtual reality is easy to denounce in the same breath with MTV_ and perhaps HDTV, upon which it will in some degree depend. but the fact is that VR is more than simply further movement down a primrose path strewn with the price of his toys catalogs. It is a technology that will not only allow us to make more and better art, potentially it is a technology that will dissolve the boundaries between us and allow us to see the contents of each other's minds. There is also the possibility that improved forms of communication, states of near telepathy among participating human beings, can be coaxed out of imaginative use of the technology. Because of what VR is intrinsically, there are several ways in which it could be the basis of an entirely new kind of communication between people. Each age takes its self-image from the animal world. The 19th century, with its obsession with the power to reshape the earth and abolish distances through the new technology of the steam engine, took as its guiding image that of the thoroughbred racehorse. The early 20th century focused on speed, conquest of the air, and the integration of human beings and machines into an ever more lethal symbiosis. This process found its realization in high-performance fighter aircraft. The animal image was that of the raptor, the relentless bird of prey. For Jaron Lanier is fond of saying that in virtual reality one can choose to be anything, a piano, for example. Fine, having surveyed the smorgasbord of morphogenetic options offered by Mother Nature, I would choose to be a virtual octopus. Many people, once informed, would make the same choice. I believe that the totemic image for the foo_tour is the octopus. This is because the cephalopods, the squids, and OC_topi, have perfected a form of communication that is both psychedelic and telepathic, a model for the human communications of the future. In the not too distant future, men and women may shed the monkey body to become virtual octopi swimming in a silicon sea. Consider, nature offers the example of the octopus, a creature in which well-developed eyes and an ability to change the color, banding, and general appearance of the skin surface have favored a visual, and hence telepathic, form of communication. An octopus does not commute with spoken words as we do, even though water is a good medium for acoustical signaling. Rather, the octopus becomes its own linguistic intent. The octopus is like a naked nervous system, rather naked mind. The inner states, the thoughts, if you will, of the octopus are directly reflected in its outward appearance. It is as though the Octo 232 Terence McKenna octopus literally dances its thoughts through expression of a series of color changes and position changes that require no local linguistic conventions for understanding, as do our words and sentences. In the world of the octopus, to behold is to understand. Octopi have a large repertoire of color changes, dots, blushes, and traveling bars that move across their surfaces. This ability, in combination with the soft-bodied physique of the creature, allows it to obscure and reveal its linguistic intent simply by rapidly folding and unfolding different parts of its body. The octopus does not transmit its linguistic intent, it becomes its linguistic intent. The mind and the body of the octopus are the same and are equally visible. This means that the octopus wears its language like a kind of second skin, it appears to be and becomes what it seeks to mean. There is very little loss of definition or signal strength among communicating octopi. Indeed, their well-known use of ink clouds to conceal themselves may indicate that this is the only way that they can have anything like a privat thought. The ink cloud may be a kind of correction fluid for voluble octopi who have misspoken themselves. Like the octopus, our destiny is to become what we think, to have our thoughts become our bodies and our bodies become our thoughts. This is the essence of a more perfect logos, a logos not heard but beheld. VR can help here, for electronics can change vocal utterance into visually beheld colored output in the virtual reality. This output can then be manipulated, by tools still uncreated, tools to be found in the kit of the VR hacker/mechanic soon to be. This means that a three-dimensional syntax, one that is seen, not heard, becomes possible as an experience in VR. You may ask, what is the point of being able to see one's voice, even in virtual reality? The point is that others will be able to see it as well, that the ambiguity of invisible meanings that attends audio speech is replaced by the unambiguous topology of meanings beheld. At last we will truly see what we mean. And we will see what authors mean too, for cyberspace will be a dimension where anything that can be imagined can be made to seem real. When we are in the act of seeing what is meant, the communicator and the one communicated with become as one. In other words, the visible languages possible in VR will overcome the subject/object dualism as well as the self/other dualism. In trying to imagine the futures onto which these doors open, let us not forget that culture and language were the first virtual realities. A child is born into a world of unspeakable wonder. Each part of the world is seen to glow with animate mystery and the beckoning light of the unknown. But quickly our parents and our siblings provide us with that shimmering pattern. The Archaic Revival 233 replace mysterious things and feelings with culturally validated and familiar words. We tile over reality with a mosaic of interconnected words. Later, as we grow in ability and understanding, the culture in which we find ourselves provides conventionalized relationships for us to model. Lover, father, investor, property owner. Each role has its own rules and its own conventions. These roles, too, tile over and replace the amorphous wonder of simply being alive. As we learn our lines and the blocking that goes with them, we move out of the inchoate realm of the pre-verbal child and into the realm of the first virtual reality, the VR of culture. Many of us never realize that this domain is virtual, and instead we assume that we are discovering the true nature of the real world. Musing on this in a recent interview, Jaron Lanier observed, I think virtual reality will have an effect of enhancing and, in a sense, completing the culture. My view is that our culture has been abnormally distorted by being incredibly molded by technology. Virtual reality, by creating a technology that's general enough to be rather like reality was before there was technology, sort of completes a cycle. Lanier's remarks concerning the field that he helped to create have a eerie aura of unfocused prescience. He is groping toward a bigger reason for doing all of this. He speaks in terms of a non-symbolic language, and in terms of bifocal glasses with real reality on top, yesterday's VR on the bottom. He oscillates between the profound and the quirky. But the idea that VR completes a cycle of neurotic behavior that is as old as our use of tools is interesting. VR asks us to imagine a future in which there will be virtual tealities within virtual realities. A man slept, and while asleep dreamed he was a butterfly. Upon awakening the man asked himself, am I a man who slept and dreamed he was a butterfly, or am I a butterfly who sleeps and is now dreaming he is a man? The promise of VR is that in the near future we will walk the beaches and byways of twice 10,000 planets, a virtual new galaxy to explore whose name will be imagination. The rest of our lifetimes our busy mind's eye is culturally destined to peer out at thousands of mirroring realities, Angkor Wat and the volcanoes of Lo, many of our own memories, and the memories of others who have shared this or that Synod vista or thrill. My take on all this is different. I wish all these folks luck. I think that we can look forward to terrific pornography based on this technology. To simulations of fixing broken machinery in outer space and tidying up inside radioactive zones. Surgeons can already operate on virtual CA_Davers in one advanced medical teaching facility. But somehow I am haunted by a deeper hope for VR. After all, technology has already 234 Terence McKenna miracle of instant VR replay. Can the riches of the imagination be made a commodity that can be sold back to the consumer, who is also their producer? Selling the self should be the easiest of tasks in a society as narcissistic as our own. And speaking of drugs, just where on the spectrum of the cultural pharmaphobia can public and governmental attitudes toward virtual reality be expected to fall? Is VR to be seen as a safe and harmless substitute for drugs, or is it an electronic illusion from hell? It is a dreary comment on the current infantile state of public dialogue that there is little doubt that we will be subject to both claims in the debate ahead. Certainly VR represents a technology of escapism that dwarfs the modest intent of the opium smoker or the video game addict. But on the other hand, so does modern film. Through color photography, most people on Earth have vicariously experienced sufficient data to allow them to create virtual reality fantasies based on imagination and media fan expectation. It seems highly unlikely that the development of VR will be treated as the spread of a new drug. Rather, it is now seen as a new frontier for marketing and product development. Indeed, the non-destructive nature of VR means that the talent of many artists, designers, and engineers can be absorbed into VR projects with no impact whatsoever on ordinary reality. Finally, virtual reality, with its capacity for virtual replay of constructions of the imagination, may hold the key to accessing and mapping of the imagination. The dream of artists, to be able to show the fabric of their dreams and visions, may be fast approaching virtual reality. The more extreme, inventive, and avant-garde of the VR construct ions are likely to resemble experiences with psychedelic plants rather than more conventionalized forms of art. The doorway to the realms of dream and the unconscious will be opened, and what had been merely symbolic representations of eccentric individual experience will become that experience itself. Does Lanier's non-symbolic communication have anything to do with the visible languages of the DMT ecstasy? It was this less than obvious question that had got me interested in VR in the first place. My experiences with shamanic hallucinogens, especially ayahuasca use in the upper Amazon basin, had shown me the reality of vocal performances that are experienced as visual. The magical songs of the ayahuasqueros, the folk medicos of the Indians and mestizos of the jungle back rivers, are not song as we understand the term. Rather, they are intended to be seen and to be judged primarily as visual works of art. To those intoxicated and adrift upon the visionary reveries unleashed by the brew, the singing voice of the shaman has become a magical airbrush of color and organized imagery that is breathtaking in its alien and cosmic grandeur. My hope is that virtual reality at its best may be the perfect mind space *nkega, EEOEAETEUMFI the Archaic Revival 235 in which to experimentally explore and entrain the higher forms of visual linguistic processing that accompany tryptamine intoxication. In other words, the VR technology can be used to create a toolkit for the construction of objects made of visual language. These objects would be experienced in the VR mode as three-dimensional things, manifolds devoid of ordinary verbal ambiguity. This phase shift is a move toward akin of telepathy. The shared beholding of the same linguistic intention in an objectified manifold is a true union. We become as one mind with this style of communication. Language beheld could perhaps serve as the basis for a deeper web of interlocking understandings between human beings that would represent a kind of technically aided evolutionary forward leap of the species. The near future may hold a public utility that will provide cable access to a hyperdimensional ocean of bly expressed public thoughts. This service will be delivered over cable simply because the very large computers necessary to create moving, real-time, high-resolution virtual realities will be state-of-the-art main frames for the next few years at least. A kind of informational network that one can actually enter into and control through the use of visual icons. Is this not true of cyberspace? I believe that it is what cyberpunk prophet William Gibson was thinking of in his novel Neuromancer when he introduced the notion of cyberspace, a consensual hallucination experienced daily by billions of legitimate operators, in every nation. A graphic representation of data abstracted from the banks of every computer in the human system. Unthinkable complexity. Lines of light ranged in the non-space of the mind, clusters and constellations of data. Like city lights, receding. 1984, p. 3. My hope for virtual reality would be that exploration of such new frontiers of language and communication could be built into research strategies from the start. Then the loop from the trivial to the archetypal might be appreciably shorted as the VR option becomes well known. A major career option of the near term is that of professional cyberspace architect/engineer. Such folks will design and direct the construction of virtual realities and scenarios. Gullickson, in an article for Nexus, wrote, "The talents of a cyberspace architect will be akin to those of traditional architects, film directors, novelists, generals, coaches, playwrights, and video game designers. The job of the cyberspace engineer will be to make the experience seem real. This job is as artistic as it is technical, for experience is something manufactured spontaneously in the mind and senses, not something that can be built, packaged, and sold like a car or a refrigerator aerator." 1989, p.8, 236. Terence McKenna. Consciousness is no better than the quality of the codes that convey it. VR may hold the possibility of an icon-based visual language that could be universally understood while being much more wide-spectrum in its portrayal of emotions and spatial relationships than is even theoretically possible for spoken language. But we will not find the fountain of pure visual poetry if we do not look for it. AE Sacred Plants and Mystic Realities. D. Could you describe the different phases of your spiritual quest from the beginning? TM. My original impetus was the shamanism of Central Asia, which, as an art historian in the late 1960s, interested me enormously. I went to Nepal to study the Tibetan language and got an insight not into Buddhism, which came to Tibet in the 7th century, but into the indigenous shamanism, Bonpo, which has been there since earliest times. I quickly satisfied myself, comparing the experiences and the art that I was seeing in Nepal with the sort of experiences that I had as an undergraduate in the LSD culture of the mid-1960s, that there was no clear one-to-one mapping between the psychedelic experience and traditional systems of esoteric thought, even though Timothy Leary and Ralph Metzner had given great impetus to that idea by publishing a psychedelic guide based on the Tibetan Book of the Dead. I practiced yoga when I lived in India and in the Seychelles, and I came to feel that either I was too lumpen to ever reach enlightenment by this means, or this was essentially the repetition of historical formulas where the real object has long since been lost or forgotten. So Jay then looked at shamanic traditions in situations where there had been less acculturation to the ongoing sweep of civilization that meant either the remote islands of Indonesia or the Amazon. And I visited both places. This interview with Neville Drury appeared in the autumn 1990, Volume 11, Number 1, issue of the Australian magazine Nature and Health. The Archaic Revival 239, the Indonesian outer islands first, beginning with Sumatra. Over 10 months, I walked myself south and east visiting Sumba, Sumbawa, Timor, Flores, the Moluccas, Seram, and Ternate. I was supporting myself as a professional butterfly collector, having a wonderful time and confronting a puzzle that many botanists have commented upon, and that was the unexplained paucity of psychoactive plants in the Old World tropics. For reasons that are not well understood, the South American tropics have a virtual monopoly on the plants that produce hallucinogenic indoles. Trying to construct an evolutionary scenario that would concentrate these compounds in one continent over all others is a thankless task, but having satisfied myself that there was no plant-based indigenous psychedelic shamanism in Indonesia, in 1970 I went to South America for the first time. I had made a thorough ethnograph_IC study of the Amazon basin before I went. Thanks to the work of Richard Evans Schultz at Harvard University, there is a compendious body of this sort of material. The principal hallucinogens of the Amazon basin are tryptamines of some sort or another, usually active at ed by being taken in combination with harmine, a monoamine oxidase MAO inhibitor. This was very interesting because it seemed to imply a pharmacological sophistication among these indigenous people that was only surpassed in the West in the mid-1950s, when this MAO SYS_TEM was understood. See anyway, we got down to South America and began experiment__ing with these plants. Ayahuasca, the visionary vine that Richard Spruce_ had first encountered when he was there in 1853, and the tryptamine_ containing snuffs of the Waka and Yanomamo people. It was very clear to me that the experience of LSD in a profane society was merely the edge of the psychedelic cosmos, and I realized that the conclusion that LSD was the most powerful of these compounds was really not well founded. What is happening with these tryptamine hallucinogens is a tremendous activation of the visual cortex, so that they are true halluci-nation-inducing drugs. The dominant motif is a flood of visual imagery that, try as one might, one cannot recognize as the contents of either the _personal or the collective unconscious. This was truly fascinating to me. I had made a thorough study of Jung and therefore had the expectation that motifs and idea systems from the unconscious mind would prove to be reasonably homogeneous worldwide. What I found, instead, with the peak intoxication from these plants, was a world of ideas, visual images, and noetic insight that really could not be co-mapped on any tradition even the esoteric tradition. All this seemed to go beyond it. This was so fascinating to me that I have made it the compass of my life. 240 Terence McKenna ND, what impact have psychedelics had, in a creative sense, on Western culture? TM, in the West the original contact with altered states of consciousness of any consequence would have to be opium. And opium was a major driving force on the Romantic imagination. Coleridge, De Quincey, Lawrence Sterne, and a number of other writers were creating a world of darkened ruins, abandoned priories, black water sucking at desolate shores, clearly a gloss on the opium state. Then around 1820, Byron, Shelley, and others began experimenting with hashish as well. But strangely enough, presumably for cultural reasons, hashish never made inroads into the English literary imagination the way that opium had. It was left to an American Fitzhugh Ludlow to detail his experiments as an undergraduate at Union College in 1853, eating large amounts of cannabis jelly, and comporting himself in a way that would be nearly unknown until 100 years later. There would come to be a fascination with what Baudelaire and Gautier called the artificial paradise. They saw these drugs as a tremendous spark plug to the literary imagination. That attitude was then passed on to people like Havelock Ellis, William James, and the Germans Kliever and Lewin in the matter of mescaline, which was the next compound to be isolated. In the late 1890s Lewin took peyote buttons to Germany and the pure substance was extracted. And there it was pretty much left until the LSD days of the 60s. Now, what all these early researchers established when research was legal was that these substances did create a flood of eidetic imagery. They did seem to open up insight into what would have to be called mystical landscapes. There was the sense that they were penetrating the world of gnosis. When LSD was made illegal in the United States in the 1960s, as an afterthought so were all other known psychedelics. And consequently our description of what these compounds are capable of tends to be equated with a type of instant psychoanalysis. You would take these substances, and, through a recovery of childhood trauma and insight into your situation, you would shed neurotic attitudes. It was a type of wonder drug for psychological problems. And there it was left, because research became illegal, particularly research with human beings. Nevertheless, there was a large underground community that continued to dabble in this area, and that community began to build up a picture of the activity of these substances that went well beyond the Freudian or the Jungian models. What gave particular impetus to this evolving point of view were the experiences people were having with psilocybin. Psilocybin is the active hallucinogenic compound in certain Hialibail, the archaic revival 241 species of mushrooms that have been used for millennia in the central Mexican highlands. Under the influence of psilocybin there is an experience of contact with a speaking entity, an interior voice that I call the Logos. The Logos spoke the truth, an incontrovertible truth. Socrates had what he called his daemon, his informing other. And the ease with which psilocybin induces this phenomenon makes it, from the viewpoint of a materialist or reductionist rooted in the scientific tradition, almost miraculous. So I set out to study this phenomenon and to try and determine for myself, was this a deeper level of the psyche that could appear, somehow autonomously, to be a resident other in the mind with whom one could have conversations. Was this the voice of Mother Nature? Or was it an extraterrestrial intelligence? These may seem like wild hypotheses, but you have to understand that I was pushed to them by evidence, by experience. This was not blue sky stuff. Here we had a voice in the head eager to reveal vast scenarios of esoteric history, the vast millennia unfolding in TLE human future. Andy, what did you make of it? TM, well, I still don't have the answer. I vacillate. It depends how close you are to actually having had the experience. It is hair-raisingly like dealing with an extraterrestrial. And yet once you put the experience behind you, your rational habits reassert themselves and you say to yourself, surely it could not have been that. Andy, you feel, don't you, that you are accessing quite different spiritual realms from those described by mystics and gurus from the Eastern traditions? TM, yes. Their stress on energy centers in the body, levels of consciousness, the moral perfection of spiritual dimensions, none of this I found to be reliable. What the psilocybin experience seems to argue is that there is a kind of parallel universe that is not at all like our universe, and yet it is inhabited by beings with an intentionality. It is not recognizably the universe of astral travel or of the Robert Monroe out-of-the-body experiments. What has always put me off about occultists is the humdrum nature of the other world. They talk about radiant people in flowing gowns, ascended masters and so on. My overwhelming, I'm_prescience of the other realm is its utter strangeness, its otherness. It is not even a universe of three-dimensional space and time. The other_thing about it, which the esoteric traditions to my mind never confront_directly, is the reality of it. Am not an occultist. I am spiritual only to the REAEA 242 Terence McKenna degree that I have been forced to be by experience. I came into it a reductionist, a rationalist, a materialist, an empiricist, and I say no reductionist, no empiricist could experience what I have experienced without having to seriously retool their philosophy. This is not a reality for the menopausal mystic, the self-hypnotized or the soft-headed. This is real. And the feeling that radiates out of the psychedelic experience is that it has a historical implication, that what has really happened in the 20th century is that the cataloging of nature that began in the 16th century with Linnaeus has at last reached its culmination. And the cataloging of nature has revealed things that were totally unexpected, for example, the existence of a dimension that our entire language set, emotional set, and religious ontology deny. What has happened in the 20th century is that we have found out what the witch doctors are really doing, what the shaman really intends. This information cannot simply be placed in our museums and forgotten. It contains within it a nugget of incontrovertible experience that appears to argue that our vision of reality is sorely lacking. Somehow we have gone down a road of development that has hidden from us vast regions of reality, areas that we have originally dismissed as superstition and now don't mention at all. Andy, do you feel that the shamanic reality is now the broadest paradigm available to us? Is it broader, say, than the Eastern mystical model? TM, oh, yes, I think so. What I think happened is that in the world of prehistory all religion was experiential, and it was based on the pursuit of ecstasy through plants. And at some time, very early, a group interposed itself between people and direct experience of the other. This created hierarchies, priesthoods, theological systems, castes, ritual, taboos. Shamanism, on the other hand, is an experiential science that deals with an area where we know nothing. It is important to remember that our epistemological tools have developed very unevenly in the West. We know a tremendous amount about what is going on in the heart of the atom, but we know absolutely nothing about the nature of the mind. We haven't a clue. If mathematical formulation is to be the bedrock of ideological certitude, then we have no certitude whatsoever in the realm of what is the mind. We assume all kinds of things unconsciously, but, when pressed, we can't defend our position. I think what has happened because of psychedelics on one level and quantum physics on another is that the program of rationally understanding nature has at last been pushed so far that we have reached the irrational co of SASE me toll. The Archaic Revival 243 ND, is the human potential movement currently re-evaluating the role of psychedelics in understanding the nature of consciousness? Or do you find yourself somewhat out on a limb among your contemporaries? TM, well, it's a little of both. The human potential movement at times seems like a flight from the psychedelic experience. It will do anything provided there can be certain confidence that it won't work. Therapies have their place, but they are not addressing the question, what is the ground of being? I am not alone in advocating a revisioning of psychedelics, but my colleagues and I certainly represent a highly suspect and not entirely integrated faction of the human potential movement. In a way, you see, we are still reacting to what happened in the 1960s. One can say many things about one's personal psychedelic experiences and they are always very personal, but if you try to look at 10,000 psychedelic experiences, the generalized conclusion you reach about what these things do is, number 1, they dissolve boundaries whatever the boundaries are. And as a consequence of this they dissolve cultural programming. They are very democratic, they dissolve all cultural programming. So Marxist, shaman, fundamentalist Christian, and nuclear physicist will all find themselves deeply questioning their own beliefs, post-psychedelic. The thing about LSD that did mark it as different from all the other psychedelics was that a reasonably competent chemist could produce 5 million doses in a single day. Well, that was unique in human history. When you go to the Amazon or when you take peyote with the huical, it is quite a chore to get sufficient material for 20 people. So the release of so much LSD into modern society caused the powers that be to assume that the whole social machine was being dissolved in acid literally, before their very eyes. I think that this was a mistake, to go at it like this. There were many voices at that time, with many theories of how it should be handled. If Aldous Huxley had lived another 10 years, it would have been very different. His idea was to get the psychedelic experience to artists, philosophers, city planners, architects, not every 18-year-old on earth. Andy, you focus especially on the tryptamines, but is there a cultural factor involved here also? Does a modern-day Westerner using ___ these psychedelics access the same reality with these substance as a traditional South American shaman? TM, ultimately, I don't think that it is cultural. When you smoke _DMT you have an experience that comes from the flesh and the bone of _your humanness. However, this experience exists entirely as a private it at /lepw de me bala amai. TTHE, 244 Terence McKenna reality until you pour it into a linguistic vessel. If you pour it into the linguistic vessel of English, it's going to look very different than if it is poured into the linguistic vessel of Mazatecan. And this has to do with the inevitable relativity of language. So part of what I have done is try to create a phenomenological description of what actually happens. The other thing about these psychedelic experiences is that they are so extraordinary that we have no way to anchor them in memory. If you visit a city you haven't been to before, you can always relate it to cities that you have been to, but when you go to a place that has no co-mappable point, then you have to create a new language almost from scratch. Paradoxically, DMT seems to be about the language forming assertivity in human beings. Interestingly, some tens of millennia ago the African continent underwent a period of desiccation that continues into the present. The great rainforests that covered most of Africa began to retreat, leaving grasslands behind them. The primate populations that were arboreal were forced by selective pressure to descend into the grasslands and to abandon their previously vegetarian habits for an omnivorous diet. They already had a complex system of pack signals, as monkeys do, but when they began to develop their hunting strategies on the veldt, there was even more pressure to accelerate and develop this signaling ability. Well, their omnivorous diet led them to focus on the great herds of ungulate animals, wild cattle that were evolving simultaneously. Now, in the dung of these ungulate animals the psilocybin mushrooms make their natural home. They are coprophilic, that is to say, dung-loving mushrooms. This is the only place that they grow. I myself have observed the foraging habits of baboons in Kenya. Baboons scrabble around in the dirt, and one of their favorite tricks is to flip over cowpies looking for beetles and grubs. So the cowpie occupies an important position in their world. And yet the mushroom is a totally anomalous object in the grassland environment. It stands out like a sore thumb. Roland Fisher, who did a lot of work with psilocybin before it became illegal to give it to human beings, made a very interesting observation in the early 1960s. He gave very low doses to people, doses so low that you would not have a psychedelic experience, and in fact you would not notice anything much at all, except a slight arousal. But he gave these people visual acuity tests, and he discovered that on small doses of psilocybin you can actually see more clearly than in your normal state. You don't have to be an evolutionary biologist to understand that if there is a plant in the environment that confers increased visual acuity on an animal that has a hunting lifestyle, then those animals that accept this item into their diet are going to be more successful hunters and therefore have a more successful reproductive strategy than those on aft-bin N+OE. The Archaic Revival 245 mals not admitting the item into their diet. Well, if you take slightly higher doses of psilocybin, this restless arousal turns into sexual arousal. And again, more successful copulations mean more successful impregnations, more successful births. This again favors those using the item in their breeding strategy. If you double the dose that causes this sexual arousal, then you have a full-fledged contact with something so bizarre, so mysterious, that to this day, 50,000 years later, we still do not have the intellectual equipment to understand it. It appears in the minds of modern human beings with the same transcendental, awe-inspiring force that it must have aroused in the mind of an Australopithecine. Andy, what then is your answer to people who continue to dismiss psychedelic experience as artificial? Surely your view is the exact reverse of that. TM, well, there's nothing artificial about it. These things were part of the human food chain from the very beginning. Where the misunderstanding comes is with the label "these are drugs," and drug is a red flag word. We are hysterical over the subject of drugs. Our whole society seems to be dissolving under the onslaught of criminally syndicate drug distribution systems. What we are going to have to do if we are to come to terms with this is to become a little more sophisticated in our definitions. I believe that what we really object to about drugs is that we are alarmed by unexamined, obsessive, self-destructive behavior. When we see someone acting in this way, we draw back. That is what addiction to a drug such as cocaine or morphine results in. However, psychedelics actually break habits and patterns of thought. They actually cause individuals to inspect the structures of their lives and make judgments about them. Now, what psychedelics share with drugs is that they are physical compounds, often pressed into pills, and you do put them into your body. But I believe that a reasonable definition of drugs would have us legalize psilocybin and outlaw television. Imagine if the Japanese had won World War II and had introduced into American life a drug so insidious that 30 years later the average American was spending 5 hours a day loaded on this drug. People would just view it as an outrageous atrocity. And yet, we in America do this to ourselves, and the horrifying thing about the trip that television gives you is that it's not your trip. It is a trip that comes down through the value systems of a society whose greatest god is the almighty dollar. So television is the opiate of the people. I think the tremendous governmental resistance to the psychedelic issue is not because psychedelics are multimillion-dollar criminal enterprises. They J4 Agape 246 Terence McKenna are trivial on that level. However, they inspire examination of values, and that is the most corrosive thing that can happen. Andy, your idea is of the psychedelic pioneer as a type of alchemist who can make the soul tangible, as it were. Could you tell us more about this? TM, alchemy was the belief that spirit somehow resided at the heart of matter. The alchemists were the heirs to the great Hellenistic religious systems that are generally tagged as Gnostic. The central idea of Gnosticism is that the material of which soul and true being is composed is trapped through a series of cosmic misfortunes in a low-level universe that is alien to it. And the alchemists literalized these ideas to suggest that the spirit could somehow be distilled or coaxed from the dense matrix of matter. Well, this is also what the psychedelics reinforce, and it is interesting to see how alchemists at different times have contributed to the advancement of pharmacology. For instance, distilled alcohol was discovered by alchemists seeking the elixir of life, and Paracelsus popularized opium. This is not to fault the alchemical quest but to show that alchemy, the belief that there is spirit in matter, was a survival of an older, shamanic strata of belief that involved gaining the alliance of a plant. I think the notion that one can make spiritual progress by oneself is preposterous. It is virtually impossible to have the spiritual experiences that confirm a certain moral order and value system unless you resort to psychedelics or, alternatively, fasting or getting lost in the wilderness. I don't think people realize quite how efficacious the psychedelics are. These things work. I wish people could be more Catholic in their tastes. If you are an advocate of the virtues of yoga or natural diet or mantras, you really owe it to yourself to explore those concerns using psychedelics at the same time. I explored the possibilities I have just mentioned before settling on the golden road to the soul. Andy, so why is there such tremendous prejudice, both in the East and in the West, against psychedelics? TM, I think people are in love with the journey. People love seeking answers. If you were to suggest to people that the time of seeking is over and that the chore is now to face the answer, that's more of a challenge. Anyone can sweep up around the ashram for a dozen years while congratulating themselves that they are following Baba into enlightenment. It takes courage to take psychedelics, real courage. Your stomach clenches, your palms grow damp, because you realize this is the Archaic Revival 247 real. This is going to work. Not in 12 years, not in 20 years, but in an hour. What I see in the whole spiritual enterprise is a great number of people supporting themselves in one way or another on the basis of their lack of success. Were they ever to succeed, these enterprises would all be put out of business. But no one's in a hurry for that. Andy, in your scheme of things, is there any place for institutionalized religion, for orthodox religious beliefs? TM, yes. What I have found is that all of these systems that are offered as spiritual paths work splendidly in the presence of psychedelics. If you think mantras are effective, try a mantra on 20 milligrams of psilocybin and see what happens. All sincere religious motivation is illuminated by psychedelics. To put it perhaps in a trivial way, the religious quest is an automobile, but psychedelics are the petrol that runs it. You go nowhere without the fuel, no matter how finely crafted the upholstery, how flawlessly machined the engine. Andy, where do you personally think the human potential movement is heading now, and where do you position yourself in the spectrum? TM, I believe that the best idea will win. We are all under an obligation to ourselves and to the world to do our best to place the best ideas on the table. Then all we have to do is stand back and watch. I have this Darwinian belief that the correct idea will emerge triumphant. To my way of thinking, psychedelics provide the only category that is authentic enough to be legislated out of existence. They're not going to make quartz crystals or wheatgrass juice illegal. These things pose no problem. But I think that we are going to have to come to terms with the psychedelic possibility. We would have a long time ago in America, except for the fact that, on this issue, the government acts as the enforcing arm of Christian fundamentalism. Life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness are enshrined in the Constitution of the United States as inalienable rights. If the pursuit of happiness does not cover the psychedelic quest for enlightenment, then I don't know what it can mean. I think we are headed for a darker period before the light, because the self-deceiving cant of the government on this issue is going to have to be exposed for what it is. I see the whole hard drug phenomenon as an enormous con game. Governments have always been the major purveyor of addictive drugs, right back to the sugar trade in England, the opium wars in China, the CIA's involvement in the heroin trade in Southeast Asia underscoring the 1960s, and the current distribution coming out of South ESCEA 1 equals 248 Terence McKenna America. We're going to have to abandon this Christian wish to legislate other people's behavior for their own good. Let's take two drugs for a moment and contrast them. Cocaine is ultra chic, costs $100 per gram, is utterly worthless as far as I can see, and doesn't get you as wired as a double espresso. Then there's airplane glue. It cost $1.20 a tube, and you can totally waste yourself with it and probably kill yourself no faster than you can with cocaine. So why aren't people in Dior gowns, driving Rolls Royces, honking up airplane glue? Because it's tatty, grotesque, déclassé. And this is what we have to put across about these hard drugs. The only way you can do that is to reduce the price of cocaine to $1.25 per gram. Then it will be seen as a horrible, banal, destructive thing. Only when governments intervene by restricting access do things suddenly gain this astronomical worth. So it is a game that the government is playing. Edo see signs in a number of countries that governments are at last heeding the environmental message. If we consider the concept of the Gaia hypothesis as a reflection of an emerging global awareness, it also seems to me that your concept of the oversoul of the planet could also become important. These things are all part of the New Age, but I have abandoned that term in favor of what I call the Archaic revival, which places it all in a better historical perspective. When a culture loses its bearing, the traditional response is to go back in history to find the previous anchoring model. An example of this would be the breakup of the medieval world at the time of the Renaissance. They had lost their compass, so they went back to Greek and Roman models and created classicism, Roman law, Greek aesthetics, and so on. In the 20th century, a global civilization has lost its bearing, and as we look back in time for a model to anchor us, we have to go back before history to around 12 or 15,000 years ago. So the important part of the human potential movement and the New Age, I believe, is the re-empowerment of ritual, the rediscovery of shamanism, the recognition of psychedelics, and the importance of the goddess. There must also be an authentic religious mystery driving this. Psychedelics put you in touch with something that is both real and immediate, the mind of the planet. This is the oversoul of all life on Earth. It's the real thing. The Gaia hypothesis, which began by proposing that the entire planet is a self-regulating system, has now been brought to the level where some people are saying it's almost alive. But I would go much further than that. Not only is it alive, but it is minded. Tailway sorters UEIEEE foot EE is equals the Archaic revival 249, that human balance, dignity, and religiosity depend on having direct contact with this realm. That is what shamanism is providing. It was available in the West until the fall of Eleusis and the mystery traditions to some people, but then it was stamped out by barbarians who didn't understand what they had destroyed. The soul of the planet is not neutral about the emerging direction of human history. We are part of a cosmic drama. I'll really believe that, and although the cosmic drama has lasted for untold ages, I don't think it's going to run for untold ages into the future. You see all this reaching some sort of climax in 2012 AD. Could you explain that? I see some sort of culmination in 2012. The Maya also set 2012 as the end of a 5,128-year cycle. I believe that what we call historical existence is a self-limiting situation that cannot be projected centuries into the future. We are tearing the earth to pieces, we are spewing out toxins, and the entire planet is reacting. Psychedelics are going to play a major role in helping people to become aware of what is really happening. Andy, you have said that an important part of the mystical quest is to face up to death and recognize it as a rhythm of life. Would you like to enlarge on your view on the implications of the dying process? I take seriously the notion that these psychedelic states are _an anticipation of the dying process, or, as the Tibetans refer to it, the bardo level beyond physical death. It seems likely that our physical lives are a type of launching pad for the soul. As the esoteric traditions say, life is an opportunity to prepare for death, and we should learn to recognize the signposts along the way, so that when death comes, we can make the transition smoothly. I think the psychedelics show you the transcendental nature of reality. It would be hard to die gracefully as an atheist or existentialist. Why should you? Why not rage against the dying of the light? But if in fact this is not the dying of the light but the dawning of the great light, then one should certainly not rage against that. There's a tendency in the New Age to deny death. We have people pursuing physical immortality and freezing their heads until the 5th millennium, when they can be thawed out. All of this indicates a lack of _balance or equilibrium. The Tao flows through the realms of life and non-life with equal ease. ND, do you personally regard the death process as a journey at 250 Terence McKenna TM, like the psychedelic experience, death must be poured into the vessel of language. But dying is essentially physiological. It may be that there are certain compounds in the brain that are only released when it is impossible to reverse the dying process. And yet the near-death experience has a curious affinity to the shamanic voyage and the psychedelic experience. I believe that the best map we have of consciousness is the shamanic map. According to this viewpoint, the world has a center, and when you go to the center which is inside yourself, there is a vertical axis that allows you to travel up or down. There are celestial worlds, there are infernal worlds, there are paradisiacal worlds. These are the worlds that open up to us on our shamanic journeys, and I feel we have an obligation to explore these domains and pass on that information to others interested in mapping the psyche. At this time in our history, it's perhaps the most awe-inspiring journey anyone could hope to make. Bibliography Allegro, John M. The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross. Garden City, New York, Doubleday, 1970. Burks, Walter, and R. A. Gilbert. The Treasure of Montsegur. London, Aquarian Press, 1987. Brumbaugh, Robert, ed. The Most Mysterious Manuscript. Carbondale, I.L., Southern Illinois University Press, 1978. Carroll, Lewis. The Annotated Alice, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass, Introduction and Notes by Martin Gardner. New York, Clarkson and Potter, 1960. D'Imperio, Mary. The Voynich Manuscript, An Elegant Enigma. Washington, D.C., U.S. Department of Commerce, National Technical Information Service, 1978. Dewar, Hans-Peter. Dreamtime, Oxford, Basil Blackwell, 1985. Easler, Ryan. The Chalice and the Blade. San Francisco, Harper and Row, 1987. Iliad, Mircea. Shamanism, Archaic Techniques of Ecstasy. New York, Pantheon Books, 1964. Gibson, William. Neuromancer. New York, Ace, 1984. Graves, Robert. Food for Centaurs. Garden City, New York, Doubleday, 1960. Difficult Questions, Easy Answers. Garden City, New York, Doubleday, 1964. Gunther, Herbert v. Tibetan Buddhism Without Mystification. Leiden, E. J. Brill, 1966. Gullickson, Eric. Cyberspace, Experiential Computing, Nexus 89 Science Fiction, Science Fact, 1989. Hoffman, Albert. LSD, My Problem Child. Los Angeles, Tarcher, 1983, Jacobs, Barry L. Hallucinogens, Neurochemical, Behavioral and Clinical Perspectives. New York, Raven, 1984. James, William. The Varieties of Religious Experience. Cambridge, Ma, and London, Harvard University Press, 1985. Janes, Julian. The Origin of Consciousness in the Breakdown of the Bitch Mind. Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1977. Lejeune, Jean-Dominique. The Rock Paintings of Tassili. Cleveland, World, 1963. Levitov, Leo. Solution of the Voynich Manuscript, a liturgical manual for the Endurer Rite of the Kathari Heresy, the Cult of Isis. Laguna Hill, CA, Aegean Park, 1987. Lhote, Henry. The Search for the Tassili Frescoes. New York, E. P. Dutton, 1959. Lloyd, John Urey, Editoropa, or, The End of Earth. Cincinnati, Authors Limited Edition, 1895. Raiders EASNESE 254 Terence McKenna Maspero, Gaston. The Dawn of Civilization Egypt and Chaldea. London, Society for Promoting Christian Knowledge, 1894. McKenna, Terence. True Hallucinations. Berkeley, CA, Lux Natura, 1984, an 8-tape talking book. McKenna, Terence, and Dennis McKenna. The Invisible Landscape. New York, Seabury, 1975. Mellart, James. Earliest Civilizations of the Near East. New York, McGraw-Hill, 1965. Archaic, a Neolithic town in Anatolia, New York, McGraw-Hill, 1967. Merrill, A.E. The Narrative of Mr. W. Science 40, No. 1029, September 18, 1914. Munn, Henry. The Mushrooms of Language. In Michael Harner, ed., Shamanism and Hallucinogens. London, Oxford University Press, 1973. Pym, Herbert Moore, Pseudonym Newman. Monsieur Among the Mushrooms, Irish Ecclestical Record 5, January-June 1915, 586-603. Pym, Herbert Moore. Monsieur Among the Mushrooms. Reprinted in Unknown Immortals in the Northern City of Success. Dublin, Talbot, 1917. Rodriguez, E., Emery Gullin, S. Uehara, T. Nishida, R. Wrangham, Z. Abramowski, A. Finlayson, and G. H. N. Towers. Thiorubrine, a bioactive constituent of Aspelia, Asteraceae, consumed by wild chimpanzees. Experientia 41, 1985 419-420. Runciman, S. The Medieval Manichae, a study of the Christian dualist heresy. New York, Viking, 1961. Sohr, Karl. Man's Impact on the Earth. New York, Academic Press, 1973. Schultz, R.E. Some Impacts of Spruce's Amazon Explorations on Modern Phytochemical Research. Redora, Journal of the New England Botanical Club, 70, 783, July-September 1968. Shah, Idris. The Sufis. Garden City, New York, Doubleday, 1964. Vallée, Jacques. The Invisible College. New York, E. P. Dutton, 1975. Messengers of Deception. Berkeley, CA, and/or Press, 1979. Waddington, C.H. The Nature of Life. London, George Allen and Unwin, 1961, Waite, A.E. The Holy Grail. New Hyde Park, New York, University Books, 1961. Wakefield, W. L. Heresy, Crusade and Inquisition in Southern France 1100 to 1250. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1974. Warner, H.J. The Albigensian Heresy. New York, Macmillan, 1922, reprint 1978. Wasson, R. Gordon. Soma, Divine Mushroom of Immortality. New York, Harcourt Brace Jovanovich, 1971. Forward to Fantastica, rare and important psychoactive drug literature from 1700 to the present. Los Angeles, William and Victoria Daily Antiquarian Books and Fine Prints, 1979, Wasson, R. Gordon, Albert Hoffman, and Carl A. P. Ruck. The Road to Eleusis, Unveiling the Secret of the Mysteries. New York, Harcourt Brace Jovanovich, 1978. Wasson, R. Gordon, S. Kramrisch, J. Ott, and Carl A. P. Ruck. Persephone's Quest, Entheogens and the Origins of Religion. New Haven, Yale University Press, 1986. Wasson, V.P., and R. Gordon Wasson. Mushrooms, Russia and History. New York, Pantheon Books, 1957. Wells, H. G. Best Science Fiction Stories of H. G. Wells. New York, Dover, 1966. Whitehead, Alfred North. Process and Reality. New York, Free Press, 1969. Index Abraham, Ralph, 179-80, 215, 216 Admixture Plants, 122, 123, 124, 127 Africa, 80, 146, 147, 244 Against the Grain, Huisman, 77 Agriculture, 164 AIDS, 14 Alchemy, 59, 125, 173, 246 Alcohol, 56 The Aleph, Borges, 44 Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, Carol, 187-88, 189, 195 Alien, S, 58, Humans as, 98, Love, 72, 73-74, 75, 87, As the Self, 93. See also Extraterrestrials. Allegro, John, 151 Amanita muscaria, 146, 150, 153, 188, 189, 195 Amazon, 9, 10, 44, 58, 68, 79, 96, 216 Amazon Basin, 26, 27, 117, 160, 239 Americas, rich in plant hallucinogens, 80, 239 amphetamines, 15 anesthetics, 35 animal domestication, 149 to 53 animals, 128, 218 Arabia, 147 Archaic Revival, 205, 220, 225, 248 Aristotle, 18 Art, 43, 62, 66, and Virtual Reality, 231, 234 Astral Body, 91 Astrology, 152, 177, 178 Atomic Systems, 78, 90, 101, 104 Autodesk. 228 to 29 Ayahuasca, 3,7, 10, 26, 29, 34, 68, 116 to 40, 239, anesthetic effect of, 132, bruise, 130, 131, chemistry of, 34, compared to psilocybin mushrooms, 135, 140, DMT present in, 53, dosage, 130, 133, 138, 139, 140, and environment, 133, 139, forms of, 125, group hallucination, 68, 99, growth of, 130 to 31, 133, as health restorative, 130, high-end visions described, 121 to 24, 130, 132, 134, 135, 136 to 38, 139, 140, with marijuana, 122, orally active, 53, preparation of, 124, 125 to 26, 128 to 29, 130, 131, 135, price of, 123, side effects of, 137, vomiting with, 132, 134, 137 ayahuasqueros, 119 to 39 bacon, Roger, 173, 175, 176, 178, 179, 184 Bali, 30 Banisterio size copped, 96, 117, 127, 130 to 31, 133 Bar, Frank, 51, 96, 216 Bertalanffy, Ludwig von, 215 beta-carbolines, 78, 121, 133 Big Bang Theory, 51, 101 Bingen, Hildegard von, 220 256 Index Blake, William, 31, 54, 77, 92, 100 Body, 87, 129 Borges, Jorge Luis, 44 Bora People, 26 Bos Indicus, 150, 151 Botanical Dimensions, 216, 224 to 25 Bork, John G., 195 Bracewell, RN, 84, 85 Brain Chemistry, 16 Brain Enhancement Machines, 212, 213 Brave New World, Huxley, 230 Breathing, 2, 46 Britain, 164 Brumbaugh, Robert S., 172, 179 Buddhism, 7, 17, 83 Burroughs, William, 3 Copy, 117, 118. See also Ayahuasca Calendar, Mayan, 18, 110 to 11, 249 Canada, 164 Cannabis. See Marijuana Capra, Fritjof, 51 Carroll, Lewis, 187, 195 Castaneda, Carlos, 85 Kittlehedic, 149, 150 Catharism, 182 to 84 Cattle Cult, 149 Chakruna, 121, 123, 126, 127, 128, growing of, 127, 128, preparation of, 129, price of, 123, 128 Chalice and the Blade, the, Easler, 149 Chanting, 60, 124, 138, 139 Chaos, 32 Sinoboskian Library, 41 Chimpanzees, 142 to 43 China, 79,107, 108, 152 Christ, 59, Resurrection, 59, 61, 76 Christianity, 11, 12, 17, 29, 98, 167 Church, suppression of plant knowledge, 149 Claviceps purpurea, 189 Cocaine, 245, 247, 248 Collective, telepathic trance, 120, Unconcise, 54, 64, 125 Columbia, 26 Compressionism, 216 computers, 19 to 20, 22, 64, 218, 229, and imagination, 213 concrescence, 101, 110, 111, 2012 AP, 101, 110, 111 consciousness, 42, 69, after biological death, 211, collective, 14, defined, 143, evolution of, 6, and space, 86, transformation of, 32, 157 consumerism, 13 Cook, Mordecai, 188, 195 Cordoverios, Manuel. 119 to 20 Corpus Hermeticum, 128 Crack, 8 Creativity, 65, as principle of novelty, 110 Creode, 144 Crick, Francis, 206, 207 Culture, Feminism of, 220 Curanderos, 127 Curing, 85 Cybernetics, 55, 76, 79, 157, 166. See also Virtual Reality * Cyberspace, 230, 232, 235 Datura, 7, 11, 149 Death, 13, 37, 46, 69 to 70, After Death State, 93, and Cathars, 182, 183, Fear of, 100, Moment of, 90, 91, 92, Near, 45, 211, Process, 211, 249 to 50 D, Arthur, 175 D, John, 173 to 84 Demons, 53, 135 D Imperio, Mary, 180, 181 Descartes, René, 32, 177 Devil, 127, 128, 149 Devolution, 215 Dick, Philip K., 41 Difficult Questions, Easy Answers, Graves, 199, 200 Dimethyltryptamine. CDMT Diploteres Cabararena, 123, 126, 128 DMT, dimethyltryptamine, 2, 8, 9, 16, 26, 27, 30, 34, Amazon, use in, 44, banal images associated with subthreshold, 139, black hole effect, 44 to 45, chemistry of, 43, dosage, 159, and the ego, 94, experiments with monkeys, 144, high described, 36 to 38, 243, hyperdimensional language of, 62, 234, and sound, 209. See also ayahuasca, hallucinogens, psilocybin mushrooms, psychedelics DNA, 42, 64 Dominator Model of Society, 149 Doors of Perception, Huxley, 7, 204, 205 Rear 9, 34, 77,91, 94, 95, Lucid, 210, Index 257 Drugs and Medicines of North America, Jour NAL, 190 Drumming, 2, 12 Dualism, 18 Earl, Botanist, 150, 193 Earth. See Planet Eastern Traditions, 241, 242 Eckhart, Meister, 31 Ecology Movement, 13, 15,95 Ecosystem, 61, 63 Ecstasy, 2, 13, 14, 44, 66 to 67 Ecuador, 26 Ego, 10, 11, 22, 37, 75, 94, 97, 146 Einsteinian theory, 104 Eisler, Ryan 149, 219 Eleusinian mysteries, 149, 162,211, 249 Eleusis, 54, 56, 63, 163, 189 Iliad, Mircea, 67, 93, 96, 144, 166 Emotion, language of, 213 to 14 Endurerite, 182, 183 Energy production, 222 to 24 English, 77, 98 Enochian, 175 Entelechies, 27, 28 Entities, 16. Entropy, 109, 116 Environment, Detoxification of, 221 Epilepsy, 45 Epistemology, 63 Eras, 98, 163 Ethnomdicene, 29 Ethnomycology, 186, 187, 193, 200 Edidorpa, Lloyd, 190 to 93, 190 N, 195, 198 Evil, 135 Evolution, 31, 87, Co-adaptive, 221, Future goal of, 209, 210, and Mushrooms 142 to 53, 207 Exopherinomes, 145 Extraterrestrials, 59, 60, Archetype of, 73, Contact with, 35, 73 to 88, Erotic relationship with, 72, 75, Psilocybin mushrooms as, 39, 40, 46, 58, 81, 158, 159, 207, 241, Search. 4, 159 Fama, B, 176 Fasting, 2, 35 Father, Return to, 95 Fear, 37 Finnegan's Wake, Joyce, 51, 93 Fisher, Roland, 244 Flying Saucers. See UFOs Food for Centaurs, Graves, 151, 186, 200 Fractals, 51, 209, 213 Freud, Sigmund, 54, 63, 205, and Dreams, 91 Fundamentalism, 14, 247 Fungi, 79, 80 Future, 66, 215 Gaia, 219, 222, 225, 248 Gaines, Jeff, 147 and Galaxy, 40, 47 Gel Band, Patrice, 228, 230 Genes, 66, 80 Genitalia, 79 Gibson, William, 235 Ginsberg, Allen, 3 Global Crisis, 218 Glossolalia, 38, 137, 162 Gnosis, 38, 78, 127 Gnosticism, 16, 246 God, 11, 12 to 13, 22, 32, 40, Direct Knowledge of, 56 Goddess, Great. 93, 219, 220, Cult of, 149, Rebirth of, 17, 219, Religions, 150, 153, 183, Gome National Park Tanzania, 142, Gospel of Saint Dunstable, 175 Grasslands, 146 to 47 Graves, Robert, 38, 53, 151, 186, 189, 199, 200, 201 Greeks, 76, 162 Graf, Stan, 51 Gunther, Herbert, 46 Gullikson, Eric, 228 to 30, 235 Gurus, 12 Haldane, JBS, 165 Hallucinations, 34 to 35, 52, Group Telepathic, 68, 99, 120 Hallucinogens, 2, 11, 26, Committed doses of, 15, Endogenous, 78, Heroic doses of, 15, Prehistoric use of, 44, in New World, 80, 239, in Old World, 239, as Origin of the Mind, 146. See also ayahuasca, DMT, LSD, psilocybin mushrooms, psychedelics harmaline, 96 harmine, 96, 121, 239 258 index hashish, 3, 7, 9, 11, 213, 240 healing, 85 healing plants, 224 heaven and hell, Huxley, 204 Heraclitus, 98 heroic doses, 15 heroin, 247 Hertzsprung-Russell equation, 72 hieroglyphic monad, the, d, 176 Hinduism, 44 history, 82, end of, 18, 41, 60, 70, 87, 92, 100, 113, 157, patterns of, 214 to 15 Hoffman, Albert, 20, 52, 54, 56, 117, 163, 189 hologram, 86. Huatla de Jimenez, 117, 163 human potential movement, 243, 247, 248 human species, death of, 94, origins of, 54, as unevolving species, 92 to 93. See also Evolution Huxley, Aldous, 3, 7, 30, 98, 2045, 230, 243 Hydrogen Economy, 223 to 24 Hypnosis, 30 I Ching, 65, 105 to 8, 205 Ideas, 79 Imagination, 19, 63, 65, 66, 76, 86, 95, 100, 101, 157 Incubi, 72 India, 11, 12, 30, 56, 98, 152, 160, 238, presence of psilocybin mushrooms, 151, 153 Indo-Europeans, 56, 151 to 52 Indonesia, 30, 238 to 39 Information, 64, 91, 98, 116, 181, 215, versus Knowledge, 156 Invisible College, the, Valet, 59 Invisible Landscape, the, McKenna and McKenna, 37, 58. 60, 96, 156, 205 Iquitos, Peru, 26 Iran, 150, 151 Iraq, 150, 151 Trishiklistical Record, 195, 196 ISIS, 182, 183 James, William, 199 N, 240 Janes, Julian, 11, 145 to 46 Jewish Mysticism, 17 Jonas, Hans, 53 Joyce, James, 90, 93, 157 Jung, Carl, 10, 28, 51, 53, 54, 75, 80. 95, 239 Kabbalah, 12, 16, 17, 18 Kelly, Edward, 173, 175, 176, 178, 180, 181 Kircher, Athanasius, 173-74 Knowledge, 156, 161 Kundalini, 30 Kuriku, 26 Labar, Weston, 164 La Corora, Sound Experiment at, 96, 100 Lamb, F. Bruce, 117-18 Language, 19, 42, 47, 62, 105, 157, Creating Reality, 214, Dualisms in, 94, Evolution of, 21, 213-14, Origin of, 145, 146, Psilocybin Effect on, 39, Replicated in DNA, 64, Tryptamine Effect on, 36, 62, and Virtual Reality, 232, Visual, 53, 209. 234, 235, 236, World as Made of, 161, 162 Lanier, Jaron, 229, 231, 233, 234 Leary, Timothy, 7, 9, 20, 30, 55, 238 Levitov, Leo, 182-84 Light, Speed of, 95 Lightning, 45 Literature, Effect of Psychedelics on, 240, Reference to Hallucinogens in, 187-201, Relation to Psychedelic Experience, 77 Lloyd, Curtis Gates, 190, 193 Lloyd, John Urey, 190-93, 195, 201 Lloyd Library of Botany and Pharmacy, 190 Logic, 79, 85 Logos, 16, 22, 29, 32, 36, 38, 43, 52, 53, 61, 76, 98, 99, 158, 232, 241. 248, discovered, 41, as perfect, 94, 162 Lovecraft, Howard Phillips, 182, 198 LSD, 8, 11, 15, 16, 36, 38, 44, 74, 98, 239, 243, clinical experimentation, 54, compared to psilocybin, 52-53, $2, culture of 1960s, 55, 238, 240, made illegal, 164, 240, retained in body, 43 LSD, My Problem Child, Hoffman, 117 Ludlow, Fitzhugh, 3, 240 Louis C. Nio Indians, 136 Lunar Calendar, 108 Lunar Gods, 152 Magic, 43, 79, 149 Mahayana, Art, 44, Buddhism, 17, 44 Male Dominance, 149, 219 Mandaeanism. 85, 151 Mantras, 30 Mao, monoamine oxidase, inhibitor, 239 Marijuana, Cannabis, 128, 184, and Index 259 Marvel, Andrew, 77 Myristicin, 55 Masculine, the, 220 Mystery, the, 18, 83, 102 Mate Choosing, 211-12 Mystical Literature, 59, 67 Materialism, 18, 149 Mystics, 67 Mathematics, 41, 79, Fractal, 51, 209, 213 Mythology, 51 Maya, 151, Calendar, 18, 110 to 11, 249 McKenna, Dennis, 37, 52, 80, 156, 205 Nag Hammadi, 41 McKenna, Kathleen Harrison, Cat, 118, Naisbitt, John, 156 130, 132, 134, 139, 224 Nanotechnology, 209, 224 McLuhan, Marshall, 225 Narcotic Shamanism, 144 Meaning, 64 NASA, 229 Meditation, 31 Natural Mind, The, Weil, 163 Melanin, 96 to 97 Nature, 218, 219, 221 Menser, Gary, 82 AIE, i.e. Unund Mental Disease, 29 Near-Death Experience, 45, 211 Merrill, AE, 186 Mescaline, 3, 6,7, 15, 16, 36, 98, 240 Messiahs, 62 Metzner, Ralph, 9, 56, 72, 238 Mexico, Mushroom Cults of, 40, 44,97, 117 Meyer, Peter, 108 Middle Ages, 149, 218 Middle East, 147, 150, 151 Mind. 41, 60, 1, 94 Mind Parasites, The, Wilson, 59 Molecules, 78, 101, 104 Money, 12, 13, 21, 245 Monkeys, DMT Experiments with, 144 Monkshood, 149 Monroe, Robert, 241 Monsieur Among the Mushrooms, Newman, 195 to 99 Morning Glories, 7, 213 Morphine, 245 Morphogenetic Field 212 Mozambique, Don Fidel, 120 to 39 Most Mysterious Manuscript, The, Brumbaugh, 172 Muinane People, 26 Mon, Henry, 145 Mushrooms, 7, 10, 16, Ancient Words, Phrases and Symbols of, 152, Coprophilic, 146, 151, 244, Cults, 40, 97 to 98, 177, 163, 200, Deities, 152, depicted in ancient rock paintings, 147 and N, 148, as flesh of the gods, 40, literary reference to, 187 to 201, religious, 153, spores of, 84, transfer through space, 46 to 47, 80, 84, 206 to 7, see also psilocybin M. The Mushrooms of Language, Mon, Necromicon, The, Lovecraft, 182 Negativism, 14 Nepal, 7, 133, 238 Neuromancer, Gibson, 235 The New Accelerator, Wells, 189 to 90 New Age, 13, 29 to 30, 78, 87, 248, 249, Term, 205. Newbold, William Romaine, 179 Newman, A. H. M. Pym, 195, 196 Newtonian Theory, 32, 95, 96, 104 Nightshade, deadly, 149 1960s drug culture, 158, 169, 238 non-NAKTHA, Thailand, 150 to 51 novas, 84 novelty, 101, 104, 105, 108 to 13, 136, 166, 206, synonyms for, 109 nuclear age, 61, 163 occult, 59, 241 okoyeg, 123 octopus, 21 to 22, 231 to 32 ookuhei, sikuriku opium, 240, 246, 247 orbai, Juana Gonzalez, 120, 126, 128 orgasm, 207 origin of consciousness in the breakdown of the bicameral mind, the, Janes, 11, 145 to 46 Osmond, Humphrey, 30, 163 other, 2, 32, 41, 52, 65, 69, 78, 136, 241, desire to fuse with, 74, 76, ideal of, 76, in man, 140, nature of, 83, need for, 83, relationship with, 73, 76 ought, Jonathan, 81 to 82 over mind, God, 10, 11, 28, 64, 65, 69, 94 over soul, 60, 61, 62, 69, 97, of the planet, 260 index paganism, 17, 62, 163 Palenque, Mexico, 151 Panaeolus Papilianaceus, 186 to 87, 189 Panspermia theory, 84, 206 to 7 Parmenids, 98 partnership. Model of society, 149, 151 patriarchal politics, 13 penicillin, 224 Persephone myth, 72 perspiration, magical, 79 Peru, 26, 29, 118 to 39 peyote, 7, 15, 240, 243 pharmaceutical botany, 55 pharmacology, 31 pheromones, 145 Philogedeus, 94, 162 philosophers, 61 to 62, 162 philosophers stone, 182 philosophers stone, the, Wilson, 182 photosynthesis, 222 to 23 photovoltaic power, 222 to 23 physics, 105 physis, 100, 101 Pim, Herbert Moore, 196 NN, 198, 199, 201 plain and easy account of British fungi, Cook, 188 planet, human departure from, 66, 92, 157, 158, 167 planetary purpose, 150, 220 plants, admixture, 122, 123, 124, 127, and gnosis, 43, and human relationship, 218 to 25, illegal, 218, as sacred and divine, 56. See also hallucinogens, psychedelics, specific names of Plato, 27, 42, 50, 98 Platonism, 162, 163 The Platter Story, Wells, 189 Pollock, Stephen, 82 Ponnamperuma, Cyril, 84, 207 Power Holders, 56 Pre-Columbian Textiles, 147 Price, Richard, 50 Priesthood, 56 Primates, Evolution, and Plant Hallucinogens, 144-47, 207, 244 Primitive Cultures, 29, 68 Problem Solving, 12 Process and Reality, Whitehead, 110 Psilocin, 80 Psilocybe, 151 Psilocybin mushrooms, 2. 8, 13, 15, 16, 21, 27, 30, 32, 34, 35 to 36, 53, 124, 150, 151, 200, 201, 240 to 41, availability of 81, chemistry of 43, 80, compared to ayahuasca, 135, 140, compared to LSD, 52, 82, coprophilic, 146, 151, 244, cults, 40, 97 to 98, 117, 163, 200, dialogue with, 74 to 75, 81, 100, 208, dosage, 159, and evolution of man, 142 to 53, 207, 244 to 45, experience described, 39 to 40, as extraterrestrials, 39, 40, 46, 58, 81, 158, 159, 207, 241, habitats, 150, 151, illegal, 164, 240, as intelligent life form, 84, new species of, 163 to 44, origins in space, 46 to 47, 80, 206 to 7, and perception of reality, 69, prejudice against, 186, 243, 246, and sexual arousal, 207 to 8, 245, side effects of, 137, and spiritual awareness, 144, spread of through Old and New World, 149 to 53. See also ayahuasca, DMT psilocybin, The Magic Mushroom Grower's Guide, McKenna, 39, 81, 99 Psychedelic, S Creative Impact on Western Culture, 240, Illegality of, 164, 240, Modeling the After-Death State, 93, Prejudice Against, 160, 161, 164, 243, 245, 246, Research, 54, 55, 68, 69, 99. See also hallucinogens, LSD psychic experiences, 76 psychoactive plants. See hallucinogens, psychedelic psychoanalysis, 161 psychoid, 51 psychological disorders, 29 psychotherapy, 9, 14 psychotic breaks, 95 psychotriavirides, 121 pucahuasca, 123, 126, 128 puculpa, 120, 121, 123, 124, 127, 130 The Purple Pileus, Wells, 188 to 89 Quantum Mechanics, 34 Quantum Physics, 51, 209, 242 Quinine, 224 Reagan Era, 7, 14 Reality, 161, Changes in, under tryptamines, 68 to 69, X.Ordinary, 161, Ode by Language, 214, K. Nature Index 264 Recycling, 222 Religion, 18, 28, 32, 136, Belief and Disbelief, 61, Early, 242, Father God Notion, 73, Goddess, 150, 153, 183, Hierarchies in, 28, Mushroom, 153, Mushrooms as Cause of, 144, Origin of, 54, and the Transcendental Object, 20 Reproduction, 207, 244-45 Research, Hallucinogen, 54, 55, 68, 69, 99 Resources, Natural, 222 Rig Veda, 152 Ritual, 205 Road to Eleusis, Unveiling the Secret of the Mysteries, the, Wasson, 189 Rock Paintings, Tassili. Plateau, 147 NN, 148 Rodriguez, Eloy, 142-43 Rolfing, 12 Romans, 59, 76 Rosicrucians, 173, 176 Ruck, Carl A.P., 163, 189 Rudolph II of Bohemia, 172-73, 177, 178, 184 Sacred Mushroom and the Cross, Allegro, 151 Sadhus, 11, 151, 160 Sahara Desert, 146 Sailing to Byzantium, Yates, 63, 167 Sanity, 67 Soar, Carl, 147 Scatologic Rights of All Nations, Bork, 195 Schizophrenia, 63 Schultz, Richard Evans, 20, 118, 128, 239 Science, 16, 41, 63, 81, 91, 136, As a Threat to Humans, 61 Scientific Perspectives on Extraterrestrial Communication, Ponnamperuma, 84 The Sect of the Phoenix, Borges, 44 Self, as the Alien, 93, and Body, 87, Defined, 83, as Pre-Homeric God, 146 Separateness, 23 Serotonin, 43 Seven Sisters of Sleep, The, Cook, 188, 195 Sex and Sexuality, 13, 20, 98, Arousal, 207, 208, 245, Between Humans and Non-Humans, 72, and Psychedelic Experience, 79, Repression, 14, as Taboo, 146, Taoist and Tantra Practices, 75 Shah, Idris, 200, Ms. M. Shamanism, 2, 3,7, 17, Afterlife Body, 92, of Central AACI Find, 13, Described, 45, Hallucinogenic versus Non-Hallucinogenic, 166, and Modern Society, 165, Narcotic, 144, Singing and Chanting, 22, 60, 68, 234 Shamanism, Archaic Techniques of Ecstasy, Iliad, 144 Shamans, 91, Ancient Depictions of, 147 NN, 148, Ayahuasca, 135-36, Described, 45, 65, Family Lines of, 45, as Healers, 85, 126, as Peripheral to Society, 165 Sheldrake, Rupert, 212, 215, 216 Shoestone, 175, 182 Shulgin. Alexander, Sasha, 34, 53 Sierra Mazateca, 98 Sin, 152 singing, 22, 60, 68, 137, 234 sleep, 77 to 78, 91 smack, 8 smithies, John, 34 social, change, 166, transformation, 97 society, dominator versus partnership models, 149, modern malaise of, 219 Socrates, 162, 241 solar energy, 223 solar system, 66 solution of the Vedic manuscript, Leviatov, 182 Soma, 56, 150, 152 Sana, divine mushroom of immortality, Wasan, 144 Sarar Mystica, 80 Soul, 129, 246, alienation from, 40, and bodily death, 90, fate of, 91, as the SEC on body, 128 sound, 139, 208 to 9, charging molecular structures, 96, as energy, 60 space, colonization and exploration, 63, 96, 209, craft, 58, habitats, 66, transfer of genetic materia through, 80. See also extraterrestrials, UFOs space, inner versus outer, 86 to 87 Spanish conquest, 40, 151 speaking in tongues, 38. See also glossolalia spirits, 212, evocation of, 212, meanings of, 45 spiritual, advancement, paths to, 98, movement, 15 spirituality, mushrooms as cause of, 144 spore companies, 82 262 index Star Wars, 165 state, as shaman, 65 stenographica, the, Trethemius, 174 Saint Joan, 28 Saint John of the Cross, 31 strong, Dr. 179 to 80 Stropharia cubensis. See psilocybin mushroom succubi, 72 Sufi mysticism, 12, 17, 200 to 201 Sufis, the, Shah, 200, 201 Sumeria, 152 superconductivity, 209 superego, 10 symbiosis, 221 to 22 synchronicity, 95 taboos, 76, 146, 242 tantra, 75, 98 tau, 22, 62, 110, 214, 249 Taoism, 79, 105, sex practices, 75, 79, yoga, 92 Tao Te Ching, 105 technology, 63, 79, 93,96, 166, 167, and virtual reality, 228 to 36 telekinesis, 91 telepathy, 117 telepathy, 22, 64, 68,79, 99, 159, 231, 235, and ayahuasca, 117, and collective trance, 99,120 television, 22, 230, 245 theophagy, 40 thyrobrine, 142 to 43 Tibet, 211, 238, Buddhism, 11, Shamanism, 7 time, 20, 60, 95, 101, 104 to 13, end of, 41, 65, 70, 85, 206, experience of, 95, graphs of, 109, 111, 112, new model of, 105 to 13, 205 to 6, 215, 216, theory of, 65, travel, 63, 209 time wave 0, 20 time waves, 108 to 11, 206, 215 to 216 Tokanoan Indians, 117 Torah, 17 Towers, Neil, 142 to 43 Trance dancing, 30 Transcendental object, 18, 19, 20, 21, 113. Transformation, 70, 97, of consciousness, 32, 157, social, 97 Trithemius, Johannes, 174 True hallucinations, McKenna, 58 Truth, 241 Tryptamines, 27, 30, 159, 239, differing from LSD, 52, and interior dialogue, 35 to 36, oral versus smoked, 53. See also DMT Tsensek, 123 Turkey, 150, 151 20th century, 20, 21 2012 AD, as end of history or time, 21, 101, 110, 111 to 13, 215, 249 The Two Births of Dionysus, Graves, 199, 200 UFOs, 43, 58 to 70, 75, 76, 129, 161, Erotic Dimension of, 72 Ulysses, Joyce, 90 Universe, 42, 51, 66, 88, 216, Birth of, 104 Ursprach, 38, 53 Valet, Jacques, 59 Vallis, Dick, 41 Values, 13, 220, 246 Vedas, 152 Vegetable Mind, 219 to 20 Viriditas, 220, 221 Virtual Reality, VR, 228 to 36 Vision, 207. 208, improved by psilocybin, 244 Voices, interior guiding, 27, 28, 35, 74, 158, 159 Von Neumann Machine, 84 Voynich, Alfred, 174 Voynich Manuscript, 172 to 84 Voynich Manuscript, An Elegant Enigma, the, De Imperio, 180, 181 Waddington, ch, 144 Waite, A, E, 183 to 84 Wallace, Alfred Russell, 117 Wasson, Gordon, 20, 27, 40, 144, 151, 163, 166, 186 to 90, 193, 195, 199, 200, 201 Wasson, Valentina, 40, 151, 186 to 90, 195, 199, 201 Wasson, Valentina and Gordon, Ethno-Mycological Collection. Harvard, 195 Weil, Andrew, Andy, 163, 164 Wells, H.G., 63, 188 to 90, 195 Western Culture, 14, 42 Western Society, Shamanism Lacking in, 45, and the Spirit, 28 White Goddess, The, Graves, 38 Whitehead, Alfred North, 42, 100, 101, Index Will Gass, Neil, 190 Wilson, Colin, 59, 182 Wine, 56 Witchcraft, 17, 149 Widoto People, 26 Wizard of the Upper Amazon, Lamb, 117 to 18, 119 World Transformation, 87 to 88 Yeg, 3, 117, 118 See also Ayahuasca Yeg Letters, The, Burroughs, Ginsberg. 3 Yates, 63, 167 Yoda, Character, 165 Yoga, 11, 77 to 79, 91 to 92, 98, 151, 210, 238 Yogis, 11 Young, Author, 50 Time, 2012 AD, 21, 101, 110, 111 to 13, 215, 249 Zohar, 38 Zoroastrianism, 151 This constitutes a continuation of the copyright page. The author wishes to thank the following publishers and publications for permission to reprint articles that originally appeared in their ages: R.J. Levin, ed., for permission to reprint In Praise of Psychedelics, which originally appeared in L.A. Weekly, May 20 to 26, 1988, Volume 10, Number 26. Allison Kennedy, ed., at Mondo 2000, formerly High Frontiers, for permission to reprint the High Frontiers interview, originally printed in High Frontiers, Volume 1, Number 1, Fall 1984, the Heldref Foundation for Permis Zion to reprint A Conversation Over Saucers, which appeared in Revision, Volume 11, Number 3, Winter 1989, Temporal Resonance, which first appeared in Revision, Volume 10, Number 1, Summer 1987, and Hallucinogenic Mushrooms and Evolution, originally published in Revision, Volume 10, No. 4, Spring 1988. The editors of Magical Blend magazine for permission to reprint New Maps of Hyperspace, which appeared first in issue number 22 of Magical Blend, April 1989, and Virtual Reality and Electronic Highs, which appeared in Magical Blend, number 26, April 1990. The Prism Unity Press of Great Britain for permission to reprint Among Ayahuasqueros, which first appeared in their 1989 anthology Gateway to Inner Space, ed. by Christian Ratch. New Dimensions Radio, P.O. Box 410410 San Francisco, California 94141, for permission to transcribe the New Dimensions interview, number 1243. J. Kinney of Gnosis magazine for permission to reprint the Voynich MS, portions of which appeared in Gnosis, number 7, Spring 1988. Dioscorides Press for permission to reprint Wasson's Literary Precursors, which originally appeared in The Sacred Mushroom Seeker, edited by Thomas J. Riedling. Copyright 1990 by Dioscorides Press, an imprint of Timber Press Incorporated. David J. Brown for permission to reprint The Critique Interview, which originally appeared in the magazine Critique, Summer 1989. Whole Earth Review for permission to reprint Plant, Planet, which first appeared in the Whole Earth Review, Fall 1989. Neville Drury, editor of Nature and Health, for permission to reprint Sacred Plants and Mystic Realities, which originally appeared in Nature and Health, Volume 11, Number 1, Autumn 1990. About the illustrator Sadi, Wilfried Podrich, born in Bremen, Germany in 1939, began making pictorial collages in 1966, inspired by the openness and creativity of San Francisco's hippie era. He became a prolific artist, creating hundreds of black and white collages, many of them printed by the booming poster market and in the underground and establishment press. He produced 2 collage books, The Cosmic Bicycle and Time Zone, and his work has been exhibited in many galleries and museums, including the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art, the Museum of Modern Art New York, and the National Museum, Warsaw. Sadi died in San Francisco in 1982. Some of the illustrations in this book first appeared in The Cosmic Bicycle and Time Zone. Most have never before been published.